open. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation et
reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following reports from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The 19th report in relation to the question of privilege related to the Elections Canada and the member from Selkirk Interlake, and the 20th report requesting an extension of 30 calendar days to consider matters related to motion M489. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 19th and 20th reports later today.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in, and that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in. And an old favourite, I'd like to also ask that the 18th report of the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs that was presented on Tuesday be concurred in.
Okay. Let's deal with the first one then. Is there unanimous consent for the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London to propose this motion? No. No, there's no consent. Well, the 19th report. No, well, there's no consent. Is there consent on the 20th report? And I doubt there's consent on the 18th report. Okay. Any other motions? Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
L'Honourable Deputy Jean Lebert.
The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present from my riding. The two petitions are on the same subject. Both petitions contest changes at Canada Post and its decision to stop home delivery. People in my riding are very vulnerable in this case because there are many seniors and disabled persons in my riding. And there's not much land on which to place super mailboxes. So I'm tabling these two petitions. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a couple of petitions I'd like to present, and they come from across Canada. And it is a concern in terms of the current drinking and driving laws in Canada, and they want those changed because of when it is death, that it needs to move into the Criminal Code of Canada, and that the offence would be come under the vehicular manslaughter. There are a number of conditions in which they have listed that I won't go through here, Mr. Speaker, but it is being accountable for what has happened when someone under the influence of drugs or alcohol kills someone, and then the additional part, should they leave the scene and leave that person? And so I submit these petitions on behalf of people across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Later on today, we'll actually be debating a bill about Rouge Park, and very good timing here because I have a petition about Rouge National Park. And the signatories say that it's commendable that the Government of Canada plans to create Rouge National Park, and they talk about why it's such an important place. But they point out that the actual bill that we're dealing with ignores the ecological vision and policies of approved Rouge Park plans, and it ignores the ecological integrity of the existing Rouge Park and true Canadian national parks. So they have great concerns with the bill as presented. And the petitioners and I look forward to the Minister's response.
That was going to be the ultimate song.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, have a petition from the Rouge Park, literally hundreds of people who live in and around the Rouge Park. They want a 100-square-kilometre park. They want a park that strengthens and implements the ecological vision of previous plans. They want an ecological corridor that would join the park from Lake Ontario up to Oak Ridges Moraine, and they want an open and public and transparent planning process. It is ironic, Mr. Speaker, that the bill that is scheduled to be debated today actually achieves none of those things, and so I look forward to the Minister reconciling the presentation of her bill with the petition as presented by the petitioners.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip is raising a point of order.
Yeah, I want a point of order. We're here to deliver petitions, not to make a speech talking about how the petition relates to some piece of legislation that might be before the House. That's absolutely inappropriate, Mr. Speaker.
I will take this opportunity to remind members that when they table petitions, they are supposed to provide a very succinct summary of the petition itself, so we can continue moving on and getting as many in as possible. Honourable Deputy Acadie Bathurst.
Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 100 or so citizens in my riding.
6,000 to 8,000 Canada Post workers will lose their job, and that the reduction in service could lead to the privatization of Canada Post, which is essential public service. Then they call upon the Government of Canada to reject Canada Post claim for reduced service and explore other options for updating the Crown Corporation business plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition regarding eating disorders, such as anorexia and bulimia, are serious mental health illnesses that can be fatal. More than 600,000 Canadians have been affected by eating disorders. The sooner someone receives treatment he or she needs, the better the chance of a good recovery. But Canadians suffer long waiting lists for help and limited access to mental health services. The petitioners call upon the government to work with the provinces, territories and stakeholders to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorders, including better prevention, diagnosis, treatment and support.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege today of tabling a motion from Albertans calling on this government to support the Climate Change Accountability Act. They're expressing concern about the inaction by this government on addressing climate change. They're expressing concern about the cancellation of the eco-energy retrofit program, saving millions of dollars for homeowners, while continuing to subsidize the oil and gas industry, and not sufficiently supporting public transit. And so they're calling on this government to support the democratic Climate Change Accountability Act to reduce greenhouse gas and hold the government accountable.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is from residents primarily of the Vancouver area who wish to draw the attention of the Government of Canada to the need for a full independent inquiry into the source of the fraudulent robocalls that occurred in the 2011 election. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is also from hundreds of residents in the Toronto area, Scarborough area, dealing with the question of the Rouge Valley National Park. The petitioners are calling on the government to ensure that the proposed national park is 100 square kilometres, represents and respects the ecological vision from numerous previous studies. The petitioners call for the protection of the 600-metre wide wooded ecological corridor and numerous other points. I submit this to you, Mr. Speaker, and to await the Minister's response.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand with two petitions. I'll be quick. The first is a petition to stand up for Canadian democracy. Now that Bill C-23 has been passed, the petitioners ask for the government to bring forward genuine electoral reform to stop fraud and prevent money politics from distorting our elections. And there are hundreds of signatories on that, Mr. Speaker. The second petition is a petition asking the government to support my colleague from Nickel Belt's Bill C-356, an act respecting a national strategy for dementia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honoured to rise today and present petitions on behalf of citizens from the great city of Sudbury and also from my great riding of Sudbury. They've all asked this government to look at, as my colleague earlier said, a national dementia strategy. There are many points that they like to highlight in this petition, Mr. Speaker, but what they're really calling for is the Minister of Health and this House to look at passing my honourable colleague from Nickel Belt's private member's bill, Bill C-356. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present a petition today to protect insect pollinators. The signatories to this petition note that the increasing mortality rates for bees and other insect pollinators has been on the rise for 3 years. They note also that honeybees alone contribute more than $2.2 billion to Canada's agricultural economy, and therefore they're calling on this House, Mr. Speaker, to develop a strategy to address this phenomenon, including encouraging seed companies to produce and facilitate the purchase of seed that is not treated with neonics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
In the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government bills, Commons. Resuming debate and third reading of Bill C-8, Combating Counterfeit Products Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in this House today to speak on Bill C-8, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act. What a great short title for a bill. Who could possibly be against counterfeit products coming into our country, especially when they may pose serious health and safety risks for Canadians? Certainly not New Democrats, Mr. Speaker. But despite the fact that this bill tries to frame the debate in the now infamous George Bush way of suggesting you're either with us or you're against us, my NDP colleagues and I take our responsibilities here in this House very seriously, and we proposed a number of amendments that would have vastly improved the bill. So yes, despite supporting the thrust of the bill, we were at times critical of some of its provisions. But let me not get ahead of myself. I'll speak to our proposed amendments in due course. First, though, let me spend a moment commenting on the bill as a whole. Bill C-8 amends both the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act so as to strengthen enforcement of copyright and trademark rights and to curtail commercial activity involving infringing copies or counterfeit trademark goods. To that end, the bill adds 2 new criminal offences under the Copyright Act for possession and exportation of infringing copies and creates offences for selling or offering counterfeit goods on a commercial scale. It also creates a prohibition against importing or exporting infringing copies and counterfeit goods and introduces some balance to that prohibition by creating 2 exceptions. One for personal use, items in one's possession or baggage, and 2 for items that are in transit. On the enforcement side, the bill grants new ex officio powers to border officials to detain infringing copies or counterfeit goods. This, Mr. Speaker, is a significant policy shift. Until now, border officials required private rights holders to obtain a court order before seizing infringing copies or goods. I'll have much more to say about that in a moment. But first, let me continue on with my quick overview of C-8. The bill also grants new ex officio powers to the Minister of Public Safety and border officials to share information on detained goods with rights holders. And lastly, it widens the scope of what can be trademarked to the features found in the broad definition of sign, including colour, shapes, scents, tastes, etc. Now, Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that dealing with counterfeiting and infringement is important to both Canadian businesses and consumers, especially, as I said before, where counterfeit goods may put the health or safety of Canadians at risk. But this bill is only as good as its enforcement. The strongest laws in the world don't mean a thing if governments aren't willing to dedicate the necessary resources to crack down on counterfeit products coming into our country. And when I look at this Conservative government's track record in that regard, I fear that we might be creating a paper tiger. It is very difficult to see how a bill like this will be implemented when last year alone the Conservatives slashed $143 million in funding to the Canada Border Services Agency, which further reduced frontline officers and harmed the agency's ability to monitor our borders. In fact, Mr. Speaker, CBSA's report on plans and priorities indicates a loss of 549 full-time employees by 2015. When I asked the Minister about that in committee, he said that no new resources would be needed to implement this bill. But that means that border officials and the RCMP will have to reallocate existing resources to enforce this new law, and that begs 2 questions. Which of the functions that they're currently performing to keep Canadians safe are they going to drop to enforce C-8? Or are they not really going to get serious about combating counterfeit goods, in which case, why are we passing this bill? We never did get a satisfactory answer to that question, but it is a point that we will continue to press because it is critical to the successful fight against counterfeiting. I want to move on now to a different issue. Canadians will remember that my NDP colleagues and I have often criticized this Conservative government for failing to take a balanced approach to copyright legislation in the past. The government's record was far from stellar. Now, I do want to give the government some credit where credit is due. Bill C-8 contains important measures to protect consumer and individual rights, and my NDP colleagues and I worked hard in committee to make sure that these measures were maintained and strong. When dealing with the intellectual property, it is imperative that we adopt an approach that strikes a balance between the interests of rights holders and the interests of users and consumers. At first, alarm bells went off when the Deputy Minister for the Department of Industry said that C-8 brings Canada in line with the Anti-Counterfeiting Trade Agreement. ACTA contains copyright provisions that have been heavily criticized for failing to achieve this necessary balance. The European Parliament rejected ACTA after an unprecedented outcry because its benefits were far outweighed by the threats to civil liberties. Those threats included the risk of criminalizing individuals, concerns about the definition of commercial scale, the role of Internet service providers, and the possible interruption of the transit of generic medicines. In the end, the European Parliament rejected the Anti-Counterfeiting Trade Agreement. I was therefore happy to see that C-8 is much narrower than ACTA, and contains a number of provisions that offer balance. There are important personal use exceptions and exceptions for goods that are in transit. Most importantly, the bill does not address Internet service providers. So while my NDP colleagues and I continue to be concerned about the broader provisions in ACTA, we are comfortable supporting C-8. Ironically, it was the Liberal Party which, at committee, threatened to undermine that important balance with which C-8 struck. In fact, they moved 2 amendments that we worked hard to defeat precisely for that reason. The first Liberal amendment was to remove the personal use exception for individual travellers, a provision that my NDP colleagues and I believe is absolutely crucial to bringing some balance to the bill. As Dr. Michael Geist, Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law, put it in his blog, quote, "Given that personal use exceptions are even included in the Anti-Counterfeiting Trade Agreement, it is shocking to see any party proposing their removal, which would result in longer delays at the border and increased searches of individual travellers. This was one of the important provisions that brought some balance to the bill." Professor Jeremy De Beer added that, quote, "The personal use exception is important to make the whole system workable, manageable, and cost-effective. It's not possible to do everything within the resource allocations and the training parameters that our agents are provided with. So the system in the bill, as it is, creates a very pragmatic, workable starting point, and I would encourage us just to leave it there." Thankfully, the Conservatives agreed with us and the Liberal amendment was defeated. The same was true of the Liberal amendment to add statutory damages to the bill. Having already proposed removing the personal exception for travellers and a simplified procedure for the seizure of goods that would remove court oversight in the destruction of goods in a greater number of cases, the Liberals proposed an amendment to add statutory damages with a mandatory minimum of $1,000 and a maximum of $100,000 in liability. The provision would limit the discretion of judges to order damages based on the evidence. Again, I'm going to quote the expert testimony from Dr. Geist at our committee. "With respect to trademarks, statutory damages are unnecessary. Rights holders frequently cite the specific value of their goods and the harm associated with counterfeiting. If these claims are accurate, demonstrating that value for the purposes of damage awards should not be difficult. Moreover, other countries have experienced problems with statutory damages for trademarks. For example, Taiwan reformed its trademark statutory damages provision when courts began awarding disproportionate awards. In the U.S., statutory damages for trademark has led to trademark trolls engaging in litigation designed primarily to obtain costly settlements against small businesses that can ill afford to fight in court. Again, my NDP colleagues and I were adamant that this amendment be defeated because it not only undermined the delicate balance achieved by C-8, but it actually went beyond what even ACTA had envisioned. Not all proposed amendments were bad, however, and as I said at the outset, there were sections of the bill that could and should have been strengthened. To that end, I want to spend the remainder of the time available to me here to highlight just a few of the amendments that my NDP colleagues and I moved in committee in a sincere effort to improve the bill. The first was one that all parties ended up agreeing to, which was that we needed to return to the original definition of distinctive in the Trademark Act. I understand that squabbling about definitions may seem as exciting as watching paint dry, but in this case, it was important that we get it right. As the generic drug industry persuasively argued before our committee, there is significant case law to make it possible for a generic version of a drug to have the same color, shape, and size as the brand name drug with the same effect. This is absolutely crucial for the patients who are using those drugs, since any confusion can have deadly consequences. To throw that case law into doubt by changing the existing definition for no demonstrably important reason made no sense to any of us on the committee. I'm pleased to say that the original definition is now restored in Bill C-8. Sadly, the spirit of cooperation didn't extend to other amendments that would have been equally important to ensuring that the intent of the bill is actually reflected in its language. For example, the NDP moved amendments to C-8 that would have made sure that parallel imports would be excluded from the bill's reach. Intellectual property lawyer Howard Knopf told us that the bill should propose appropriate declaratory language for both the Copyright Act and Trademarks Act that makes it absolutely clear that with the exception of the sui generis book importation scheme now found in Section 27(1) of the Copyright Act, neither of these acts shall in any way restrict the importation, distribution, or sale of any product, whether tangible or digital, that has been manufactured or first put on the market anywhere in the world with authorization. This is crucial because parallel importation is an important tool for many businesses to participate in perfectly legal trade that we would not want to discourage. Yet the bill is unclear as to whether trade like this could unintentionally get caught under this bill. We, of course, continue to expect that important health and safety standards are met by all parallel imports, but at the same time, I think we want to ensure that small and medium businesses, and in fact businesses of every kind, can continue to engage in parallel importation. As we heard from Jeremy De Beer at committee, he said, quote, "I've consulted with a number of expert colleagues, other intellectual property experts. We don't understand that this bill doesn't apply to parallel imports. If it's inadvertent, then it's an easy fix. If everybody agrees this shouldn't apply to parallel imports, then we just add an exception for parallel imports and the matter's closed." We couldn't agree more. But unfortunately, the government rejected the amendments which would have added that much-needed clarity to the bill. Our NDP amendments to create a duty to use the measures of the bill in good faith unfortunately met the same end. The intent of our amendments was to counter vexatious litigation and to prevent a rights holder from using detentions and delays to harm a competitor in cases where there is no legitimate counterfeit infringement concern. This is especially important for small business owners whose businesses may not be able to survive the costs of malicious or bad faith claims. Again, this was a concern that was raised in testimony to our committee. Michael Geist made it clear that the detention of goods can be used to harm small Canadian businesses that could find goods they are seeking to import detained, oftentimes by competitors. The absence of a misuse provision in this bill is particularly regrettable in this regard. Our amendments should have been seen as friendly. They were in keeping with the spirit of the legislation and simply sought to improve enforcement mechanisms without creating new barriers to competition. But sadly, the government rejected our good faith efforts to improve the bill. In a similar vein, we tried to amend Bill C-8 to address the costs which may be borne by small businesses for the wrongful or mistaken detention of goods. As the bill is currently written, it contains a no liability provision for the Crown and provides for the damages against rights holders in cases where court proceedings are dismissed or discontinued. In attempting to strike an appropriate balance between consumer and industry interests, Bill C-8 places the cost of detaining suspect goods on the rights holder. However, as we heard during testimony at committee, C-8 is clearly lacking misuse provisions to ensure that actors are not engaging in frivolous claims as a means of acting anti-competitively. As a result, our amendments sought to provide the courts with the clear authority to provide for both damages where any court action is determined to be frivolous, vexatious, or made in bad faith. Without creating a new barrier for rights holders to protect their copyright or trademark, this amendment would create a safeguard to ensure the integrity of the system and would protect small businesses from the possibility of a company abusing the provisions of Bill C-8 for anti-competitive purposes rather than protecting their legitimate intellectual property. Although we again believed that these amendments would be deemed to be friendly by the government, we were mistaken. These two were defeated, and in our view, it was an important missed opportunity to make the bill stronger. The last NDP amendment that I want to highlight here was our effort to create a tool for assessing whether the bill is actually effective in combating counterfeit products, as the bill's title would have us believe it will. When my NDP colleagues and I asked in committee whether it's possible to ascertain the extent of the problem of counterfeit goods coming into our country, the answer was a resounding no. At best, we know the value of the seizures that were made. As the RCMP told us, the retail value of counterfeit goods they seized increased from $7.6 million in 2005 to $38 million in 2012. But that doesn't account for any of the goods that were not detected as they crossed our borders. That is a significant concern, especially since, as I said earlier, the government has cut the ability of Canada Border Services to do its job by slashing the agency's budget by $143 million. That cut has seriously harmed our ability to monitor our borders. So we know that the problem is bigger than the numbers reflected in the RCMP's seizure stats. But accurately measuring the scale of counterfeiting for copies and goods in Canada remains difficult. This is owing to the clandestine nature of counterfeiting. In addition to the actual seizures, much of the data are estimates based on anecdotal information or from industry itself, in which case the collection methods may be unavailable to assess. What we do know is that counterfeit products can pose risks to the health and safety of consumers, whether we are talking about counterfeit electrical components, faulty brake pads, or unsanitary stuffing in goose-down jackets. According to the Chamber of Commerce's Canadian Intellectual Property Council, counterfeit batteries have exploded in the desks of police who have stored them, and the acid leaking from counterfeit batteries has caused burns to at least 8 Canadian children. It is precisely for those types of safety reasons that it is essential for us to know the scope of the problem. How else can we know whether we are assigning the appropriate resources for dealing with the problem of counterfeiting? When I raised this issue with the Minister of Industry in committee, he acknowledged that there are no more accurate estimates out there. And when we asked the RCMP whether they had numbers, just with respect to the number of Canadian manufacturers who've been convicted of importing or exporting counterfeit goods, we were told they had no figures for that either. It seemed to us, therefore, that the bill creates an important opportunity to require accurate information to be both collected and reported so that Parliament, and more importantly Canadians, will have a better way of evaluating whether we are being successful in addressing the concerns at the heart of this bill. In fact, we were simply echoing the recommendation of the Industry Committee in 2007, which called on the government to establish a reporting system that would track investigations, charges, and seizures for infringing copies and counterfeit goods as a means of collecting some data. Our proposed amendment had the support of the Canadian Association of Importers and Exporters. Joy Knott, the president and CEO of the organization, responded to a question from me by saying, "Do I support the monitoring of this sort of thing? Absolutely I do. I think that's a great idea because from a business perspective, business lives on metrics. They live on data. This is how they help to make decisions. Right now, when it comes to copyright infringement and trademark infringement and the ability to import it to Canada, it's a little bit like the Wild West, in that there's nothing that stops these shipments at the border currently unless the owner of the trademark takes specific, very onerous actions through Canadian federal courts to register something. Since there seemed to be agreement that a reporting requirement would be an important improvement to C8, we moved an amendment to require an annual report to Parliament with information on detainments made under the bill. We had hoped for information on the number of detainments, the number of requests for assistance under both the Copyright Act and the Trademark Act, and the number of inspections conducted. Sadly, the government members voted to defeat this amendment and once again confirmed for me that this government has complete disdain for evidence-based decision-making. Despite the fact that our amendments were defeated, we continue to be supportive of the bill as a whole. In this case, at least it's a start. Dealing with counterfeiting and infringement is important for both Canadian businesses and consumers. But rest assured, Mr. Speaker, with or without a report back to Parliament, we will not stop holding the government to account on this important file. Without adequate resources for enforcement, C8 will prove to be a paper tiger, and that cannot be allowed to happen, especially when the health and safety of Canadians may very well be at risk. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask from my colleague's speech, and I thank her very much. It was very in-depth discussion. I would like to. It seems to me that we're flying blind on this. My colleague mentioned the fact that, yes, there's a certain number of seizures, but is there any evidence as to what percentage of the total counterfeiting issue these seizures represent? Is it 10%? Is it 50%? Is it 30%? I'd like to ask my honourable colleague that question. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much. It's a very good question, Mr. Speaker. And the statistics we have is that a quarter of RCMP investigations and seizures of counterfeit products were potentially harmful to consumers in 2011. And that proportion has gone up from 11% in 2005. Both of those were a response to an order paper question that, in fact, my colleague from Sudbury had placed on the order paper, and that was the only way we were getting the information from the government. So really, the question that we still have, as I indicated in my speech for government members, is when is this government going to focus its efforts in the area of counterfeiting on the health and safety and, frankly, on the security of consumers? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I listened with great interest, and we saw the main problem with ACTA, and certainly the backlash in Europe, was the attempt to blur the line between criminal counterfeiting, which we need to go after, and going after individuals who may infringe copyright but are certainly not criminal actors. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the Liberal attempt to bring in to amend the law so that they could stop people travelling internationally and go after them for their own personal use. This seems to be way beyond what ACTA envisioned, way beyond what anybody else has brought forward, and the fact that there would be statutory damages of $100,000 and limiting judges. It seems to me that we're talking about criminalizing a whole class of consumers as opposed to focusing on the real criminal element. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why she thinks the Liberals came forward with such an extreme position.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Gosh, trying to get into the heads of my Liberal colleagues is a very daunting proposition, and I'm not prepared to really do that. I do know, though, that when we were at committee, I have to say that my colleagues on our side of the committee room were quite surprised at the Liberals' approach. Every bit of expert testimony we had gotten suggested that their proposed amendment would be a huge infringement on civil liberties. And if we found ourselves in the very strange position as New Democrats to actually be voting with the Conservatives and actually maintaining the balance as it was. It is indeed a very crucial balance that we tried to achieve in this bill between consumer rights and still being able to go after counterfeit goods. So I very much appreciate the question. I don't have an answer. I have no idea why the Liberals were alone in wanting to infringe civil liberties through the implementation of Bill C-8. It certainly made no sense to us. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to emphasize one of the things in which the Liberal Party has spoken at great lengths about is in regards to the importance of ensuring the safety of health of our children in particular and seniors and others. There are many benefits within the legislation that will, in fact, enable a safer importation of pharmaceutical medications, for example. There are many fraudulent games, toys that are brought into the country, which have all sorts of potential chemicals that are put into the paints and so forth, which are all quite dangerous to our population, in particular our children. I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment if the NDP were successful at bringing any amendments to deal with those two specific issues, dealing with pharmaceuticals and children's toys, those type of, and I use those as examples.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we were, as I suggested during my speech, particularly with respect to the definition of distinctive as it was rewritten in the bill. It was imperative that we return to the original so that it was possible for people to have confidence in generic drugs and that we weren't inadvertently affecting people's health and safety by making a change for which there was no demonstrable reason in this bill. One of the things that was really fascinating for me during the committee's deliberations on this bill was actually the magnitude of counterfeit goods that have been coming into the country. You know, we learned, for example, that Canada Goose, the goose down jackets, many of the counterfeit products actually have chicken feces and chicken beaks instead of just down in the coats. We heard of batteries exploding in the desks of police officers. I didn't know that when you buy a Team Canada hockey jersey, the way that you know whether it's fake or whether it's a real one is to check to see if it was made in Canada. If the jersey was made in Canada, it's actually a fake. So there are all kinds of consumer issues that we need to address in a very serious way, and where, frankly, we need to do much more consumer education as well, so that we can detect as consumers which goods are officially licensed and which ones are counterfeit. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Margaret-Fortin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for having spoken so well on C8. But the question that must be asked is that the NDP is always in favour of Canadian consumers. And the best example is prescription drugs. It took 3 years to withdraw unsafe ones. And Thomas Mulcair would never have waited 3 years to do that, I can tell you that. So, as is our habit, we are looking at C8, and we are looking at it in terms of health, cutbacks in health, and other areas. So the NDP just feels that that we should be at the service of the Canadian people.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I didn't think the microphone was working. I want to thank my colleague very much for his question and in raising the integrity of medicines and the health and safety of Canadians with respect to the medications that they take. He is, of course, spot on, and I think he was referring to matters that we raised in question period here on this side of the House with respect to Epotex and the fact that the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health had actually said, well, we raised the issue of unsafe drugs with the company, but the company refused to act, as if that somehow were good enough for Canadians, because clearly it wasn't. Now in Bill C8, we had that issue before us again. We moved amendments in committee to make sure that, as I said, generic drugs would still be able, that consumers would still be able to take generic drugs with the confidence that they were taking the right medication, that we're now able to have generic drugs with the same shape, the same color, the same size as the original medications, precisely so that consumers can have confidence in the system. That is absolutely imperative. The other question, though, that we have to ask ourselves is, if we're creating this framework to keep Canadians safe, why are we cutting the resources for both the RCMP and Canadian border officials that will actually make it possible to enforce that regime? Those resources have been cut dramatically. Over 500 full-time jobs will be gone. So how can Canadians have confidence that even with this new regime, the necessary enforcement will be there to keep them and their families safe?
Question and commentaire. Before we resume debate, just inform the House that we're almost to the 5-hour point in the debate, so this will be the last 20-minute speaking slot. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I heard the member from Hamilton Mountain, she's made a very passionate, very eloquent speech on this particular bill, and I want to thank her for providing that very useful information that she's provided to the House. Again, Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North to speak to Bill C8, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act. Again, the title of this bill itself requires that we all agree to issues like this in this House. It's very rare that that the House, all parties agree on certain issues in this House and move forward an agenda that's best interest of Canadians. It is a pleasure to speak to this bill today to support a piece of legislation on which all parties are in general agreement. Often in this House, Mr. Speaker, it seems impossible to move forward and create meaningful legislation that all parties can agree upon. Of course, no piece of legislation will ever be perfect to every party, but when we have the opportunity to advance the legislative agenda in this country and create legislation surrounding important issues, I gladly welcome the progress. As an official opposition, Mr. Speaker, it is our duty to ensure legislation is carefully considered, questioned, and that dissenting opinions are publicly expressed and debated. However, as embodied by our late Jack Layton, there's also great value in working together, and I believe that this bill will be a step forward for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, issues surrounding counterfeiting, copyright, and trademark infringement and intellectual property are, without a doubt, complex matters that may seem far removed from the lives of normal Canadians. But in reality, these issues have a direct impact on all Canadians, especially in regards to their health and safety. I truly believe, Mr. Speaker, that as elected officials, we should work to make this country safe as possible for all citizens. Counterfeit goods have the potential to put the health and safety of Canadians at risk, and as such, it is time that we strengthened our laws against counterfeit goods. Mr. Speaker, dealing with counterfeiting and infringement is important for protecting Canadian consumers who may unsuspectingly purchase counterfeit goods that could put their health and safety at risk. As the member from Hamilton Mountain has pointed out, there's lack of awareness in regards to counterfeit goods in all, across this country, with many consumers not knowing whether a particular product is counterfeit or not. So certainly more education, more information for consumers would be another step that we can. That's another issue, Mr. Speaker, but that's another step that we can take to inform consumers. Mr. Speaker, now I know that talk of counterfeit products intuitively brings to mind images of knockoff designer handbags, sunglasses, watches that we frequently see, and I'm sure that it's hard to imagine how these products might pose a risk to health and safety of Canadians. This type of product creates different problems in that they undermine the value of the original product and capitalize on the creativity of another company by infringing on their intellectual property. Of course, by dealing with counterfeiting and infringement, as we are attempting to do in this bill, Mr. Speaker, we will hopefully also cut down on the counterfeit products of this nature that are serious infringements on rights holder. However, what concerns me most is the products that pose a health and safety risk to Canadians. While researching this bill, Mr. Speaker, I read about counterfeit batteries that have been exploded in the desks of police officers who have stored them. I've also learned that acid leaking from counterfeit batteries have caused burns to at least 8 Canadian children. Mr. Speaker, I'm a parent myself, and I know, especially my young son, who is 8 years old, he's got a number of electronic gadgets that he plays around with, not only himself, but also his friends around the neighborhood. And it's often that their batteries are running out, and he comes up to dad or mom and asks for new batteries for those gadgets. And Mr. Speaker, it scares me that there are these counterfeit batteries that are not properly safety, or they're not original, or they're counterfeits, that my son or another child in this country could be exposed to these kinds of counterfeits that could be hazardous to their health. So as a parent, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned that we take steps in order to ensure that these counterfeit products are not in the market, Mr. Speaker. So this is basically, I mean, it's terrifying to me to see that these types of goods are out in our society, in our domain, that our kids could be using this, Mr. Speaker. So it scares me to think that any Canadian should have to fear that battery that their child puts into their video game or controller or TV remote might injure them. This is merely one example of an ordinary household product that we unassumingly utilize in our everyday lives that we would hardly expect to harm us. Mr. Speaker, I will give you one more example of counterfeiting that poses a serious health and safety risk. Just a few days ago, a man from Surrey was sentenced to 6 months in prison in the United States for selling counterfeit vehicle airbags. I'm sure Mr. Speaker, I'm sure any Canadians would be seriously concerned if they found out that they had a counterfeit airbag in their car that might not deploy properly. This is a safety device that we often take for granted, assuming that on a rare occasion that we need to protect us, it will work. The consequences of a counterfeit product like this not working is serious. A serious injury, or it could result in a serious injury or even death, Mr. Speaker. This is a prime example of a safety risk that stems from a counterfeit product and the type of counterfeiting that we need to protect all Canadians from. Mr. Speaker, the technical details of Bill C-8 will add 2 new criminal offences under the Copyright Act for possession and exportation of infringing copies, and will create offence for selling or offering counterfeit goods on commercial scale. The bill will also create a prohibition against importing or exporting infringing copies and counterfeit goods, but also introduce a balance to the prohibition by creating 2 exemptions, which are for personal use and for items in transit control. I will speak to that aspect of the bill in a little later, Mr. Speaker, in my speech. Bill C-8 also grants ex officio powers to border officials to detain infringing copies of counterfeit goods. This is a significant policy shift, as until now, border guards required private rights holder to obtain a court order before seizing infringing copies of goods. This policy change grants much greater power to frontline officers to prevent counterfeit goods from entering the country. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-8 also grants new ex officio powers to Minister of Public Safety and border officials to share information on detained goods with rights holder. Mr. Speaker, there's one serious concern that I have with Bill C-8, and my concern is in regards to how provisions of this bill will be implemented. Mr. Speaker, we often see from the government side, I've seen it over the last 4 years, where they bring in legislation, it's creating, basically they create a paper tiger. What you also need teeth. You need resources to implement those laws that we bring in this House. And this is the case also in this bill also, where we are creating this law which is to help to protect Canadians, to look after their health, yet there's no we've seen there's no resources allocated as to how this bill is going to be implemented, or how our CBSA, our custom officers, or CBSA, is going to provide, going to be able to implement some of the provisions in this bill, Mr. Speaker. To me, it's extremely unclear how CBSA will be able to implement the enforcement measures that are being introduced in the bill. Bill C-8, in the face of the cuts from Budget 2008, the budget in 2012, Mr. Speaker, slashed $143 million in funding to CBSA, which in turn reduced frontline officers and weakened our ability to monitor our borders. Mr. Speaker, as New Democrats, we understand that CBSA needs to be adequately resourced in order to carry out this new work that we are expecting them in a manner that does not take away from the other very important work that they already perform. The $143 million in cuts to CBSA over 3 years that were introduced by Budget 2012 have equated to loss of over 549 jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's the 549 full-time equivalent between now and 2015, according to this year's CBSA report on plans and priorities. The changes proposed with Bill C-8 will require that CBSA dedicate additional resources to areas such as intelligence analysis and port of entry examination and officer training. However, in order to accomplish the goals set out in C-8 without additional funds, CBSA will have to reallocate internal sources. This puts at risk many of the other extremely important work that CBSA perform. Mr. Speaker, again, on one hand, I've seen this government create, if you want to look at some of the other bills that this government has brought in, on one hand, they're bringing in some legislation which is going to be tough on crime, and yet on the very issue, they're cutting funding to preventative programs that require either monitoring of individuals or reintegration of some of the people that are going to be out of the jail anyway. So on one hand, we're creating these paper tigers, yet on the other hand, not only we're cutting the very people that are going to be enforcing it, but we're also cutting some of the remedial funding that's needed in order to ensure that these kinds of laws, regulations that will be brought in actually work in real life. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very discouraging to me that on one hand you were trying to protect the health and safety of Canadians, balancing that with the copyrights. On the other hand, you're cutting the funding for the very officers that will be monitoring all of this stuff. So that's very troubling for me, Mr. Speaker. The men and women of the Canada Border Service Agency have the extremely important job of defending our borders in every respect, Mr. Speaker, and they put their lives on the line every day to ensure that our borders and our citizens are safe. We as New Democrats believe that CBSA needs to be adequately funded in order to carry out the provisions of this bill effectively so that they can continue to do their jobs without compromising their other important responsibility in protecting our borders and citizens. Mr. Speaker, I hope that this government will take steps to ensure CBSA has the resources needed to perform the duties that are being asked of them under this Bill C-8. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak about the exceptions that are included in this bill, including the exception for personal use and for items in transit control. The personal use exemption means that border officials would not be permitted to seize copies that are in one's possession or baggage. The provision for items in transit is also important in providing balance in this bill for items that may be destined for a location to which they are being imported lawfully. These are important exemptions to ensure that on the whole this system is workable and cost effective. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, budgetary restrictions on border officers will already pose challenges to implementation of this bill. These exemptions ensure that Bill C-8 is not creating longer border delays, increased searches of individual travelers, as well as putting an additional burden on CBSA officers. Mr. Speaker, I come from Surrey, and as you know, we're only a 10-minute, 15-minute ride from the border, and we've seen long lineups at the borders already. We're going both way for BC or Lower Mainland is a lot of our jobs are created by tourism. As you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the best places to live is British Columbia, and out of that, I would say, is Surrey, Vancouver, Greater Vancouver. And we do get a lot of visitors from the States, and they cross, likewise, the Canadians go down to south of the border. And I've seen many times where there's hours and hours of long lineups to either get into the United States or come over to on the Canadian side. So cutting the services, the very people that are actually looking after our borders, the cuts to CBSA that have happened over the last years and that are going to happen in the next few years, that is going to even put extra burden on these individuals. And I hope the government will take into consideration that cutting the very people that are patrolling our borders, CBSA officers and RCMP, is going to have impact on not only movement of people from one side to the other, but also goods that hurts the very economy that we operate in. And also, Mr. Speaker, it hurts the jobs. So certainly cutting of these border services officer funding is something that will have impact not only how we're going to implement this bill, but it's having impact on the very economy of our movement of goods and services across the border. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats believe that intellectual property requires an approach that strikes a balance between the interest of rights holder and the interest of users and consumers. And these exceptions are important provisions that work to maintain this delicate balance. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see that this government put forward a piece of legislation that we essentially can agree upon by all parties can agree on, and that is an important step in protecting both businesses and consumers in Canada. I hope, Mr. Speaker, I hope, although I'm not hopeful, but I hope that this government will take my comments about the need for more resources to be allocated to CBSA under advisement, and that we work to ensure that this bill is implemented effectively, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, I have very little time there. 1 minute, 2 minutes? 2 minutes. And Mr. Speaker, the member from Hamilton Mountain talked about how we introduced some amendments that would actually improve the bill, although I've seen in other committees where the government brings in legislation and many experts come in and testify before it, and they offer very thoughtful suggestions that could actually improve the bill further in order to make sure that it's workable, it's in the best interest of Canadians, that it closes any sort of loopholes in the bill. And as usual, Mr. Speaker, we've seen time after time, whether it's this bill or other bills, where this government has failed to take those suggestions into consideration. And surely, after many thousands of suggestions, whether it's by the official opposition, the New Democrats, or by experts from many different organizations across this country, that they would actually take some consideration of those suggestions to improve those bills. And Mr. Speaker, and I've seen it time after time, which they have not actually accepted those amendments that we offer from our side. Again, Mr. Speaker, I hope the governing party will take my advice in regards to providing more resources and also in implementing this Bill C-8. And I thank you for that, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition party mused about a Liberal position around trying to assume some individual responsibility in this situation. I'd like to ask through you, the member that just spoke, the question of this. Do you not think that curbing demand by individuals is also a way of managing this issue? And in particular, the riding that I represent, where many artists, musicians and writers suffer from copyright infringement and the transmission of that copyright across borders. Do you not think that taking steps to somehow curb the market and curb the demand may also be a way of protecting income and copyrights for individual artists who are suffering because it's only a systemic approach and only a corporate approach to managing this situation?
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that excellent question. And I actually agree with him in regards to the Liberal position, or amusements, but Liberal positions. I'm actually puzzled by a lot of the positions they take up on a number of issues, and I've seen this on the issue about Iraq. The leader of the Liberal Party has one statement one day, and then he has another statement on a different day, and one day he's supporting the mission, which apparently...
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands on point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my honourable friend from Surrey North, we have limited times to debate C8 in this place, and I think that his response has gone slightly off topic unless there are Iraqi goods to which counterfeit measures are at stake at the moment.
The member raises the point of relevance. I guess from the chair, as all the members know, that members are given some latitude, and certainly making a short reference to another issue is acceptable, and I'm quite confident the member from Surrey North will keep his remarks in general relevant with the question. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've only brought up that issue because the member had asked about the amusements about Liberal Party. So, answering his question, Mr. Speaker, any time when it's we bring an issue or a bill in this House which concerns the health and safety risks to our to all Canadians, we will certainly support those kinds of initiatives, whether they're by the government, whether they're by the opposition, and that is why we're here to act in best interest of all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Marcotte-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP will support C8. That's fine, and it's normal because it's a piece of legislation that seeks to protect Canadians, like any legislation of that nature. But ensuring its enforcement is essential, and it's a scandal that our leader would have never agreed to. So what are we to expect from legislation? Because the people applying this legislation are seeing cutbacks. There's no impact on prescription drugs, whereas quality standards are imposed on patent drugs, but we're abandoning our responsibilities when it comes to generic drugs. So I'd like an answer to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Or Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that wonderful question. And we've seen in this House, Mr. Speaker, legislation after legislation, whether it's First Nations legislation, whether it's a crime legislation. A lot of they create paper tigers, but there's no actual funding allocated to implement some of those provisions in those bills or some of the regulations that are going to be created. And what the result is, Mr. Speaker, and I've seen this, in the impact it has on the provinces, that responsibility is downloaded further down to the provinces to implement. So if we create these laws and we create these regulations, there has to be resources behind it. For this bill, Bill C8, and as I've indicated earlier, there have been cuts to the funding for CBSA officers in the tune of about $143 million over the 3 years, and that's equivalent to about 549 full-time jobs. So if we're going to be creating these laws and regulations to protect Canadians, and whether it's their health or safety reasons, then we owe it to Canadians to ensure that there's adequate funding, adequate resources available to look after some of the laws that we're creating. And I don't see that from this government, Mr. Speaker, whether it's this legislation or other legislation they brought in. And basically, they fail to provide those resources.
Questions, comments? Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
I listened with great interest, and I guess I was rather shocked to see the Liberal position on this, that they would go further than the Conservatives, further than what the ACTA, secretive ACTA agreement had, because of their desire to go after individual citizens and individual consumers. After 35,000 lawsuits against kids and mothers and even dead people in the U.S. over downloading a song or two, the fact that the Liberals attempted, and my colleague from Trinity Spadina seems to believe that it's a good economic driver, to be able to stop people at airports, check out what they have on their iPod, and find out if they actually downloaded it from iTunes or their kids sent it to them, and then be able to pull them out of line and charge them. Everyone recognizes that would be such an outrageous infringement on individual rights to no purpose, while allowing counterfeit criminal gangs to continue to carry on, that they could target individuals. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks it is that the Liberal Party is so out of touch about what it really means to support artists in this country, as well as supporting the individual right of consumers to travel across international borders without being stopped and harassed.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually very puzzled by the position of the Liberal Party on this particular bill, that the kinds of amendments they wanted to bring in. I'm puzzled, but I'm not surprised, because the Liberals had the opportunity to bring this sort of health and safety risks, issues, infringement, copyright acts when they were in government. And Mr. Speaker, they didn't bring that in back then, and I don't expect them to provide any sort of insightful amendments for this bill, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Timmins, James Bay, is absolutely correct when he talks about how Liberals have failed to protect the artists in our community, how they have failed to protect the very culture artists create in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I'm very, very puzzled as to which day it is and how Liberals are going to respond to a particular issue is truly amazing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague gave us a few examples of counterfeit products that are dangerous. He talked about battery acid or bags that don't deploy that are dangerous. I think that he thinks this is a very important bill, and he said so, but I'd like him to discuss the consequences of the importance of this kinds of counterfeit products on the health and safety of Canadians in the context of cutbacks at the Canada Border Services.
Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that question. Again, Mr. Speaker, being a parent, I'm very concerned about some of these counterfeits, especially when I talked about the batteries exploding, where a number of Canadians have been actually died from this sort of products. And Mr. Speaker, as a parent, a father of two children, I'm very concerned, especially about batteries and stuff, because I know my son uses the batteries in a number of different gadgets that he has. Mr. Speaker, so in order for us to and the other case I pointed out was the airbags that were being sold by an individual from my city to the States, and he's actually been jailed for 6 months in the United States, and this is a very recent case. And you think your airbags will deploy when they're needed, and hopefully that they will work properly. And so these are very serious health and safety issues for all Canadians. And in order for CBSA officers, for us to detect these, to ensure that we don't let these products come into the market, we need our officers, CBSA officers, to ensure that we are able to inspect the goods that are coming in. So making cuts to the very officers is not going to help, and I encourage the government to provide resources that we can properly implement this bill, C8, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to rise in this House and speak on the bill on counterfeiting measures. I've spoken many times over the last 10 years on these issues because what has happened in terms of legislative issues is the blurring often of the issues regarding copyright and counterfeit and trademark, and the need to come up with coherent policies that protect citizens, protects right holders. And this is not an easy situation because we're in a market that has transformed itself incredibly since Lord Macaulay in 1841 had talked about the need to protect the writers of the time. He said that we have to stop the, quote, knaves who take bread out of the mouths of deserving men. And Lord Macaulay believed that there needed to be copyright provisions. But Lord Macaulay also said there had to be a balance, that it wasn't about creating a monopoly for a certain group of book holders in London to stop other upstarts who are wanting to come in, and certainly we know the story of the reason Hollywood exists is because at that time California was beyond the copyright laws of the Thomas Edison Corporation, and they moved out to the desert not because it was beautiful, but because they were the original pirate culture, and they set themselves up and created an industry. So the issues of these balances throughout history it's a difficult act. What I'd like to talk about, we've seen with WIPO and the provisions of WIPO, we've seen with the ACTA, the Secretive Anti-Counterfeiting Trade Agreement, that had received such international backlash from ordinary citizens because it was blurring the roles between what should be considered domestic copyright policy and citizen right policy and the issue of counterfeit. And where this comes in is that we need to ensure that we can protect our rights holders and protect our citizens from the kind of counterfeit goods and bootleg operations that are undermining our economy, and we need to ensure that we have the tools to go against them. When we see large corporate rights holders say, well, let's spread that across the board, as my colleagues in the Liberal Party saying go after individuals for what their kid downloads a song and then sends it to 3 friends, we end up with an overreach. We've seen in the United States where they attempted through their Digital Copyright Millennium Act of the 1990s to create a legalistic response to the issues that the digital culture was creating, and certainly 35,000 lawsuits against citizens later, the market didn't come back. And what was missing from the market at that time was a coherent plan for the remuneration of artists who were facing some very, very difficult and challenging conditions because of the ease of copying. It used to be the only people who could actually copy had the means of production. You had the book binders, you had the record companies, but suddenly ordinary citizens could make copies. So the right to make copies became very challenged. Canada had come up with one of those solutions, which was the private copy and levy. So we recognized in Canada that people were going to make all manner of copies, and it would be impossible to remunerate artists for all the copying that was going on, but that off every cassette that came off, a few pennies were put aside into a fund for artists. The decision by this Conservative government to kill the private copy and levy has cost the Canadian music industry $25 million a year. Given the conditions of the music industry in Canada, that's $25 million we can't afford to lose. We see under the latest Copyright Act, the government killed the mechanical royalties for musicians and for the record industry, which was millions more. So at a time when the artistic culture of our country is very, very suffering, the need to remunerate those artists has been steadily whacked away at. The issue of collective copying regimes in schools, it certainly needs to be updated because of the digital culture, but to simply undermine it will leave artists working for free, and it will make the intellectual development and artistic development of our country much more challenged. The other issue we're seeing now is the Copyright Board's rules on streaming, live streaming. In the United States, it's an abysmal situation where Lady Gaga was paid $162 in royalties for over 1 million plays on, I think it was Spotify, on the streaming services. For someone of the magnitude of Lady Gaga to receive a $162 check shows you just how impossible it is for any other mid-sized artist to actually make a living and run a business doing the kind of music that Canada is. It is our premier export. We can talk about our oil and gas and our mining, but the talent that's come out of Canada in terms of music, our artists, our playwrights internationally, this is an industry that we can't afford to undermine anymore. And yet, even though in the United States, the streaming royalties set by their copyright tariffs are so low that it's actually undermining the ability of any artist to survive, the Copyright Board in Canada has set it at 10% of the American rate. So they are living as paupers in the United States with what the Copyright Board has set for this new medium. And in Canada, it's only 10% of what the rate is in the United States. So we would assume then Lady Gaga, if she had 1 million plays in Canada, would get $16.50, which would make again, anybody decide to go work at Tim Hortons rather than be an artist in this country. So those are the issues we're facing in terms of the need to protect our artists. How do we protect our artists? Well, we don't criminalize the consumer. We create a monetary stream. That's a reasonable solution. In terms of counterfeit, we have to separate, again, the issues about protecting our artists and giving our artists the tools that they need to be able to prosper while being able to go after the counterfeit gangs. I'll just stay on the artist situation for one more minute, Mr. Speaker, where we have small businesses, small creative artists. If their trademarks, if their arts are taken and by some counterfeit gang in China and reproduced, we have no mechanisms to go after those. Rights holders, when they're individual rights holders and when they're small rights holders, have no ability to go after these counterfeit operations. Sony can, Warner Brothers can, but the individual creative right holder who has their work stolen has no ability. And these are things that we should actually, if we're looking at international trade agreements, how do we provide provisions so that the small creative artists who are having their stuff stolen, that they can respond? Now, there's been some interesting elements in this bill. This bill is really an attempt to bring Canada in line with what came out of the ACTA negotiations. And we know with the ACTA negotiations, they were secretive. It was an overreach. It was a process that was to be set by lobbyists to be credible. And when it came to the public, there was a huge backlash. And it was interesting to see that that backlash was in Europe. So we see some of these provisions have been modified somewhat. It's very interesting now the border guards are able to seize goods, counterfeit goods at the border. That's a good provision, because before rights holders actually had to go to court and get a court order, and it was very difficult. So giving the border guards the ability to seize goods at the border is a reasonable solution to deal with criminal counterfeit, because these counterfeit operations, they undermine our economy, but they also undermine basic health and security in this country. Again, I want to point out that our Liberal colleagues wanted to extend this to be able to go after individuals who are traveling, which would have made it the ultimate harassment tool for anybody traveling anywhere internationally, that you could be pulled out of a line and they'd say, hey, we want to look at your iPod. We're going to go through every single one of your songs. And we'll have the right to stop you if you sometimes my kids send me a song that they downloaded. I'm sure they downloaded off iTunes. I don't know. But I would be liable for that. That would be an overreach. So the Liberal position of going after individuals and criminalizing individuals, when the focus on our border guards should be going after the criminal gangs, is, I think, just very wrong-headed and actually out of step with pretty much the rest of the world, although maybe North Korea might side with them on that one. But our issue here is, if we're going to have counterfeit laws, we actually need the resources so the border guards can go after, and we see massive cuts in border services, and also our police, because our police don't often see that this is an issue, going after the knockoff goods, going after the bootleg DVDs. Whether or not we need to look at provisions that provide our police services the incentive to actually clean up some of these illegal trades in goods that have undermined our economy and also undermined safety for Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Just before I go to questions and comments, just to remind honourable members to address their questions and comments to the chair. A couple of times this morning in the questions, members have used the structure, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, why did you do this and why did you say that? That is, you cannot do indirectly what you cannot do directly. So anyway, questions and comments. The honourable member for Jean-Lebert.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Timmins James Bay for his very eloquent understanding of this situation. We did work together on the C11 committee, the reforming the copyright, and I'd just like to ask him to just further comment on sort of the issues he brought. He was speaking about the issues regarding artists and the limitations now placed on the remuneration for artists because of the changes to the mechanical rights regime and the copyright regime, as well as private copying regimes. and how that differs, for example, from the more tangible counterfeiting of counterfeit DVDs or counterfeit Prada bags or things of these things that can be seized at the border. If he could just comment a bit on how he sees it more difficult, if he does, in finding remuneration for artists under this copyright regime, as opposed to simply seizing goods at the border.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in 1928, the recording industry of the United States collapsed. It was the biggest single loss in the history of the recording industry. It was because radio came in. Why buy records when you could listen to radio? And the industry was in a deep crisis till they found a solution where they forced the radio stations to pay a share, because part of the reason people were listening to the radio was because they were listening to music. And so that remuneration stream actually then brought in a unprecedented artistic development across North America and Europe of artists, because they actually were able to be paid. What we're seeing now in this changing culture is that we have incredible new opportunities for getting the product out there, but we're not getting any way to get paid. So it's actually decimating our artists at a time when we have incredible international opportunities. So the issue is we need to have the balance. We have to find a remuneration monetization stream for our artists. But again, we should be focused, our legal issues need to be focused on going after the counterfeiters and the bootleggers who are undermining the overall economy with commercial operations that use products and sell them when they're making money off the backs of other people's work.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, my colleague is an expert on this subject, and that is why I would like to ask him to compare the approach of the NDP with the Liberals and the Conservatives, particularly with regard to assuring a balance between the rights of consumers and the rights of artists.
Well, thank you. I thank my honourable colleague. Well, my colleagues and I, when we were working on the Copyright Act, one of the issues was the only thing that was brought forward by the Conservatives was digital locks. Well, digital locks will not create a market. Digital locks will not stop theft. And any kid gets up in the morning probably breaks 3 digital locks. What we said is, rather than simply say we're going to put all kinds of legal provisions for digital locks, let's find the monetization formula. It does exist. This is not rocket science. It's been done before. It is possible. So the focus for the New Democrats is to say our artists have a right to be paid. Our artists have a right to be protected. We are not going to go the route of the Liberals, which was to criminalize consumers, because young people share, and sometimes they share movies, and whether it's right or wrong, we can debate that all day. But certainly going after families and taking them to court for millions and millions of dollars, which we saw happen in the United States, was a wrong-headed move, and it actually undermined the market, and kids just walked away from the market. So how do we establish that balance? It's by not criminalizing consumers, but finding the monetary stream to protect our artists.
Reprise. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-8, an act to amend the Copyright Act and the Trademark Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. I'm going to speak in support of this bill. Obviously, we can't speak against the principle. It is important both for Canadian businesses and for consumers to fight against counterfeit. And so this is really like motherhood and apple pie. However, I do have a few reservations, especially with regard to this government's commitment to protecting copyright in this country, as well as the enforceability of the bill. And I hope that my observations will be heard by the government and will help enhance the measures that will be taken if this bill is adopted. Mr. Speaker, I think I can truthfully say that everyone here agrees on the fact that counterfeit must be eradicated because of its adverse effects and because of the impact that its products can have on our economy and that of our neighbors, as well as the potential health dangers. Obviously, counterfeit is a clandestine activity, and so we cannot measure exactly the scope of this problem with regard to our economy. But according to the RCMP, in 2011, 80% of counterfeit products came from China, which was a rise of 46% with regard to 2005. Industry Canada reports that an increase in the phenomenon over the past few years has had an impact. The department says the retail value of counterfeit products seized by the RCMP rose from $7.6 million in 2005 to $38 million in 2012. And this is only with regard to what was actually seized. In 2009, in a report entitled Magnitude of the Counterfeiting and Piracy of Tangible Product, an update, the OECD put at $250 billion the value of international trade in counterfeit goods and infringing copies. $250 billion, Mr. Speaker. Now, these numbers speak for themselves, and we must, without further delay, put in place effective measures to fight against this growing phenomenon. The Industry Committee recently carried out a study on intellectual property. A number of businesses testified before committee in favor of adopting measures at the border to fight against the increase in counterfeit products and in breaches to the law. In its report entitled Canada's Intellectual Property Regime, published in 2013, the committee put out a number of recommendations concerning the adoption of measures at the border to prevent the import of counterfeit products. In the same vein, the NDP members of the committee, in a dissenting report, stated that the Canada Border Services Agency needed sufficient funding to fight against counterfeit without compromising its other important responsibilities in order to protect Canadians and defend our border. Obviously, given that this was an NDP recommendation, and that it involved an increase in government expenses, even though it was a measure to defend the Canadian economy, the NDP members were obliged to put it into a dissenting report because the Conservatives are too blinded by their ideology to understand the advantages of such a measure for our industries. It makes no sense, but it's not the first time that it has happened, and it won't be the last, apparently. This government is riddled with contradictions. So now they've come up with Bill C-8, which is a booklet of good intentions. But you know, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the border, the United States have long been calling upon Canada to put in place harsher measures against counterfeit products. In 2012, in its Special 301 Report Watch, the Bureau of the American Representative Trade stated that the United States, and I quote,
urge Canada to strengthen its border enforcement efforts, including by providing customs officials with ex officio authority to take action against the importation, exportation, and transshipment of pirated or counterfeit goods. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this bill adds, among other things, 2 new criminal offenses under the Act for the possession or export of infringing copies, and prohibits the import or export of counterfeit copies and goods. Now, these are all fine principles, and they could help to fight against counterfeit and thus protect copyright and to ensure that counterfeit products do not enter the Canadian market, harm our economy, or cross our borders into the United States. But the problem is that this will take more than rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. I wonder how this government can seriously claim to want to fight counterfeit products when in their 2012 budget, the Conservatives put in place cuts of $143 million over 3 years to the funding of the CBSA. So that is up to $31.3 million in 2012-2013, $72.3 million in 2013-2014, for a total of $143.4 million by 2015 that will be cut from the CBSA's budget. It's easy to understand that these same cuts will once again reduce the number of border frontline officers and undermine our ability to monitor our borders. In fact, in the report on plans and priorities of this year, we saw a loss of the equivalent of 549 full-time positions by 2015 with the CBSA. I have to say that this is going to reduce their ability to carry out their responsibilities. So once again, the government is speaking out of both sides of its mouth. It says that it wants to fight counterfeit, which is a good thing, but on the other hand, it is cutting services, and this will prevent the CBSA from being able to do their job. With this bill, it is piling on the responsibilities to CBSA while reducing its ability to carry them out. Is that what the government really wants? It's not logical, Mr. Speaker. When these cuts to the CBSA were announced in the 2012 budget, the national chair of the Customs and Immigration Union, Mr. Jean-Pierre Fortin, said the following about the impacts of these cuts on the capacity of border officers to carry out their responsibilities. And he said, "These proposed budget cuts would have a direct and real impact on Canadians and our communities across the country. More child pornography entering the country, more weapons and illegal drugs will pass through our borders, not to mention terrorists, sexual predators, and hardened criminals who could come into our territory." Mr. Speaker, it sends shivers up my spine. If in 2012 the union president said that the CBSA was already going to have problems controlling the very foundations of our protection of territory, I wonder how the government thinks it is going to find the resources necessary to fight the import of counterfeit products, to protect Canadian industry, and to protect Canadians against counterfeit products and goods that could be dangerous for their health, when it continues to slash the budget of CBSA. Mr. Speaker, to effectively fight these counterfeit products and prevent them from entering our territory, we need more than good intentions and rhetoric. We need resources. The NDP supports measures that would help Canadian businesses to keep their jobs and production here, instead of offshoring them to countries where harsher measures are applied with regard to copyright. We in the NDP also want to ensure that sufficient funding is available so that bills like this one can be enforced properly, and so that agencies that are tasked with carrying out these duties do not have to choose between their different responsibilities, thereby endangering Canadian safety. In this case, if the government is truly serious about fighting the entry of counterfeit products into our territory, it will have to give the resources to the Canada Border Services Agency so that it can carry out all its responsibilities, and therefore the government must revisit its decision to cut their budget, and it must add officers. As I said at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Speaker, the NDP supports the principles underlying this bill and will vote in favour of its adoption, but once again, this must not be in vain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from HoC for her speech. It was very relevant and very detailed, but what I would like to hear from her this morning is what kind of message do we need to send to our constituents who often in large cities understand that buying a $20 Rolex watch is probably not a good idea, and that a Chanel handbag at $25 or $30, well, obviously that's not the real thing either. But these people really don't think that counterfeit is a major problem, and especially in Quebec, there are all kinds of counterfeit products in flea markets. So how can we get this message across that there is a real problem, and how can we make the Canadians understand this? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think we have to begin by showing our citizens that counterfeit can be a handbag, but it can also be something that is harmful not only to their health and their safety, but also to Canada's economy. For example, there are bicycles that are manufactured in Canada or furniture, and sometimes those industries are offshored because of counterfeit. Now, I'm not saying that we import counterfeit bicycles from China, but this is an example of jobs that are lost to other countries, whereas they could stay in Canada. Now, this is the same thing with products that are counterfeited here, because that prevents Canadian industry from manufacturing good, sound products, and it also undermines the reputation of good and sound Canadian industries. So if we want to keep good jobs here in Canada, we need to talk to our constituents and tell them that by buying counterfeit products, they are harming Canadian industry as a whole, and they're harming the economy.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to be able to speak at this point on Bill C-8, the bill dealing with quite sweeping changes to copyright infringement and intellectual property rights in Canada. I presented numerous amendments to this bill before the committee, and I'm sorry to say that my amendments shockingly did not carry. I'm afraid that in my time in presenting amendments to committees, Mr. Speaker, since this has become the custom due to the passage of astonishingly identical motions in 20 different committees at the same time, intended to deprive me of my rights to present substantive amendments at report stage, since I have been going to committee under this new edict, many committees, I haven't had a single amendment carry at committee. However, I remain hopeful that one day the reasoned efforts I'm making will meet with favor. In the case of this bill, Mr. Speaker, we are making, as I mentioned, sweeping changes, perhaps the most sweeping changes in intellectual property rights law in Canada in over 70 years. And we've made them without adequate hearings, study, or the proof of any need. As a matter of fact, as one prominent member of the Canadian Bar, Howard Knopf, describes the effort to deal with counterfeiting and fake products with this headline, is Parliament rushing to respond to a fake crisis about fake products? So we have copyright infringement. We know we want to protect, and I completely agree with all members of the House who've spoken to our desire to protect those who are artists, who are innovators, who are creators, from having the products of their intellectual efforts pirated, stolen, without adequate response. But to share with this House quite simply what we fear is happening here, we've created multiple offenses now for relatively minor matters. We've criminalized things that would normally be dealt with in civil efforts, and we've created new charges under the criminal code for offenses for which we already have adequate measures within the criminal code to handle such infringements. I want to first begin with the question of invasion of privacy, and it's found at Section 59 of Bill C-8, in which the definition of offense under the criminal code section dealing with wiretapping is amended to include infringements found and created in Bill C-8. Now, I think it's important, it's not before us at this moment, because when we're amending one bill and we're creating C-8, we don't always go back and look at the bills we're changing. But I think it is important for all members in this place, Mr. Speaker, to look at the criminal code section that C-8 amends. Bill C-8, intended to deal with copyright and trademarks, has amended and is amending Section 183 of the Criminal Code. Now, if you look at Section 183 of the Criminal Code, you find that the definitions of offense deal with the following. The first is high treason. Second is intimidating Parliament or a legislature. Third is sabotage, forgery, sedition, hijacking, endangering the safety of aircraft, offensive weapons, a breach of duty, using explosives. Now, into that category of offenses, which I think all members of this House, even those who don't have statutory interpretation training, will agree with me are offenses of a high order, significant, dangerous activities in the criminal code, for which we want to be able to have access to wiretap. We're now adding offenses under copyright and trademark infringement as created by this Act. Now, that's a step too far for the Green Party. That means that we are going to be able to see the day that it's immediately on passage of C-8, that people who, for instance, in a number of fact settings that we certainly don't contemplate as dangerous, can have their phones wiretapped. The accidental downloading by, as the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay mentioned, most high school kids can break this law any day of the week without actually with planning to make a fortune for themselves or do anything other than download illegally from a website. As the noted lawyer in this area, Howard Knopf, has mentioned, although he wasn't allowed to speak before the committee, by the way, he wasn't a witness, but he's mentioned that, quote, piling on, he wrote, quote here, the DNA and fingerprints of the movie and record industries are all over this bill. Why else would we want to allow the RCMP and law enforcement agents to have the ability to wiretap the phones of people they suspect have downloaded illegally? Copyright infringement in this new scenario, the brave new world of C8, goes quite far into activities that one would not ordinarily consider dangerous at all, not even criminal, but they are going to be criminalized. For instance, under some sections of this bill, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that someone had infringed copyright under this bill by playing at a private function such as a wedding, tunes that normally are played by disc jockeys at various events. That could prompt a wiretap if they were so inclined. Now, these changes, as I mentioned, are quite sweeping, and I don't believe that the Canadian public is aware of what C8 proposes to do or the complexities and confusion that will be created by the way this act is structured. And again, Bill, under C8, a criminal remedy is available for anyone who knowingly distributes copies of a work in which copyright subsists. Again, that could capture a kid downloading or using files on BitTorrent. Now, those aren't activities we want to encourage. On the other hand, the level of criminality and the ability to wiretap for those offenses is certainly extreme. The other concern for people who work in this area of trademark and copyright, and it is a difficult area, is that this bill could also capture inadvertently parallel imports. Now, parallel imports are also referred to as gray products. They're in a murky area. The use of the word gray applies. A gray import, a parallel import, is something where it's not actually infringement of copyright at all, and it's not a counterfeit or piracy measure. But for instance, I'll use an example from New Zealand that I found looking around for a commonplace example to explain what we mean by parallel imports. In New Zealand, it's common for luxury car dealers to go to Malaysia, buy Mercedes-Benzes there, which are available cheaper, import them legally into New Zealand, and sell them at the price Mercedes-Benz wants to sell that car for to a New Zealand market. The person who's gone to the trouble of going to get it in Malaysia hasn't broken any law. They make a fair bit of money on this, and it's generally considered that parallel imports increase consumer choice, aid competition, and keep the prices low. Well, the way this bill is structured, it could quite easily capture parallel imports inadvertently, not counterfeit, not pirate, but not only could we capture parallel imports, we could then, of course, have the ability to wiretap to find out what that group is doing. This bill, Mr. Speaker, has so much wrong with it, and the failure to make efforts to make it more precise is only astonishing, again, when one considers that these are fundamental changes to our copyright law being pushed through without adequate time to consider the implications. Certainly a border guard, and this point was made earlier by the honourable member from Toronto High Park. How is a border official, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I think it was the honourable member for Hamilton. How could a border guard have sufficient grasp of this very complex area of international copyright law to distinguish between a parallel import and a counterfeit or pirated good? It simply is beyond the scope of even people who practice this area of law full time to make such a determination on the spot at the border. I'm going to, in closing, Mr. Speaker, because I know I have less than a minute, turn to the recommendations that Howard Knopf would have made had he been allowed to speak to committee. And I'm just going to cover them quickly. I'm going to quote from an article he wrote. Again, he wasn't allowed to speak to committee. And what he urged was that it is important that, quote, the numerous references apparently intended not to interfere with the free flow of parallel imports are inconsistent and present potentially serious drafting problems that require further study. The bill should propose appropriate declaratory language for both the Copyright and Trademarks Act to make it absolutely clear that with the exception of sui generis book importation scheme, now found in Section 27.1 of the Copyright Act, neither of these acts shall restrict the importation, distribution of a sale or project or product which is generally considered parallel import. The second recommendation is that, quote, it would be mistaken and harmful to criminalize routine copyright and trademark infringement activity, and that there is no need to add additional criminal sanctions, much less wiretap enablement provisions or any provisions that would authorize the warrantless search of travelers to determine whether they have infringing items in their baggage, etc. 3, the bill should contain no provisions that are not essential for the purpose of combating counterfeit. I believe I've run out of time at this point, Mr. Speaker. I do urge this place to accept that this bill will require massive amendments very soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate what the leader of the Green Party put on the table. But it concerns me when I listen to her remarks that what seems to me as a very important witness was not invited to the committee, and I wonder could she inform the House why? I mean, committees, and I know they're not working well in recent years, but committees are supposed to look at all the angles. Seems rather strange that consistently amendments from no one other than the government seems to be accepted. That's not how this place is supposed to work. Opposition members and other witnesses have good ideas too. Might even prevent the government from having their legislation tossed back by the Supreme Court. But I wonder, could the member tell me the credentials of the witness that she talked about, and if she has any reason why that member was not invited with his expertise to come to the committee to assist all Canadians in making better legislation.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Malpeque. Howard Knopp has over 30 years' experience in copyright infringement law. He attached a CV to and sent it to the committee. In his letter to the committee, he said the following, quote, if there is to be a bill, we need to get it right. Here is my offer to appear, sent to the committee on November 11th, 2013. It appears that the committee does not wish to hear me on this. He went on to say that, quote, I would like to offer to appear before your committee in my own personal pro bono capacity as a witness in order to address certain issues of serious concern regarding C8. While the overall purpose of the bill is commendable, namely to reduce commercial counterfeiting and piracy, and the drafting shows very diligent work and great competence overall, the devil is in the details. And there are 50 pages of highly technical details in this instance, some of which have profound policy implications. He closed with a P.S., Mr. Speaker, which in light of the comments from the member from Malpeque are troubling. He wrote, P.S. Interestingly, the committee has heard both from Lauren Lipkus and his son David Lipkus, both of the same anti-counterfeiting law firm, in separate presentations that were presumably both much in favor of the legislation and presumably both advocating it go even further. But a committee that is rushing to judgment and refusing to hear testimony that it might not like, while hearing separate testimony from a father and son in the same law firm with the same focus, is really rather unusual, even by parliamentary committee standards.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. McKay, Central Nova, move that Bill C8, an act to amend the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
This bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-40, Rouge National Urban Park Act.
This matter was last before the House. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood had spoken for 10 minutes, so he has 10 minutes remaining, plus questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose, and I appreciate the
enthusiastic applause from the parliamentary secretary. I suppose there's some possibility that since June 19th you possibly don't remember what profound wisdom I shared with the chamber. But on the kind of the realistic possibility that you didn't retain that profound wisdom over the course of the summer, let me do a quick review and then comment upon changes that have happened since that debate, which I think have a dramatic impact on the integrity of the bill. So when I was initially expressing my thoughts, I was concerned about three things, Mr. Speaker. The actual size of the park. I was concerned about the ecological integrity of the park, and I was concerned about the consistency of a park with agricultural leases. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, I was concerned about the ecological integrity of the park, because you may or may not know, Mr. Speaker, that most parks make reference to a clause when they create a park, which says that a minister shall, within 5 years after a park is established, prepare a management plan for the park containing long-term ecological vision for the park and set of ecological integrity objectives and indicators, etc. That clause is noticeably missing from this particular park bill, Mr. Speaker, and it is a downgraded standard of ecological integrity, which says the minister must, in the management of the park, take into consideration the protection of natural ecosystems and cultural landscapes and the maintenance of native wildlife and health of those ecosystems. So, Mr. Speaker, it's quite a significantly reduced commitment. Taking into consideration, as I said back on June 19th, Mr. Speaker, is not a plan. And then I then went on to sketch a scenario. The scenario has, in a strange sort of way, actually unfolded. So the scenario was the minister goes to the province of Ontario and says, quote, we would like to your 1,000 acres or 2,000 acres or whatever the number might be. And the minister from the province of Ontario says, well, we want to know how you're going to manage how you're going to produce a plan and how you're going to manage the park. And the response from the Minister of the Environment, who is the responsible minister, says, trust me. Well, Mr. Speaker, trust me doesn't actually cut it. And as far as anyone else in the House knows, including the parliamentary secretary to the minister, we do not actually know how this park is going to be managed. So then I went on and I said, if I'm the province of Ontario or the town of Markham or the city of Toronto, I'm going to be asking this rather fundamental question. And I would say, unless you have a plan, no transfer. I rather hope that it doesn't get held up on that. But I want to emphasize that. I rather hope that it doesn't get held up on that. I hope there's a plan. I hope the ecological and cultural integrity of the park would be protected. However, trust me, is not exactly a great answer. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that you appreciate the profundity of my wisdom on these matters, but even I did not know that I was going to be prescient. And you'll know, Mr. Speaker, that since then the province of Ontario has withdrawn its 22 square kilometres because the province of Ontario wants to have a commitment to an ecological plan which is similar to or exceeds the commitments that currently exist for the plan, or for the park. So the consequence of that, Mr. Speaker, has been that the government, for whatever reason, has not offered that commitment and is not presenting legislation which offers that commitment. And therefore, the province of Ontario is in a bit of a dilemma, Mr. Speaker, because it wants to see this park succeed. The town of Markham wants this park to succeed. The city of Toronto wants to see this park succeed. And I dare say that pretty well everyone in this chamber wants this park to succeed, and all of the people that they in fact represent. So the province of Ontario has reluctantly withdrawn its commitment to transfer the 22 odd square kilometres that are within its jurisdiction, And at this point, we don't actually know what other transferors are going to do in order to fulfill the government's commitment to a 58 square kilometre park. So as we are speaking here on October the 2nd, 2014, debating this bill, which we all support in one manner or another, we don't actually know what this park's going to be. In fact, we know much less than we knew back on June the 19th when we were debating it. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, this is a bit of a Swiss cheese park. And I don't know what the province of Ontario controls. I do know that it is a significant, and I would say pretty well a third of the intended park. And I don't know whether this turns it into a whole bunch of little pieces of land which may or may not be joined together through the entire 58 square kilometres. So we may have a big chunk out of the middle of the park, or we may have a bunch of little chunks out of the park. Regardless, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't seem to be an appropriate way to go about it. I would have thought, and far be it for me to give advice to the government, but I would have thought that before the tabling of the plan, before the tabling of the bill, you would have had the province of Ontario, the town of Markham, the city of Toronto, whomever is going to be transferring land, you would have had a sign-on to the commitment to ecological integrity, which was actually created in January of 2013, where the federal government signed a memorandum of agreement with the province of Ontario requiring that the Rouge Park policies meet or exceed existing provincial policies. I would have thought that that would have been locked down, Mr. Speaker, prior to the presentation of this bill. But it's not. And the province of Ontario is not satisfied. And the province of Ontario will not transfer its lands until it is satisfied. So we do have a bit of a Swiss cheese park proposal presently before the House, where none of us actually know what's in the proposal, and where the Government of Canada doesn't seem to be prepared to meet or exceed provincial policies. The consequence, Mr. Speaker, is that we're kind of debating in the dark here, because we don't know where we're going to have this plan. We don't know what's going to be in it. We don't know what's not going to be in it. We don't know what the basis for the government's refusal to meet or exceed the provincial standards is, and the consequence of that is still yet to be determined. I frankly thought, Mr. Speaker, when I read of the government of Ontario's intention to withdraw its commitment, withdraw from its commitment, that actually the government would pull the bill. And it would pull the bill until such times as all levels of government are satisfied with the commitment to the ecological integrity for the bill. And it's not as if this doesn't actually have some serious implications. This is an exciting possibility. This is a once-in-a-lifetime possibility, and it's very important to get it right. And therefore, it's very important to have all levels of government on side and to deal with what are unique problems to the proposal. You will know, Mr. Speaker, that this park is crossed by the 401. It's crossed by Taunton Road. It's crossed by hydro lines. It's an urban park. But you might also know, Mr. Speaker, that the Rouge River is one of the more degraded watersheds in the general GTA. And because it's one of the more degraded watersheds, it's extremely important that an ecological management plan be put in place before you invite other levels of government to simply turn over their commitment and in the end lose all control over their piece of land. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time and attention. I can't say that I would be overly insulted if you didn't actually remember what I said prior in June of the previous this year. But I hope that that my remarks summarize what I see as the state of affairs and why this bill is quite problematic for many of us. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I will agree with my colleague in that I do believe that ecological integrity is one of the key pillars of Parks Canada. Certainly, I believe in that quite strongly, and we see that with many of the parks that our government has created across this country. We've actually expanded parks space quite significantly under this government. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'm curious about is if my colleague could speak about the November 15th, 2014 date, which has been set, 2015, which has been set that there would be no talk, I believe, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, under any circumstance for transfer of that land. Now, one could suggest that that has been coincidentally set. I would hope that that's the case. But I'm wondering if my colleague would support an accelerated timeline for discussions around that, should we be able to come to consensus, or if he supports that particular date for any specific reason. And if he could also comment on the fact that the whole principle of developing a parks management plan is to consult with the community, consult with different stakeholders, different levels of government to agree to the principles by which ecological integrity is maintained in this park, which is typically the process by which parks are maintained in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I thank the Honourable Member for her thoughtful question. I don't know about a date. I believe she said November 2015. I don't know about that. I would have thought that a lot of the heavy lifting with respect to the plan and the park would have been done prior to the presentation of the bill. And I guess that's where the rubber is hitting the road here, Mr. Speaker. There are ongoing consultations with community stakeholders. I've been to one of them. It was in my community. In fact, it's just literally across the creek from the consultation was literally across the creek from my own backyard. And it was an interesting exercise, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say that at the end of the 2 hours of consultation with my community, there may have been a lot more questions than there were answers. And so if this is the state of consultation, it does in fact make me a little nervous.
Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciated my colleague's speech, in particular what he was talking about with regards to ecological integrity. And my question for him is about what he's hearing. I'm not an MP from Ontario, so I'm interested in his what he's hearing on the ground. He talked about the fact that the federal government is supposed to meet or exceed an existing environmental legislation. That's part of the land transfer agreement, and now the Ontario government is saying, as we heard, that they may not transfer over the land. So it's a complicated thing to be debating in the House when we don't actually know what this park will look like. So we're debating a bill about a park. We don't know what the final result of the park will be. So I'm wondering what, if he can expand a little bit on this point, what he's hearing in his community, what he's hearing, if he has any particular insight about how we can even do this if we don't know if the lands will be transferred.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, the Honourable Member has hit the nail on the head. I think that the presentation of this bill is entirely premature, given the recent factual circumstances, if you will, the facts on the ground, as folks like to describe them. I know that there are a number of people who have been, I should say, Rouge Park warriors for 20, 25 years, and are deeply committed to and involved in the management of the park, and have been over the last few years. There's a sense, rightly, wrongly, fairly, etc., that they're marginalized, and it's not optimum way to treat citizens who have dealt with it. So I think that, frankly, the province of Ontario has picked up on the disquiet in the community, because this is a complicated park, no matter how you slice the bologna. it's going to be a very complicated park, even with the best of intentions and even with a lot of the stakeholders on the side of the Angels.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for Scarborough-Guildwood for his presentation on the Rouge Park as proposed to us. I had a lot of involvement with the Rouge when I worked in the office of the Honourable Tom McMillan when he was Minister of Environment, and with the wonderful Pauline Browse, who continues to play an important role in this. She was Minister of Parks under the Mulroney administration. I want to see the Rouge created as a national park, but I want it to be done right. I've also, therefore, worked with the group known as Friends of the Rouge for a very long time and share their concern that the current management plan and current plans for the park don't protect it adequately. And I want to ask my honourable colleague for Scarborough-Guildwood, yes, it's a park in an urban area, which makes it unique. But how much do we have to compromise on the fundamental principles of ecological integrity within the national park scheme in order to create an urban park? Should we not push for the very best ecologically protected zone we possibly can? This will be an achievement for the world.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I, too, want to acknowledge the work of the Honourable Pauline Browse. You'll be interested to know, Mr. Speaker, at one point she ran against me. So I have some familiarity with Ms. Browse. Anyways, I'm here and she's not. The member for Oak Ridge's, Witcher-Stovall had the same experience, I believe, as well. But he is here. And I also want to acknowledge the work of Derek Lee, who was the member for the Scarborough Rouge for many years. And I think those, if you will, are the two legislative heroes. The honourable member asks a really interesting question, and that is, how much is the compromise going to be? And it's going to be a compromise. We're not talking about pristine wilderness. We're not talking about Nahanni, which is what we're going to be talking about in the next park bill. We're talking about a significantly degraded watershed. We're talking about an area on the eastern GTA which is heavily populated, and we're talking about a lot of complications, particularly, for instance, with the leaseholders, and how to integrate the leaseholders into the management of the farm, yet meet the highest possible ecological standards, if you will, under the circumstances. So this was going to be difficult at the best of times, and it's been made even more difficult with these current circumstances.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. La députée de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief since there's very little time left. What concerns me is the dangerous precedent that the Conservatives could have with the creation of this park. It'll be the first national urban national park, so it's important that the notion of ecological integrity be the priority. If the creation of the park is done according to this version, and I heard my Conservative colleague earlier say that the ecological integrity was important for her, well, she should push her Conservative colleague so that this is in the bill. It's not the case. So my question for my colleague is, doesn't he think it's a dangerous precedent if they go ahead with the creation of this park without ecological integrity being a priority? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I agree and I disagree simultaneously with my colleague. I think it is a dangerous precedent, but the creation of urban parks is difficult and almost unique. Each one is unique to its own circumstances. But I think this is the one where you make the mold. And if the mold is not one that has ecological integrity, or has, in the words of some, a net gain in ecosystem and watershed health, if that's not your standard, if you don't set a standard, then you'll achieve nothing. And at this point, there isn't one, and it's going to result in some rather regrettable consequences.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick comment to make here. I think the legislation in front of us should be supported by members of the House because it, in fact, will exceed provincial standards when it comes to the ecological protection in our parks. Provincial parks like Algonquin and Killarney allow logging, mining, fishing, and hunting. The current legislation in front of us does not allow that. It will not allow for resource extraction, for logging. It will not allow for the removal of native flora and fauna. It will not allow for hunting or fishing, and will not allow for the removal of fossils. So I just make that comment because I think it's important to acknowledge that this legislation will exceed Ontario provincial legislation in respect of parks like Algonquin, Killarney, which are considered crown jewels in the Ontario parks system.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his work on this park, and I imagine if the honourable member was running this file, we could actually do some business. But trust me doesn't cut it. The responses from the federal government to the government of Ontario have been not helpful. And this is a complicated park, and there, of course, is other forms of commercial activity in other parks. That's just the reality, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the way the legislation is phrased, it's open season, and that indeed is regrettable. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, trust me, doesn't cut it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and Minister responsible for intergovernmental affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to begin by just commenting today on today is the first day of the Markham Fair. It runs from the 2nd through to the 5th, Mr. Speaker. This is one of Ontario's largest agricultural fairs. It's been going on since 1844 in my community, Mr. Speaker. And obviously it highlights the important role that farming and agriculture has played in the development of my community and the entire York region, Mr. Speaker. What's very special about the Markham Fair every year is the importance the entire community places in the fair. Every November, I have the opportunity to attend the President's Banquet at the Markham Fair, and we recognize those people, those individuals who have volunteered their time at the fair. And, Mr. Speaker, it always amazes me how many people have been there for 5, 10, 20, 25, 40, 45, and 50 years volunteering at the Markham Fair, generation upon generation of family volunteering to make this annual fair a special event for our entire community. And obviously, as I said, it's an agricultural fair, so obviously all the things that you would expect to see at an agricultural fair, plowing match, competitions with respect to hog competitions, chickens, the best homemade apple pie, soap carving, obviously a midway, and all kinds of other things that highlight the importance of agriculture to our community. So I just wanted to, today as they kick off another year of the Markham Fair, I just want to congratulate them and to wish them well, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, obviously there's been a lot of differences of opinion on the creation of the park. Well, actually, let me take that back. I don't think there's a difference of opinion with respect to creating the Rouge National Urban Park. I think where the difference is what form that park will take. As the member for Scarborough-Guildwood highlighted, and the member for Wellington Halton Hills, there have been a lot of people for many, many years who have been focused on trying to create a park, a national park in the Rouge. And that is something that has been talked about for many, many years. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's important, I think, to look back a little bit at where this all started from and how we've gotten to this place. A lot of the land in this area, Mr. Speaker, became available to the government, obviously through the expropriations in 1972 by the Trudeau government of, I think it was over 18,000 acres of land for the creation of a potential new airport in a second airport for Toronto. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, farmers in this area were evicted from their lands. Some were given leases to lease back their lands on a yearly basis. but many were evicted. And that has been the reality for many of the farmers in this area since 1972. Fast forward to 1994, Mr. Speaker, when the Rouge Park concept started being put into play. It really followed on, as has already been noted. Pauline Browse, who was, I believe she was Minister of State for the Environment in the Kim Campbell government, and she had, I believe she was Parliamentary Secretary in the Mulroney government, when a decision was made that I believe it was $10 million would be set aside to help create and manage and preserve some of the natural heritage of the Rouge Park. So that brought in a significance, a heightened significance of how special the natural heritage of the Rouge was or is. Consequence, there's been provincial governments that have also recognized that. I know through the 90s and the early 2000s, the Mike Harris government transferred thousands of acres of land into the management of the park. Through that time, also plans were undertaken to manage the Rouge in a more effective way so that we could preserve and protect the natural heritage of the area. Now, as we got a little bit further on into the discussion, Mr. Speaker, thoughts came of what could we do to not only protect the Rouge Park, because, as has been mentioned, the Rouge Park kind of falls into two different categories. There is a Toronto category, and then there is a York region part of it. So the Toronto category, for those who don't know the area, there's a large street. It's called Steeles Avenue. And south of Steeles Avenue, I don't think anybody could argue that some of the most extraordinary natural heritage that is in Ontario or Canada can be evidenced through the Rouge Park there. It is absolutely spectacular. I don't think anybody can question that, Mr. Speaker. North of Highway 7, or north of Steeles Avenue, then you start coming into more agricultural areas. A vast majority of the land to the north of Highway 7, which will be put into the Rouge Park, is agricultural land. Agricultural land that has been farmed for hundreds of years, Mr. Speaker. This isn't just a new concept. This land has been farmed for hundreds of years. In fact, I would invite all of my colleagues in the House to actually take a look at a program. It's called Curse of the Axe. And what this program was is it highlights the Wendat people who were settled in this area some 500 years ago, and the discoveries that was made that the Wendat people had been farming those very same lands, and to the extent at which they were farming completely changed how we viewed our First Nations and the role that they played in agriculture in the area and in trading, Mr. Speaker. So I'd invite all my colleagues to take a look at this program. It's called Curse of the Axe, and it will highlight again for how long this land has been farmed, Mr. Speaker. But as I said, north of Highway 7, it's farming. That's what happens. Now to the south, as the member for Scarborough-Guildwood rightly pointed out, to the south you have the 401, you have a hydro corridor, the Toronto Zoo is there. On one edge of it you have a landfill. But there are extraordinary pockets of incredible beauty that governments have been, through the Ontario government, through the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, what was previously the Rouge Park Alliance, have been working on preserving for a number of years. And we've done that with partners in the private sector, Mr. Speaker, and by and large we've done a very good job. But when the concept started evolving with respect to a national urban park, and when we knew we had some of these excess lands, airport lands, that's when the debate started to change a little bit. Because we knew, as has been mentioned by other speakers, that we could do something very special here. We could do something very special. We could protect the natural heritage of the Rouge Valley, but at the same time we could extract those lands that had become surplus to any potential airport needs and put them back into a Rouge Park so that these lands could be protected for a long time to come. And I just want to read something. This is a quote from the Ontario Farmland Trust, which is a non-profit organization that promotes farmland preservation. This is what they said. They said, "The new Rouge National Urban Park offers one of the most innovative opportunities for the protection of farmland resources, agricultural heritage, and local food production in our generation, Mr. Speaker. You know, only 1%, if I'm not mistaken, as I said, this is Class 1 farmland. We have lost so much farmland in this area, obviously, to development. If you look at the park south of Steeles, pretty much all of the farming that was there is now gone. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we have to do our absolute best to ensure that the Class 1 farmland on the northern part of the future park is preserved and is saved, and that we allow our farmers to continue to farm using best farm practices for a very, very long time, Mr. Speaker. Because as often, you know, our farmers are sometimes condemned as not being proper stewards of the land. Well, Mr. Speaker, I disagree. These lands have been farmed for hundreds of years, and our farmers are some of the best stewards of the land, Mr. Speaker. And the proposal that has been brought forward by the minister would see these farmers finally get long-term leases. Now, bear in mind, these farmers have been working on yearly leases. It is very hard, if not impossible, for them to make investments in the land that they have been farming. They can't make the investments that most farmers would want to make. They're forced into a certain type of farming because they're on a yearly lease, Mr. Speaker, and this has been a disadvantage. This has disadvantaged the farmers in this area for a very, very long time. And we have the opportunity through this legislation to do both things that I think are very important: protect the natural heritage of the park, while at the same time reversing decades of poor treatment of our farmers in the area. So that's why I'm actually very excited about this. Now, Mr. Speaker, obviously throughout this process, there has been a lot of debate. There's been a lot of debate. I had to say the member for Wellington, Halton Hills, and I haven't always seen eye to eye on this. We've had a tremendous amount of debate on this. When the proposal first came to me as the Member of Parliament for Oak Ridges Markham to create a Rouge National Urban Park, I was dead set against it if it meant that my farmers in my riding would be disadvantaged the way they had been, and if they were to be treated the way they had been under the existing Rouge Park management. Now, the Rouge Park management, there's a 1994 Rouge Park management plan, and I believe a 2001 management plan, Mr. Speaker. And part of that management plan calls for a 600-meter corridor. The net result of that corridor would mean the elimination, at a minimum elimination of 1,700 acres of Class 1 farmland. At a minimum, Mr. Speaker. And that is completely unacceptable to me, it's unacceptable to my farmers, and it's unacceptable to my constituents, Mr. Speaker. But what we can do is we can make sure that we work with the farmers who are not opposed to making sure that the entire ecosystem is protected. They want to work together with government to make sure that they can do that. Now, I want to read from the York Region Federation of Agriculture. They represent farmers in the area. This is what they say. They said, the York Region Federation of Agriculture represents 700 farm businesses in York Region, including those in the Rouge National Urban Park. And this is to the Honourable Brad Duguid, the Ontario Minister, who has highlighted that the Ontario government does not want to transfer the land. He says, you arrived at your decision to not recommend the provincial land transfers after discussions with stakeholders and local citizen groups. You did not consult with the York Region Federation of Agriculture, the farmers in the park, or the community living in the park. We urge you not to hold up the transfer of provincial lands to Parks Canada. Goes on to say the farming community in the Rouge National Park are the same farm families that have been farming and caring for the land for almost 200 years. The future of the farms in the Rouge National Urban Park have been in limbo since the farms were expropriated in the 1970s. The farmland in the Rouge National Urban Park is Class 1 agricultural land, meaning it is the best land for agricultural purposes. less than 1% of Canada's farmland is Class 1. The farmers in the park have already given up 1,000 acres of productive farmland in the Rouge National Urban Park to reforestation projects. They continue with the following. We support Parks Canada's consultation process that engaged over 100 stakeholder groups and thousands of individuals to create the Rouge National Urban Park Draft Management Plan. And they go on to say, we believe that Parks Canada will improve the ecological integrity of the Rouge National Park while maintaining the farmland in food production, Mr. Speaker. That's from the York Region Federation of Agriculture. I want to just reference another letter from the Cedar Grove Community Group. Now, Cedar Grove is an extraordinary community within my riding, Mr. Speaker, a very historical community, and this is what they have to say. On behalf of the Cedar Grove Community Club, we write with regard to your letter, this is to Minister Duguid, again, of September 2nd, which presents your decision to withdraw your recommendation to support transfer of land to the Rouge National Urban Park. It was shocking to learn of your decision, and we strongly disagree. With the promise of the coming Rouge National Urban Park, there was an anticipated hope for stability for farmers and residents of Cedar Grove and the surrounding community. And they go on to support what the government, what the minister has done to bring about the Rouge National Urban Park. Now, I want to just quickly talk about what has recently transpired with the province of Ontario. Mr. Speaker, we obviously have been working with the province of Ontario for a number of years, since this announcement was made in the previous election, in the election of 2011, and re-highlighted in the throne speech. We've been working closely with the province of Ontario so that we could bring about this Rouge National Urban Park in a way that respected the ecological integrity, that promoted the natural heritage, but also protected the farmers and gave them the stability that they've been looking for since 1972. Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a big secret that we were close to an agreement. We were close to an agreement. We had a signed agreement with the province of Ontario that I think we probably would have announced had an election not been called in the province of Ontario, Mr. Speaker. Then, after the election, unbeknownst to any of us, I know I picked up the Toronto Star one day, and I saw this letter from the Liberal Minister Duguid, outlining their concerns that they were no longer going to be transferring the land because they had some concerns with ecological integrity, Mr. Speaker. Never had they mentioned this before, Mr. Speaker. They had signed an agreement with us, Mr. Speaker. The transfer was to happen. We were to move forward with a management plan that was working with the province, that was working with the stakeholders in the area, Mr. Speaker. And then this came, and coincidentally, everything is held up until November 2015, after the next federal election, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it's truly shameful. Now, it's worth remembering that it's the same provincial Liberal government that had before requested not ecological integrity, but actually had requested money for the lands that they were going to transfer. They actually wanted to be bought out. So when they had asked for, I don't know, it was $120 million, they had no concerns with what they were seeing then. No concerns then. Their concern was they wanted to be bought out of their position in the lands. So give us $100 million and we'll transfer it to you. No problem. Well, when it was highlighted by people like Alan Wells, who was the final chair of the Rouge Park Alliance, that had never been the case, that governments had transferred lands to the Rouge Park on very limited, I believe, for $1, Mr. Speaker. The provincial government had done that before. The provincial government of Mike Harris transferred lands to the Toronto Region Conservation Authority so that it could be managed, Mr. Speaker. It was pointed that out to the minister, but they were dedicated, they needed to get their $100 million, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to, I know I'm running out of time, Mr. Speaker, I really want to reiterate what the provincial Liberals' proposal will do. In his letter to the Minister of the Environment, he highlighted somebody that the member for Scarborough-Guildwood and Saanich Filings talked about. Now, it's worth noting the member for Scarborough-Guildwood, the member for Scarborough-Rouge River, Markham, Unionville, and I'm not sure if anybody else, they submitted petitions to this House supporting a 1994 framework, saying that this park could not go ahead unless you supported a 1994 framework. But as I said earlier, the 1994 framework will cause 1,700 acres of Class 1 farmland to be taken out of production, will mean the eviction of farmers, Mr. Speaker, will probably mean the closure of one of our most successful farms in the area, Whittemore's Farms, will mean the closure of Whittemore's Farms, Mr. Speaker. And to say that the farmers don't trust the provincial Liberal government on this is an understatement, because they've seen this before. There was a park called Bob Hunter Park, where 600 acres of Class 1 farmland was taken away from farmers. People who had lived there for 33 years were evicted. Trees were planted across this Class 1 farmland. Millions of dollars was put into it. No consultation. It was done and forced upon these farmers. So the farmers don't trust the provincial government. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, governments at the federal level have never also undertaken a consultation process like we have on this, Mr. Speaker. And it's all conservative and Liberal governments in the past have never done what we have done now. So, Mr. Speaker, while I agree that the southern part of this extraordinary ecosystem needs to be protected, and that's what our legislation does, I do not agree that that means sacrificing thousands of acres of Class 1 farmland in order to create a Rouge National Urban Park. And I do hope that the House will work with us to create a park that we can all be proud of and will give the millions of people who live in this area access to a treasure that I think that we'll be able to brag about because we helped create it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the speech. He kept bringing up farmers over and over again and made numerous references to the 72 expropriation of land by the federal government and then the one-year leases that have since followed. Many of the farms that the member was speaking about are actually outside of that land that was expropriated, where there are still some farms today, Mr. Speaker, but there's actually only one family farm that's left from that original era when the land was expropriated, the Tapscotts, who folks in Scarborough will know quite well. They actually emigrated from Scarborough to Pickering to farm that land, and they've been sitting on those one-year leases ever since. And, of course, the member referenced how horrible it was that all that land was stripped away. But then successive governments, both Liberal and Conservative, have continued to ignore that problem. And he's worried about the loss of a little bit of farmland upstream from that area that he thinks needs to be protected. Well, if you don't protect upstream, then downstream's not protected either. But we have thousands and thousands and thousands of Class A farmland in that expropriated land that could be turned to farming today. It's laying fallow. So why does the government not want to address that issue, which would also help the park, instead of continuing with this plan, which hurt farmers again to re-announce that airport that we're not sure we need, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Well, Mr. Speaker, actually the member is wrong. Vast majority of that land in that area of the 18,000 is actually farmed as part of an agricultural preserve. In fact, I hazard to say all of it, Mr. Speaker, is farmed, Mr. Speaker, on a one-year leases, unfortunately. He talks about, and this is the problem. This is a problem that we have. By supporting the 1994 framework, you have to evict farmers. You have to evict farmers, and you have to take out 1,700 acres at a minimum. 1,700 acres of Class 1 farmland have to be taken out of production. I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that, Mr. Speaker. I think that we can do both. We can protect the ecological integrity of the park. We can also protect farmers, Mr. Speaker, and we can create something that I think would be a benefit to all Canadians and certainly extraordinary benefit to the people in the GTA.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in and around this issue for quite a number of years, gone to quite a number of public meetings, and met with, I wouldn't say a huge number of farmers, but a number of farmers. I know the area intimately because we had a farm up in up a little bit west of there, but still we would drive through the Reeser Road and the Reeser Farm, and we know the Whittemores and Tapscotts, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, I realize I'm advancing in my years, but my memory still occasionally serves me. And I don't actually recollect any conversation where the farmers are going to be evicted, or the farmers are going to be, somehow or other going to be circumscribed. In fact, were the plan to be been presented by the government, we might have actually got 5, 10, 15-year leases that would give the stabilization that the honourable member wishes to have for the farmers. I think the conversation with the farmers has been the management of watersheds, the kind of pesticides or not that are put onto the land, the kind of phosphorus or not that's put onto the land, public access, things of that nature. So I actually see the conversation with the farmers as relatively mature. And I think, frankly, that the honourable member mischaracterizes the fear of the farmers. That in fact, a lot of the people that are keenly interested in this park, south of Steeles, are in fact big farmer fans north of Steeles.
Honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Again, Mr. Speaker, you can't fulfill the promise that the member has just talked about. He's talking about the 1994 framework from the Rouge. You can't fulfill that promise. You can't take 1,700 acres of Class 1 farmland out of production without evicting farmers. It's impossible to do. 1,700 acres of land, you have to evict farmers. And we saw this. We saw this through the creation of the Bob Hunter Park. Now, whether you like the Bob Hunter Park or not isn't the issue. The reality was that was 600 acres of Class 1 farmland that was taken away from farmers with no notice, people who had lived there for 33 years evicted from their homes, Mr. Speaker. You can't do what the member is suggesting without evicting farmers. I read for you, and I put on record, I'm happy to table it, the letter from the York Region Federation of Agriculture supporting the process that we're putting in place and highlighting the fears that they have, Mr. Speaker. And the fears that they have come from decades of being treated poorly, decades of being removed from their lands, decades of not being listened to. We have an opportunity to listen to farmers, to protect the ecological integrity of, and the natural beauty and heritage of the park, and we can do that through this Parliament, and we can stop playing political games like I would suggest that Minister Duguid and the provincial Liberals are doing, Mr. Speaker, and we could create a good park.
I just asked the honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham. Was he seeking unanimous consent of the House to table the document?
Sure. Yeah.
Does the okay understood? Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for his excellent speech, but also his passion for defending farmers. He gave us a little bit of a historical lesson that's really important to reiterate, because it was under the Trudeau Liberals in the 70s that farmers were evicted from their lands, and they were given these short-term one-year leases for this very important Class 1 farmland. And now we see, Mr. Speaker, that the provincial Liberals, and now it appears that the federal Liberals are endorsing a plan for the Rouge Valley that would completely evict farmers from Class 1 farmland that has been farmed, as the member said. This is land, Mr. Speaker, that has been farmed for hundreds of years. Our First Nations farmed this land. And now, under threat from the Liberals, they want to evict these farmers, these hardworking Canadians who have been there for years. I was wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could take some time to explain a little bit more to our colleagues who obviously don't understand the bill, haven't read it. How does the bill support our hardworking farmers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question, Mr. Speaker. Again, what the bill would do, and what Parks Canada has been doing, is talking to our farmers, Mr. Speaker. And what the bill would do, what we would seek to do, is give our farmers long-term leases so that they could actually make investments on the land, so that they could use best farming practices to continue to do what they have been doing for years, Mr. Speaker. What they've been doing for years. As the member said, yes, the Wendat people, and I would really encourage everybody again, go take a look at this Curse of the Axe movie. Google it. Take a look and see what the Wendat people were doing in this area. It is absolutely extraordinary. And then take the time to go to the Canadian Museum of History and see some of the artifacts from this area. It is stunning what they have accomplished and what they accomplished. It will change. It has completely changed our attitudes on how our First Nations farmed and how they interacted with other people, Mr. Speaker. This is a $140 million commitment to create a Rouge National Urban Park. It is a commitment to protect the ecological integrity of the park. It's a commitment to restore the dignity of our farmers, give them the long-term leases that they deserve, and allow us to create something very special in an area that is home to some 5 million people, Mr. Speaker. I think we can get it done, and I'm looking forward to the members supporting this bill and actually creating the Rouge National Urban Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We looked at Rouge Park at committee during an urban conservation study, and we heard from Parks Canada the extensive consultation that they've done, also the way that they've worked to try and bring everybody on board, because as you heard earlier, this is going to be a difficult park to figure out. There are a lot of different interests, one might say competing interests. So Parks Canada has done a good job of making sure everybody's at the table and trying to find out where is the overlap, how can we actually move forward with this. And so I'm in the same position as my colleague from Scarborough-Gilwood, where he said earlier he's surprised to even see that the bill has been tabled. I'm surprised that we're still talking about this bill, just because we don't know what the park will be. We don't, without the transfer of lands from Ontario, we barely know what we're discussing here. And I wonder, this is not a partisan question or anything like that. I just wonder if government is open to taking a step back and pressing pause on this, because I don't know that we are ready to debate a bill where we don't even know what the park will look like.
The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Well, I thank the member for the question. She's right. Parks Canada has done a very good job. They're obviously world-renowned in the work that they do to protect and manage our parks. Mr. Speaker, we're going ahead with the bill because it's important to do so. The door will remain open to the province of Ontario to transfer their lands. The door will remain open, as it always has. But we have to move forward with protecting the farmers in the area, protecting those lands that are owned by Markham, the federal lands, the current federal airport lands. They can be taken out of the airport reserve, put into a farming preserve. I don't think anybody in the House would disagree that removing thousands of acres from a future potential airport and putting it into farming is a bad idea. That's a good idea. And we protect our farmers. So by moving forward, we'll leave the door open to the province of Ontario if they become satisfied with what they see, if they decide to stop playing politics with this. I would be a lot more interested in what the province said if they had not picked an arbitrary date of November 2015. And if they had not at one point said, well, give us $100 million and it's yours. So I don't trust that the provincial government is actually wanting to create a park with the highest ecological standards. But I think if we can remove it, continue with the bill, we protect the farmland, we take this out of any future potential airport, and I think even at that, this is a win for my area, and I think it's a win for the environment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise on a bill that treats with my hometown of Scarborough. And certainly, I mean, the possibilities, and as the parliamentary secretary said, the promise of this National Urban Park is certainly something for all of us to get excited about. A new type of park for a new era that recognizes that, I mean, 80% of Canadians now live in urban environments, and that we need to have some national urban parks. And, you know, this is really the test bed, Mr. Speaker, the thing that any future endeavour is going to be measured against. So it's incredibly important for us to get it right from the beginning, right from the start. But, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the member was just talking about political games being played by the provincial government, having delayed decision until November 2015. I mean, this was an election promise that they made in 2011. They put it in the throne speech, and then it's taken 3 years to get here. Just like many other, even trade deals, they're going in and announcing, mission accomplished before they've got all the ducks in a row, before they've got the land from the province. So my colleague from Halifax, when she asked the question about hitting the pause button until we actually know what park we're dealing with, is actually a very relevant question. And it's something that given all the uncertainties, I'm not sure how we would, once we get past second reading and into committee and come back for a third reading, I don't know how any member of this House could turn around and vote in favor of a park that we don't even know what the boundaries are going to be without resolving this issue with the provincial government first. And I mean, if all the concerns can be addressed and a deal can be reached, then that would be the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, to continue or to move forward with this bill. So I just find it interesting. Always accusations of political games when they're playing the same games. And when he talked about over and over again about the Trudeau government in the 1970s expropriating the land from the farmers and how much it hurt farmers. Well, after Trudeau, there was Joe Clark, and after Joe Clark, there was Turner, and after Turner, there was Mulrooney, and after Mulrooney, there was Chrétien, and then Paul Martin, and now we've had 8 years of the current Conservative government, and none of them have taken the steps to address that harm to the farmers that happened 40 years ago. None of them have taken the time to address those issues to actually get that land farmed. Now, the member incorrectly stated that most of the land in the Pickering Airport lands is being farmed right now. I'd recommend that he go take a drive around the area again, because most of the land is laying fallow. Many of the homes are falling down because the government hasn't maintained their responsibility to keep them in good repair, Mr. Speaker. They're ignoring it. Go speak to Landover Landings, the organization go take a drive around with them. They're not scary people. I know this government likes to, play the friends and enemies game, and you're either with us or you're against us. And the member from Oshawa, when he was introducing the bill, and when I asked questions about the Friends of the Rouge's concerns that the protections wouldn't match what's there now, he completely ignored it and just dismissed the Friends of the Rouge as a fringe. Well, you're never, ever going to get anything accomplished in Rouge Park without buy-in from the Friends of the Rouge. They're the ones that have been there on the ground. They're the ones the volunteers that have cared and loved for that park for 40 years. They're not going to let you tear it apart on them. And they're not the fringe. They are the stakeholders. They're the people that are invested in that park already and have been for generations. So getting them on side is also critically important. And, they went to the provincial government because they found there was nobody at the federal level that was willing to listen to them. And then they went to the provincial government. I wish the provincial government had made this point before the last provincial election. Certainly that would have been a good time to make a stand on this, and certainly would have pushed all the leaders of the parties on that issue and would have brought a really important Scarborough issue to the forefront. And that would have been really good, I think, for the debate and making sure that this park that is going to get created is actually going to be the park we want and the park we need, Mr. Speaker. Now, I have some personal experience with the park over the years, from visiting there as a child with my grandmother and not many members of this House probably know, but for the first 5 years that I worked, from age 15 to 20, I worked in a daycare. I worked for Not Your Average Daycare in Scarborough. And they have several locations across Scarborough. And during the summer times, it was really an innovative program they had. During the summer times, they used to take all the school-age programs from the different daycares and put them into one central location to basically create a summer camp. Because the vast majority of these kids that were attending daycare, it was far beyond their families' financial means to send them away to camp, to have that experience in nature. So we would come together, and then by bringing all these school-age programs together, we'd be able to give them a summer camp. It was still in the city, and it was in a school, but we were able to take them places and go to different places so they'd be able to have some of those experiences. And of course, one of the most important trips was the one out to Rouge Park. And it's just magnificent when you come in there because you see that blend of urban and rural, of park and city.
As you go into the park, I mean, you're butted against the CN tracks. And then the beach, the fabulous Rouge Beach. You've got the lake, and then you've got the beach, and then you've got the train tracks. And, of course, all this myriad of sounds that go with it. And then on the other side, you have this magnificent wetlands and pond that is just spectacular. And, I mean, you can be in a canoe in that and close your eyes and feel like you're in Algonquin Park, or if you're hundreds of kilometers away outside of the city. And if you decide to paddle up or down the Rouge River, anybody that's spent time in a canoe knows the sound of rapids and of waterfalls. Because, of course, you have to be alert because you don't want to be encountering many of those when you're in a canoe. On the Rouge, you don't have that, but as you approach highway overpasses and roads, you get a very actually similar sound from the cars going across the roadway. It sounds very much like rushing water. So you can actually merge the two forms here. And, of course, it presents unique challenges because there's not too many national parks that have to deal with the city-sized infrastructure, whether we're talking about sewers and roadways and electrification. And of course, this Rouge Park is going to certainly be, I would think, the park with the best cell phone access that we can imagine. And that presents challenges to enjoying nature, but it also presents opportunities in new mediums to actually educate the population. And I'm thrilled that Parks Canada is working on an interpretive program based on a cell phone app that would actually give people self-guided tours in Rouge Park. One of those ways to actually harness technology to enhance the experience within the park. So, of course, I spent a lot of time there myself growing up. And, of course, I also like taking the train, whether it's whenever possible in my travels between Toronto and Ottawa, but certainly using GO Transit back and forth, visiting friends and family all across the east end of Toronto. And one of the most spectacular sights I've ever seen in Toronto, and I know my colleague behind me, the member for Scarborough Guild, was skated on it before, but in the wintertime you go by that pond. You go by that pond and it's frozen, and then all of a sudden Canada's national obsession takes over and a couple of nets get placed down. And you've got shinny and a skating rink that's out on the pond inside the boundaries of Toronto. It's a very unique experience that you would actually have pond hockey happening in Toronto in the wintertime, and not something anybody would think of. But it's just one of those little unique facets of the park that makes it a multi-use facility all year round. They also have snowshoeing excursions in the wintertime, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you my one experience of trying to go and do that didn't result in much success, not because of the snowshoes and me falling down, although that would have happened many times, but actually one of the barriers to the park. Back then I didn't have a vehicle, and my partner and I went to go take public transit to get there, and it was a Sunday, and the subway doesn't open till 9, and the bus is running. It takes a long time, even from East End Toronto, not even downtown or the West End, to get all the way out to Rouge Park via public transit. It can take you 2 hours from the East End of town. So that's another problem that's going to have to be addressed in the park, is the transit access, the public access to this park, because that's supposed to be one of the main features, is public transit access. And we know the public transit file is an absolute mess in Toronto these days, and certainly the municipal election, one would have hoped that many new and great ideas would come forward. Unfortunately, two of the candidates, John Tory and Doug Ford, both have transit plans that end at the Scarborough Town Centre, that don't address anything in the eastern half of Scarborough. They don't even come close to addressing better transit access to the Rouge Park. Unfortunately, the only candidate that does have a plan that addresses improved transit in eastern Scarborough is Olivia Chow, the one person who actually uses public transit, Mr. Speaker, and always has, and never has owned a car. And every time she's visited East End Toronto, I can't believe that she takes transit out there, because I know how long it takes from all my years of using public transit. So, I mean, it does present some unique challenges, as well as some unique opportunities for the use of the park. And of course, there were other issues that have come up. And one of the reasons, I'm sure, why the province beyond the political games, is deciding to potentially hold up transferring this land, are the environmental changes that this government has made that's actually degraded environmental protections, in particular, the Navigable Waters Act. Rouge River used to be a protected waterway. It no longer has that protected status. And on top of all that municipal infrastructure that's crisscrossing the park at different places, Mr. Speaker, we also have the Line 9 pipeline, or Line 9B that crosses through the park. And a few years ago, there was a case of erosion where parts of the pipe were exposed. And it took them 3 days to get access to the pipeline. Meaning if we ever at some point have a spill, the potential that it could take days before they get there to start addressing it means we need much more stringent environmental protections, even something as simple as having stop valves on each side of the river, which if the Rouge still had navigable waters protection, would be a required change that would have to happen with the reversing of the flow. So we're dealing with a 40-year-old pipeline, and we're dealing without any additional protections. And now that's been approved for them to run, oil the other way and at higher PSI, which is problematic on old pipe, Mr. Speaker. And certainly looking forward at any other projects that might come forward, whether it's Energy East or anything else. We have to ensure that we have the strongest protections so that when pipelines cross crucial environmentally sensitive areas like the Rouge, that there's actually the appropriate measures of protection in place to minimize and mitigate as much of the risk as humanly possible. It's impossible to eliminate all risk in all situations, Mr. Speaker. That's just a fact of life. But there's a lot that we can do to prevent problems from happening rather than simply picking up the pieces after a problem happens. And unfortunately, with the change of the Navigable Waters Act, this is the situation that the federal government's left us in, where more effort's going to be put into a cleanup than into preventing the problem from happening in the first place. And of course, I mean, there are fish species in there, and there are migratory birds in the Rouge, and endangered species, and it's the endangered Carolinian forest. It's a very unique bit of forest in southern Ontario, and one of the only places in Canada that has that type of forest. So I mean, it's incredibly important that we do what we can to get things right, to have the right framework, the right protections in place to ensure that that park is going to serve for generations to come, but also that it sets a really high standard that can be followed and that can be met for future national urban parks or even provincial urban parks or municipal urban parks that would follow. You know, lots of folks forget, I think on the other side, that the federal government has a role to play with respect to leadership on issues. And environmental protection is one of those issues that the federal government should be ahead of the provinces and ahead of municipalities on their thinking of this, so that that thinking can filter down to the other levels of government. But we don't have that. And I mean, we see that all across the board with them. With opposing a $15 minimum wage, it would send a strong message to fight inequality in this country, and they oppose it because they don't think it would impact a lot of people. I think it's more that it wouldn't impact their people is more why they would oppose that. Now, because of all the problems that have arisen, and now with the provincial government possibly holding back the land, at the urging of the Friends of the Rouge. So again, I bring attention to the fact that when introducing this bill, the member for Oshawa just dismissed them outright as a nuisance and as radicals, as they so often do on the other side. Well, now that's coming back to bite them, because now they've got a supporter in the provincial government. And they want to lay blame at Trudeau's feet. Well, we'll lay blame at every Liberal and Conservative government that's followed for not addressing the issues of farmers for the last 40 years in that area, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, my colleague from Beaches East York and myself and our agriculture critic, we went and toured Pickering Airport lands last year as, part of a fact-finding mission to see what we should do with this land, because it is a tremendous tract of green space that is Class A farmland that should be used for farming. that was taken away and that's in many cases laid fallow for a really long time. And as I said, there's only the one family farm there left, the Tapscotts, that emigrated from Scarborough many years ago. And of course, they haven't updated any of their equipment or introduced any new practices in the last 40 years because the land could be taken away from them at any moment. So they don't run as efficiently or as ecologically as they could because successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to address the issue, or at least give them the opportunity for a 10 or a 15-year lease where they can invest back in that land that's provided for their families for generations. So certainly we'd like to see that addressed at some point as well. Now, all this consternation has really left us wondering if this park will even ever be created at this point. Because under existing legislation, the province thinks that the protections are higher than what the federal government will put in place with the introduction of this park. So now maybe the federal government could go back and talk to the provincial government to see about addressing these concerns. Because, I mean, we're going to raise them and we'll raise them in committee, but it's up to this government to act. They are the government, Mr. Speaker. And they're forging ahead without an agreement with the largest stakeholder of the province that controls a huge amount of the land for this park. So it's just incredible that they'd steam ahead without having that agreement in place with the province. And the parliamentary secretary said, well, we had an agreement. There was a memorandum of understanding, and the province now thinks that the federal government's not upholding that standard. And that the protections that will be put in place won't be as good as what's there now. And the government, you know, all they're going to come back and say is, well, it is better. Well, why don't we actually take the time to explain to Canadians why they think it's better than what's there now? Have those conversations with the provincial government. I don't know why this government always seems to have so much problems discussing things with the provinces. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about healthcare or the environment, whether we're talking about parks. They just seem to like to run roughshod over everybody else. And, you know, frankly, leader knows best. And we'll put it in place, and you just have to trust us. And as one of my colleagues said, you know, just trust us isn't enough. That's not the barometer for any transparent or accountable government in this country, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, even I would argue a future NDP government, you know, you have to have opposition. You have to have effective critics. You have to have people on all sides of the argument making sure that they're coming together, because that's what makes bills and that's what makes legislation. And in this case, that's what will make for a better park. From hearing from all sides and addressing as many of the concerns as humanly possible to make sure that we have a park that meets the best environmental standards, that the farming be continued to be allowed, but to be done in the most ecological manner possible, with the least amount of phosphates, the least amount of pesticides, the most organic products available. You know, let's use that area as a best example that we can share with other jurisdictions about how to coexist between farm and urban settings. Because we're going to have more of this in the future as more of Canada becomes urbanized and as we require more food to be developed locally. Because that's important for the future of our planet, is making sure that more food is developed and produced locally so as to have less environmentally negative impacts. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to conclude by saying that we have a lot of problems with the bill as it is. I'm going to be happy to see my colleagues in the Environment Committee eventually be able to see this and study it in further. And I hope for once that we can actually see some compromise from the government so that we can actually achieve what we all want to achieve, which is a national urban park in the Rouge Valley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Speaker, I thank the member for his comments. He talked over landings. I'm looking at a number of their tweets where they talk about how they're able through the agricultural preserve in this area to feed the people of Toronto, Mr. Speaker. Now, he talks about the land not being farmed. I actually live there, Mr. Speaker, and as I drive to Ottawa every Sunday night and come back from Ottawa every Friday night, I actually drive through this area that is all farmed, Mr. Speaker. Every single acre of it is farmed. The acres that aren't farmed are the ones that were taken away from farmers and reforested, Mr. Speaker. So I asked the member a very simple question. The 1994 protocol calls for a 600-meter corridor. That corridor, at a minimum, Jim Robb, Friends of the Rouge Watershed, suggests that at a minimum, 1,700 acres of Class 1 farmland would be taken out of production to create this corridor. That means farmers will be evicted. Is that what you support?
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, I brought up the land that's not being farmed, which is frankly the much larger tract of land. He speaks of 1,700 acres. There's thousands and thousands of acres that aren't being farmed right now, Mr. Speaker, as part of the reserved lands for the Pickering Airport. Well, you know what? We can find a way to have our cake and eat it too. Yes, those farmers have been there for many, many, many years, for hundreds of years in some cases. If we cannot find a way for them to continue to farm there ecologically in a way that is sustainable and that will not be a nuisance to the future park, well, I would argue that the federal government has ample land that they could let them farm right next door, Mr. Speaker, so that you can have a corridor. You can have, not the land inside the park. He just said the land inside the reserved area is not. Well,
Order. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest has the floor, and it's sure difficult for members to understand when the conversation gets going back and forth, and encourage members to direct their commentary to the chair, and that sometimes avoids that sort of thing. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest to finish his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. I really do wish at times that the microphones would pick up more of that other side of the conversation, because then you'd really hear how nonsensical some of the things that they say in response to us. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Prime Minister is trying to say that all the land within the reserved Pickering Airport land is being farmed right now. It's not. There's one family farm left, the Tapscotts. There are other farms, but there's lots. There are entire ghost towns in that area, Mr. Speaker, that they and other governments have continued to ignore. We could be having that used as farmland, and if we cannot find a way to work out the differences between Friends of the Rouge and the farmers, there are alternatives there. But I think solutions can be found.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it was Bismarck who said that there are two things in life you shouldn't actually see. One, the making of sausages, and two, the making of legislation. This does seem to be the situation here today, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what's out in the lounge for eating this afternoon, but I hope it's not sausages. Mr. Speaker, let's concede that the Parliamentary Secretary has a concern about his farmers. And some of those farmers are on provincial lands, and some of them are on federal lands. Now, if in fact he is concerned about security of tenure, which I think is a legitimate concern, presumably the federal government could unilaterally set in place longer-term leases, set ecological standards for the management of the land, make it consistent with Parks Canada standards. So that would leave the farmers over which he has some direct control, some ability to actually farm in an ecologically and commercially sustainable fashion. I'll be interested in the honourable member's comments.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for actually making sense, unlike our colleagues on the other side. No, that's exactly what has to happen. I mean, the member is hung up on 1994. Well, 04, 14, it's been 20 years, Mr. Speaker, and there are changes and things that need to be updated. And yes, the Friends of the Rouge, until they hear a better plan, which they haven't from this government yet, are going to hold on to the plan that was there, Mr. Speaker. And, they'd be happy to negotiate an updated framework for 2014, I'm sure, if they were actually engaged on the issue, because that's what's missing from this government. They've just cast them off as enemies, so they're not going to listen to anything they have to say, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find this a fascinating discussion. There was a period of time when my family left Northern Ontario and moved to Scarborough in the mid-70s, and when we moved to Warden Finch, the backyard of our home was farmers' fields. And people told me how 10 years before at Ellesmere it had been farmers' fields. And if you wanted to date a Markham girl, you had to drive through miles and miles and miles of cornfields before you got to the center of Markham. That's all gone now. It's all been transformed heavily, the heavy urbanization. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, as we see the increasing urbanization in southern Ontario, the need to have some levels of planning, because I remember being told in school that some of the best Class 1 farmland in the entire country could be seen for the CN Tower. And much of that has been paved over and turned into condo development. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what lessons can we learn from the issue of the Rouge and the importance of the Rouge River in terms of parkland, in terms of maintaining viable agriculture and viable wild space in increasing urbanization of southern Ontario?
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much for the comment. And my family goes back so far in Scarborough that St. Clair was the farmland back when we settled in Scarborough. And actually, this brings up, and I'm very happy you asked the question about some of the lessons learned, because it actually brings up something in my speech I didn't actually get to. I had an entire prepared speech, 20 minutes long, and I barely even looked at it. The heat island effect, Mr. Speaker, which I know was debated very recently in the House. Green spaces like the Rouge Park help to offset that incredible urban heat island effect that happens in our cities, that actually artificially inflates the temperature, which especially in the summertime actually causes more ecological problems, because if it's going to be 2 or 3 or 4 degrees hotter in the city, people are going to have to make more use of air conditioning and electricity and other mitigating factors to offset what they've used. So, I mean, that's an important lesson. But, I mean, we also have to, I think, move beyond a thinking that you can't have farm and city coexisting. Just like, business and environmental protection are not mutually exclusive. They should actually be working hand in hand. And the more food we can produce locally, Mr. Speaker, the better off all our cities will be in the future.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening with attention at the member opposite talking about the issues related to the Rouge Park. The province of Ontario is showing its complete disregard to the creation of the park based on cheap political calculations. It expressed its so-called ecological concern at this late date, and I can tell you, and I am living at 100 meters from the park, and the Lower Rouge Park is in my riding, that the state of the park under their administration during the years translates in a continuous neglect. This neglect was also briefly alluded to by the member of Scarborough-Guildwood. I am asking the honourable member if he supports or not the creation of the first national urban park, or if he is endorsing the Ontario provincial Liberal government steps to decide to deny and to delay the creation of the park.
Honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think, like all members in this House, I'd be surprised if anyone in this chamber doesn't strongly support the creation of a national urban park. But the devil is in the details, and the devil's always in the details. The province might be playing political games, but there you have the government. They've got their narrative set up already that the province is withholding and playing cheap political games to prevent this park from happening. And then the follow-up line, which is that they've been neglecting the park. Well, if we really want to play that game, Mr. Speaker, let's go right back to the reason why I got involved in politics, which was Mike Harris, and the devastating damage he did to environmental protections in Ontario. So if you really want to go back into why there are trouble in our parks, Mr. Speaker, you just have to look back at the Mike Harris era, which devastated environmental protections, which started the move also to self-regulation that this government has been more than happy to continue, with self-regulation of rail, of food inspections, of airline safety. That was all started during the Mike Harris government, that era of neglect of our safety and our parks.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci. I am delighted to be able to rise today to speak and participate in the debate on the legislation in front of us, which would create a first in Canada, a new national urban park in the Greater Toronto Area. I think the first thing I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is acknowledge all the people that have worked tirelessly on this issue for over 2 decades. Literally thousands, tens of thousands of Canadians in the Greater Toronto Area and the Golden Horseshoe have been involved with this initiative. This, Mr. Speaker, started some 25 years ago, as members opposite and on this side of the House have mentioned, when agricultural lands and open spaces began to be paved over by the ever-growing sprawl in the Greater Toronto Area. And at that time, many concerned citizens decided to get involved, decided to become activists, decided to petition municipal, provincial, and federal governments and call upon them to preserve this important part of Canada's biodiversity. It started with the involvement of those citizens in the 1980s. It then led to an adoption in this House in the 1990s of a motion that Minister Pauline Browse then introduced and was continued with people like Glenda Bearmaker on Toronto City Council. More recently, in the 1990s, work was done by the Rouge Park Alliance, which was chaired by Mr. Alan Wells, who is the past Chief Administrative Officer of the region of York, somebody appointed by Premier McGuinty to chair that alliance. I had the privilege of sitting on that alliance with a number of municipal and provincial stakeholders in recent years, and had the privilege to work with Mr. Wells in coming forward with very important work. Minister Flaherty appointed me to that alliance in June of 2008, and I worked on that with that group for about 5 years. Mr. Speaker, when I was first appointed to the Rouge Park Alliance, I had no idea about this gem in York Region, now the city of Markham, in the city of Toronto. As a GTA MP from the west part of the GTA, I had no idea that this gem existed, this ecological gem existed. And what's even more surprising, I lived in the city of Toronto for 15 years, and I had no idea, as a Torontonian then, that this existed on the eastern part of the reaches of the city. But after I was appointed to the Rouge Park Alliance, I quickly became aware. The scales were dropped from my eyes, and I became aware of this precious resource that we had, this precious area that we had in the eastern part of the GTA. And so the Rouge Park Alliance and its members worked together over about a 1.5 year period to take a look at the future of the park. There were many challenges that the park and the area faced. One was a very complex system of governance that had no legal standing to affect outcomes, a multiplicity of players and interests that all had competing agendas. And so we decided that we needed to come forward with a new governance model. And so we spent a 1.5 years as the Rouge Park Alliance consulting dozens and dozens of stakeholders about the future of the park. And that culminated in a report that was adopted in early 2010 by the Rouge Park Alliance, adopted unanimously, I might add, that recommended the creation of a national urban park in the Rouge watershed. So that is the genesis, Mr. Speaker, of how we got to where we are today. This legislation in front of us is the result of broad consultations, and two sets of consultations in particular I would like to focus on to illustrate the number of people and the depth of the consultations. The first set of consultations were held between 2008 and 2010 by the Rouge Park Alliance itself. The Rouge Park Alliance was made up of representatives from the Government of Canada, the Province of Ontario, and all the constituent municipalities, the City of Toronto, the Region of York, the Town of Markham, as it was then called, Durham Region, municipalities like Pickering and Ajax, stakeholders like the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, environmental groups like Save the Rouge. They were all represented at the table at the Rouge Park Alliance. And so when we conducted that year-and-a-half analysis that produced the report, we consulted widely not only with those stakeholders, but with many, many other people in the region. We consulted with organizations like the Waterfront Regeneration Trust, environmental groups like the David Suzuki Foundation and the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, dozens and dozens of meetings, dozens and dozens of stakeholders. And those consultations produced the report of the Rouge Park Alliance in early 2010, recommending the creation of a national urban park. Now, after that report was tabled, approved unanimously by the Rouge Park Alliance, a number of us convinced Minister Flaherty and the then Minister of the Environment, the current member for Thornhill, that this was an important initiative, that the Government of Canada should get behind this initiative, should concur in that report, and that we should act on this. And as a result, in 2011, the Cabinet deliberated on this proposal from the Rouge Park Alliance in a memorandum to Cabinet and came to a record of decision that decided that the Government of Canada would support the creation of a national urban park. And so in the fall of 2011, after Cabinet approval, Parks Canada was instructed by the Minister and the Privy Council Office to begin public consultations, the second round of consultations concerning the creation of this new park. And those consultations were even more broad and deeper than the consultations that had been held previously by the Rouge Park Alliance. Parks Canada heard from 11,000 Canadians about the future of this park, consulted with 150 stakeholder groups, and included MPs like the MP for Scarborough Rouge River, who I had the pleasure of personally inviting to a consultation that was held by Parks Canada at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus the fall of 2011. And out of those consultations came a draft management plan, which Parks Canada has been working on, and the legislation in front of us today. So, Mr. Speaker, this legislation has been the work of the result of not just broad and deep consultations, but the work of thousands of ordinary citizens, ordinary Canadians that care deeply about the environment in which they live. And so this legislation, Mr. Speaker, is the on-paper dream of many tens of thousands of people who live in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this legislation isn't simply paper. Minister Flaherty, when he was alive, put $144 million in the fiscal framework for this park for the first 10 years it comes into existence. The money has been budgeted. There is real money and real resources, $144 million, that will go to the creation and support of this park, and $7.6 million a year after the first 10 years. This is real money that will lead to tangible results in the creation of this national urban park. And so I urge members to support this park because of those resources that will be brought to bear. But I also urge them to support it for two very important reasons. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is accessibility. This park will sit in the Greater Toronto area, and as such, it will be accessible by millions of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's unlike most other parks in our national park system. Most parks in our national park system are not accessible by millions of Canadians, especially Canadians living in the St. Lawrence lowlands. They're not accessible geographically because they lie in far-flung places of the country, like HoC National Park on Baffin Island, or Jasper National Park, which I've never been to, out in the Alberta Rockies, or Pacific Rim National Park on Vancouver Island, or Gross Moor National Park in Newfoundland and Labrador. These parks are often far away and very expensive to get to. This park is in the backyard of some 8.5 million Canadians that live in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. But this park is not only accessible geographically to those millions of Canadians, many of whom are new Canadians who have never had the privilege of experiencing the great Canadian outdoors. They are also, many of these national parks, inaccessible economically. To get to Nahanni National Park and do a 1 or 2 week canoe trip can cost upwards of $6,000 or $7,000 per canoeist, well beyond the means of many Canadians. To hike up the Weasel River in a HoC National Park can cost upwards of $7,000, $8,000 just to get there, to do the trip and get out, well beyond the economic means of many Canadians. This park, though, this national urban park in the Rouge Valley, will be accessible by a simple subway stop, a $3 TTC token, or a simple car ride to that part of the country. Mr. Speaker, this park is accessible in a way that millions of new Canadians will be able to enjoy, and will introduce them to our great treasure, our great national inheritance, our great outdoors. It will also create a park that is 10 to 15 times the size of Central Park in Manhattan, a park that is far outsizes the Stanley Park in Vancouver, in the city of Vancouver. So this truly is an opportunity for us to introduce millions of Canadians to the national park system, especially new Canadians, many of whom live in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. But there's a second reason why this park should be supported by members on both sides, and that is ecology. There's an ecological reason to support this park. Parks Canada, through federal legislation, has a mandate to protect each ecologically significant part of Canada's biosphere. That is the mandate of Parks Canada. And we have done so to a large extent as governments present and past. We have protected the rainforest in Pacific Rim National Park on the western reaches of Vancouver Island. We have protected the Atlantic coasts and the great mountains of Atlantic Canada and Gross Moor National Park in Newfoundland. We have protected much of the prairies and the boreal forest zone. We have protected pieces of the Rockies like Jasper and Banff National Parks. We have protected marine areas like Phantom 5 National Marine Park in Georgian Bay. We have protected much of Canada's unique biodiversity, but the one area in the country where we have not protected a significant piece of our biodiversity is in the Carolinian Forest Zone, in the Eastern Deciduous Forest Zone. It's the forest zone that lies south of a line drawn between Stratford, Ontario, and the city of Toronto. And it is, I would argue, one of the most precious ecological spaces in this country for one simple reason. It is the most dense biosphere in this country. It contains the greatest number of species of flora and fauna. More species of flora and fauna per square kilometre in the Eastern Deciduous Forest Zone than in any other square kilometre of Canada's other pieces of biodiversity. But we have yet, as governments, to protect a significant chunk of that. And that's why this act is so very important, because for the first time, we will protect thousands of acres of that precious biodiversity in this part of Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, when we came forward with this Rouge Park Alliance report, when the Cabinet was deliberating on what to do to protect these thousands of acres of biodiversity, we had a conundrum. And the conundrum was this. The area of the Rouge watershed is replete with modern civilization. It has the 401 going through it. It has sewer lines from York region that go through the York-Durham line onto Pickering-Ajax into the water treatment plants on the shores of Lake Ontario. It has hydro lines. It has hundreds of kilometers of dirt and paved roads. It's got civilization running through it. It's got farmland. It's got many other things that don't normally exist in our national park system. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, the government can't remove the 401 from this part of the Rouge, can't remove the toll road, the 407, from this part of the Rouge, can't remove hydro lines, can't remove sewer pipes, can't do all of that, and has to acknowledge that this area is different than places like Banff or Jasper or Grossmorn or Pacific Rim National Parks. So we had two options. The government had two options to pursue. One was to water down the national park standard, which has a standard of an ecological standard of wilderness. The other option was to create a new second type of national park. And wisely, the government decided to go down the second path, because to water down the wilderness ecological standard of our national parks would put the very future ecological integrity of those national parks at risk. By introducing a second standard, we can create this firewall, so to speak, around the National Urban Park that ensures that we do not weaken the national park standard of wilderness ecology. And so we introduced this legislation to create a first, a national urban park that will still meet a very strict standard. In fact, it will exceed the provincial park standard in Ontario. It's similar to the provincial park standard in that it acknowledges existing uses like agriculture, like the 401, the 407. It acknowledges existing needs to stop forest fires and flooding, which we do not stop in national parks. It acknowledges the need for hydro lines and sewer pipes to traverse the region. It acknowledges the existence of agriculture. But it is different. It is different than the provincial park standard because it is a stronger standard. I love the Ontario provincial park system. Every summer, I've canoed through our beautiful provincial parks. Algonquin Park, from Canoe Lake up to Brent Lake and back. Killarney, through the beautiful lakes like OSA and through Georgian Bay and through Bay Fin, Bay Fin, in Killarney Park. I've canoed up the Missinaibi River, a provincially protected area, up to Moosonee. I love our provincial park system, but you know what? In the crown jewel of the provincial park system, in Algonquin Park, we allow, the province of Ontario today allows logging. There is a logging authority, a provincial authority in Algonquin Provincial Park called the Algonquin Logging Authority. They actually log in Provincial Park. They allow for hunting and fishing. I know, I have fished in Algonquin Park. I've caught a smallmouth bass. The province of Ontario's standards for provincial parks allow for resource extraction like mining, allows for logging, hunting, and fishing. This legislation and the government's draft management plan will not allow those activities to take place. It will not allow any resource extraction, any mining or logging to take place in the Rouge National Urban Park. It will not allow the removal of native species of flora and fauna. It will not allow for hunting. It will not allow for the removal of fossils or other natural heritage features. And, Mr. Speaker, what this legislation and the associated budget will do, what they will do, is they will, for the first time, ensure that full-time Parks Canada staff are on site 365 days of the year to enforce the National Urban Park Standard. Dedicated year-round enforcement officers exclusive to the Rouge Park will prevent illegal dumping, hunting, and other long-standing problems in the park area. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I strongly urge members to support this legislation. It may not be perfect, but it is very, very good legislation, and it will provide a lasting legacy for the millions of Canadians that live in this area. Mr. Speaker, you know, when I've often traversed Algonquin Park, I've often thought about the people and the leaders that had the wisdom and the foresight in the late 19th century to stand up to the Ottawa lumber barons, to stand up to the vested interests and say, we need to preserve this part of the transition forest between boreal and the southern forests in Algonquin. I often think of those leaders, and those leaders over 100 years ago had the foresight to establish this park, and today generations of Canadians have come to enjoy parks like Algonquin. This, Mr. Speaker, is legislation that is in that spirit. This legislation will benefit our children and grandchildren. For that reason, I urge all members of the House to support it at second reading.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I find the spirit that he presents today for this legislation quite depressing, actually, Mr. Speaker, because what I get from him is that we are going to create a second tier, a diluted, watered-down tier of national park that is an urban national park because we cannot remove the 401, because we cannot remove hydro towers. Mr. Speaker, what this bill offers is the opportunity to make sense of the notion of urban ecological integrity. And if this government would hang on to that concept and apply that concept to an urban space, to an urban place, there is great hope, I think, for building ecological integrity into our urban spaces, into our urban lives, which we need. But the notion that we need to rope off this area and have a lowered down concept of ecological integrity because it's urban is, Mr. Speaker, quite a dismal view of urban life in Canada and urban possibilities for Canadians, and frankly leaves me depressed, and I'd like to hear the member's response to that.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, quite simply, Mr. Speaker, this area could not possibly ever meet the National Park Ecological Wilderness Standard for a number of reasons. First, in national parks, we allow uncontrolled forest fires to take place. We allow natural flooding to take place. We don't allow agriculture to take place. And we don't allow the construction of new underground sewer pipes through our national park system. So we have to acknowledge that this park sits in the GTA, sits in Southern Ontario, sits in an area that has been subject to civilization for centuries, and that we need to ensure the co-uses of the area, like agriculture, like controlled flooding, like the management of forest fires. And that's why we need a second standard. I think this is wonderful legislation because it would also allow us, at some future date, to deal with the issue of the Gatineau Park across the river.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his thoughtful speech. As I said earlier, I think we could actually do business. I agree with him that you can't set up the national park standards for similar to parks for the Nahanni, et cetera, et cetera. I agree that that's off the table. However, the standard that, and then he goes on to what I consider to be a straw man argument, which is, well, the provincial parks, you can mine and you can log them and et cetera, et cetera. Well, there's actually no discussion about mining or logging or resource extraction of any kind in this particular park, and I'm sure that pretty well the 5 million people in the GTA who will enjoy this particular park more than possibly others would be absolutely outraged if that was allowed. So I don't think that's actually, I respectfully suggest that that's a straw man argument. So then he goes to the standard that's set out in the bill, which he thinks is a wonderful standard, which were it to be accompanied by a little bit more forthcoming and understandable concepts, then we wouldn't be getting concerns from people like the Suzuki Foundation, Canadian Parks and Wilderness, Wildlands League, Sierra Club, Save the Oak Ridges Marine, Environmental Defence, Friends of the Rouge, who say, we call on the government to uphold its commitment to the Memorandum of Agreement. So this has been, as it stands now, the draft federal legislation threatens to undermine 25 years of consultation, scientific study, and provincial policy. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma, Mr. Speaker. I would like to believe the honourable member, but those who actually have studied this, participated in it, don't.
For Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I made reference to the provincial park standard in Ontario quite simply because the province of Ontario has raised this as an issue. I believe that the province's position on this park is wrong. I believe that this legislation puts in place a stricter ecological standard than exists for Ontario's provincial park system. It will create a stricter standard than exists today for Algonquin Provincial Park, for Killarney Provincial Park, and for the other parks in the Ontario park system. That's why I referenced the provincial standard in Ontario in my speech. The second point I would make is that if you were to talk to all the environmental NGOs on this issue, they would argue that they want to see improvements to the bill. Fine. But as I've said many times in this House before, perfection is the enemy of the good. What we have here is very, very good legislation for a very, very good initiative that will create a first in Canada, a national urban park that will benefit millions of Canadians living in the Golden Horseshoe.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ottawa, Orleans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for his eloquence and erudition.
What's the plan for urban forestation under this bill?
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the important thing to know about reforestation in this bill and in the draft management plan for the Rouge is this. We will continue to allow agricultural uses in the park. In fact, we are going to strengthen the agricultural use in the park. We are going to go from one-year leases to multi-year leases that allow the farmers to plan longer term with a greater degree of certainty. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd point out that the draft management plan, which supports continued agricultural use in the park, is strongly supported by almost every single environmental group. Groups like the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, the David Suzuki Foundation, and many others strongly support the continuation of agricultural uses in the park. And the draft management plan and this legislation will allow those uses to continue to ensure that the York region of agriculture, the voice of the member for Oak Ridges Markham, who's been so vocal and strong in this regard, continue to be heard and continue to allow agricultural use.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't sure how long we had. In speaking with my colleague from Beaches East York here, we're talking about the fact that there's an actual debate happening here. I don't know if anybody noticed, and it's kind of exciting to talk about real ideas in this House. And so, in that spirit, I, too, want to believe my colleague across the way when he talks about this park having good legislation around it to keep its ecological integrity, strong, robust legislation. So this is a comment more than a question. My comment is, it is really hard to trust government on this file. And it is hard when there is a National Parks Act that talks about maintaining ecological integrity. Then we have one bill around one park that says we will consider ecological integrity. If that is a new standard for urban parks, I can accept that there might need to be a new standard for urban parks. But I would feel more comfortable if that new standard was a standalone discussion, maybe an amendment to the Parks Act to say, hey, if we have urban parks, we got to consider different things because it's complicated. I don't know how, but my comment is we would feel more reassured knowing that this wasn't opening a door for every other parks piece of legislation forthcoming, and that this was actually about urban parks. There's my comment.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
I can assure the member opposite that this legislation doesn't in any way, shape or form impact the ecological wilderness standard of our national parks like Jasper and Banff and all the other parks in our national park system. What it does is it establishes a new second type of park, a national urban park. And I think one of the things that might be helpful for the member opposite in allaying her concerns is to get a copy of the draft management plan for the park. If she doesn't have one already, she could perhaps put a question on the order paper, and I'm sure Parks Canada would be obliged to provide that information to her.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Wellington Halton Hills. He knows, I'm sure quite well, Mr. Speaker, that there's no other member in this House for which I have greater respect. So it pains me to disagree, well, except for the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso, who raises his hand at this moment. I do hate to differ, and I literally do regret differing with my honourable colleague from Wellington Halton Hills. While the present C40 does not do as much damage to the standards of national parks as did the Sable Island National Park Act, which was regrettably passed by unanimous consent in June of 2013, we do have before us here a bill that needs improvement. And my honourable friend from Wellington Halton Hills referenced the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society. But when I look at their website, it says Rouge Valley getting it right for Canada's first park. It's urging its supporters to ensure that this bill will put conservation values first, and they are not satisfied with the current state of this bill at C40. I note also that it's a red herring to claim that we don't put out fires in national parks. The Gulf Islands National Park in my riding aggressively puts out forest fires. We only allow uncontrolled forest fires in national parks when they are fire-driven ecosystems, such as in the Northern Boreal, not in Gulf Islands and not in the Rouge.
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
I acknowledge the member's point about forest fires, but I go to this point that we are at debate on second reading. This is about whether or not to send the bill to committee for further study and potential amendment. So that's why I urge all members to support the bill at its first vote at second reading. And I'd also add, I know the member opposite and I have long talked about this issue. She was in the government of Prime Minister Brian Mulroney as a staffer in the 1980s, working, I think, with the Honourable Tom McMillan on this very file with the Honourable Pauline Browse. And so I welcome her interest in this file, and I encourage her to support it at second reading so that her concerns can be taken, can be examined and looked at.
The time provided has now expired, so before I recognize the member for Drummond for resuming debate, I would like to inform him that I will have to interrupt him at 2 o'clock when we begin member statements. Therefore, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first thing I'd like to mention that I will be sharing my time with someone who will be determined later on. So before beginning my speech, I would like to continue the discussions that are underway already here. There have been excellent points made, and I'd like to say that I've had several meetings with environmental groups that talk to me about the ecological integrity of the Rouge Park. What's important is to respect that ecological integrity rather than making exceptions that would perhaps allow us to adapt national parks to an urban reality. I think we must keep high standards. So before going any further, I would like to come back to the importance of parks in Canada and nature in our country by beginning with this wonderful report of the Living Planet of the Wildlife Association. We don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it for our children, they said. And I think that's an important concept to really use in everything that we do in terms of sustainable development. That's one of the reasons why I got into politics, is for the future of my children and grandchildren. And later on in the report, they say we don't really act as protectors of our unique planet. The way in which we are using the planet is threatening the planet for future generations. And so I think if we all consumed, everyone in the world, the way Canadians do, we'd need more than 3 planets to meet our needs. So we are mortgaging future generations, and that's really not a good thing that we're doing here, and it's well explained in that report. CPAWS, as I mentioned earlier, I met with often, and they mentioned very important things considering the importance of parks in Canada. So according to a federal government study done in 2011, Canada's national parks support 33,000 jobs across the country, and they provide an economic basis for many communities across the country. For every federal dollar invested in parks, it generates more than $6 to the GDP. So you can see that parks are very important in our economy. Therefore, that brings us now to the Rouge Park, the National Urban Park. Many people talked about their concerns regarding the federal government's potentially compromising the ecological integrity and health of that park. It's very important that nature in this part of the world be respected. But before getting into that, I'd like to come back to a report by the Commissioner of the Environment and also the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society of Canada. There have been huge cuts in 2012 that resulted in such cutbacks that we only have 1/3 of the scientific capacity that we used to have. So imagine if that's the reality, we are going to have a hard time meeting the needs. And furthermore, if I talk about the Commissioner's report, it mentions the ecological integrity is a great part of healthy ecosystems, and therefore it's very important, and it comes under the National Parks Act. So if the Rouge National Urban Park is going to become a national park, it has to comply with those aspects of the legislation on ecological integrity, as mentioned in the Commissioner of the Environment's report, which is dated 2013, the fall of 2013, pursuant to the rules and regulations of the agency to protect ecological processes and nature. This is the priority of the minister for all aspects of managing parks. So it's part of our National Parks Act. The management and the preservation of the ecological integrity of parks, and therefore it has to be the #1 priority for the Rouge National Park as well. Afterwards, we can adapt insofar as any exceptions are concerned as far as an urban park is concerned. But we have to keep that basic ecological integrity intact. And I know the Conservatives across the way, because I've been part of the Environment Committee since 2011, I heard many of my colleagues say that we'll never touch the ecological integrity of national parks. Well, if that's the case, we can't start to do so here. So that has to be the #1 priority, and we can change perhaps some of the conditions later on. In that regard, I'd also like to mention that I'm very concerned about the ability of the federal government, as I was mentioning, to truly integrate that ecological integrity, because, and this is again in the Commissioner's report, that they saw that the amounts that were allocated in this regard have decreased by 15% in 2012-13 compared to the 6 previous years, and that other cutbacks were planned. So in terms of heritage, we've seen that go down by 23%, and for the scientists, those who are responsible for the ecological integrity, have seen their budget go down by 33% in that same period. So there are 60 to 70 jobs that have been lost. Now, the federal government has everything it needs to deal with the Rouge National Urban Park, but that's why we're saying that we disagree with that and why we're very concerned about these possibilities. So what's actually written in the bill when we talk about the Rouge National Urban Park is that the minister has to take into consideration the health of flora and fauna and the ecosystems. And so it's not that they have to maintain anything, it's just take into consideration the health of these ecosystems. Well, that can't be serious. You can't just take it into consideration. There are strict rules and regulations that must apply. So I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm going to move on to the conclusion of my main points. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to understand well that this bill, and of course we are going to support it, because we must create this national urban park. People have been working towards this goal for a long time, and it's very important. I'm a member of the Environment Committee, as I mentioned, and I want to ensure that this bill is amended so that the ecological integrity becomes a priority. I find it unfortunate, I have to mention it again, that the Conservatives started using or started blaming the Ontario government, the provincial government, for the poor use of this park. And I say that. Why? Well, because they should be reaching out to the provincial government in the province of Ontario. The Conservatives have a habit of creating fights with provincial governments, but they should sit down with them instead and negotiate. So I find that unfortunate that in this House there have been attacks on the provincial government, whereas the provincial government really should be doing the opposite and trying to work in cooperation with those provincial governments, with advocacy groups from the Rouge River. And I really find it disappointing to see that. And the Ontario government is going to find it even more difficult to work with them in the wake of the attacks they've seen here. An NDP government would provide all of the necessary support to maintain this park, its biodiversity, and exploit all of its tourism possibilities and others. Because for us, the creation of parks is one of our priorities. It will be one when we come to power in 2015, and at that point in time, we will ensure, as most of the environmental groups are asking, that the ecological integrity be the #1 priority, and that if there are any exceptions to be made, they might be discussed afterwards, as might be the case for the Rouge National Urban Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Speaker, and I listened quite closely to my honourable colleague and his eloquent remarks. He spoke of research that shows humanity is in fact living unsustainably. He spoke of the importance of intact ecosystems, and he spoke of the lack of government resources and cuts to departmental budgets and changes to environmental protections that have been made over the recent past. And he talked about the importance of an amendment to this bill, to the Rouge National Urban Park Act, to focus on ecological integrity. And I'm wondering if he could speak a little bit about why it is so important that we have that amendment to focus specifically on protecting ecological integrity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent question. It is critical. All of the major environmental groups, all of the groups that are working hard to take care of the Rouge River demand that the priority be ecological integrity, or something that looks like that, because if not, we can see with the cutbacks that have happened recently, there are grave concerns. And the Conservatives have opened the door to the commercialization of another park. We don't want that to be the case. We want all parks to be open and accessible to anyone. And if there's a Rouge National Urban Park, it is to make it indeed accessible to the highest number of people possible. We don't want to make this a commercial endeavor and make money on these initiatives. We hope that the Conservatives will be open when we study this at the Environment Committee, and we hope that they'll be open to the amendments that we'll table to make a good Rouge Urban Park. There are 3 minutes remaining for questions and comments for the honourable member for Drummond when the House will resume debate on this issue.
Members, déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
For Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, one of my staff, Colleen Vallon, was honored by the community she serves at the annual Immigrant Achievement Awards. Remarkably, she is the first non-immigrant to receive the award, but organizers unanimously agreed that an exception should be made for Colleen. Colleen is my chief of staff, and she acknowledges that this award honors the entire staff who work together every day to help constituents dealing with life-changing difficulties access vital government services. They understand that the work they do is not just an administrative job, but that each file they help with represents a human being, a life. A successful immigration story is not simply about one more person coming to Canada. In many cases, it unites families long separated during some of the most difficult conditions in the world. And that is why Colleen is often referred to as a beacon of hope by the people she assists. Thank you to all my staff who show that politics can really be about making the world a better place.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from October 6th to 9th, Canada will be welcoming the second International Summit of Cooperatives. Over 2,700 co-ops representing 93 countries will meet in Quebec City to reflect and share their best practices and the challenges of co-ops and mutual sector companies. The summit illustrates the leadership of Canada's co-op and mutual sector. While the gap between rich and poor has been increasing in the past few years, co-ops contribute to the consolidation of an economy that serves the people, that creates good quality jobs, and that provides services that respond to the real needs of our communities. So I invite all my colleagues to celebrate the beginning of the summit as well as Co-op Week, which will be held from October 13 to 19. Our cooperatives are essential to a sustainable, democratic, and 100% Canadian economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, it's my honour to stand in the House today and speak about the contribution made to Canada by Michel Cartier, founder of Feu Follet. 50 years ago this month, Feu Follet performed before Queen Elizabeth II to open the brand new Confederation Centre of the Arts in Charlottetown. Les Feux Follets have been called Canada's national folk ensemble, an instrument of national unity. Throughout the 60s, Michel Cartier and his Feux Follets represented Canada and Quebec as cultural ambassadors for 3 European tours, 4 national and North American tours, and 3 command performances before Queen Elizabeth. Cartier's vision for an act that captured the lore of First Nations communities, the arrival of European settlers, and the Quebec and Acadian influence on our country lives on in Charlottetown with the popular Young Company production of We Are Canadian. While Michel Cartier felt his task was interpreting Canada to the world, he also successfully interpreted Canada to Canadians. Please join me in celebrating an important piece of Canadian history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 22, 2014, we were saddened by the passing of Wes Thompson in his 88th year. Wes became president of W.G. Thompson & Sons at the age of 24, where he served until his retirement in 1993. Under his leadership, the company expanded to 17 locations in Canada and the United States. He was past president of the Ridgetown Campus Agricultural Committee, past member of the Royal Agricultural Fair Board, past president of the Ontario Grain and Feed Dealers, and past president of the grain sector of the Ontario Grain and Feed Dealers, to name a few of his accomplishments. He was a founding trustee and a past director of the Chatham-Kent Health Alliance and Public General Hospital Foundation. In 1999, he was named Agriculturist of the Year and inducted into the Kent County Agricultural Hall of Fame, as well as being named Citizen of the Year in 2002 by the Blenheim District Chamber of Commerce. To his wife, Patricia, and to his family, we offer our sincere condolences, as well as our deepest appreciation for his life and his many contributions to our community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Westlock St. Paul.
I rise today to take a moment to recognize that with the changing of the leaves and the crisp morning air, we are approaching the end of harvest. Harvest is a significant time of year for our farmers because it's the culmination of their hard work. After months of planning, prepping, seeding, fertilizing, and spraying, harvest is the end result. It is a stressful time for many, as they have a relatively short window of time to get the crop off the field and into the bins. This means waiting for the right weather conditions, making sure the crop is at the right moisture level, and putting in endless hours to get the job done. In particular, I would like to recognize Leonard and Leona Smeal, who were recently acknowledged for their farming excellence, as well as David and Sharon Boris, who were awarded the Alberta Century Farm and Ranch Award for farming the same land for 100 years, and Raymond and Candace Phillips of Bow Valley. It is producers like these that constitute the backbone of this great country. I would like to thank all the farmers in the Lakeland region and all of Alberta for their hard work and steadfastness. Thank you, and God bless.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the closing ceremonies of the 3rd Annual Climate Fast Action are happening here on Parliament Hill. Participants from across Canada have been fasting each Monday to draw attention to the urgent need for action on climate change and began a sustained fast on Sunday. These dedicated activists are calling for an end to fossil fuel subsidies, a price on carbon, and support for the development of a renewable energy plan for Canada. New Democrats support these goals and have put forward the Climate Change Accountability Act to help us meet them. Sadly, governments past and present have utterly failed to address the challenge that climate change presents. Their negligence has put our country at serious risk and has kept us on the outside of the green economy of the 21st century. I commend the Climate Fast participants for their ongoing work on climate justice, and I call on the other parties in this House to follow their courageous lead and help us build a prosperous and sustainable Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to a vibrant, selfless woman of whom I am blessed to be sharing my life as partner, confidant, and wife. From earliest anxious days constructing our climb to success, then ever increasingly being propelled through life's twists and turns to countless exhilarating heights, temporal regrets so few. 19 years have flown by as partners serving as one for our Queen, country, and for the unity of Canada. Most memorable, though, in our journey to this day is the birth of daughters Karina and Christina, the growth of our family with son Tom, granddaughters we cherish so, Caitlin, Alexander, and Eleanor. On this, the 40th year of our voyage together through life, I again proclaim my enduring devotion and love to my wife Lorraine. Quoting T. Tallis, to love is nothing, to be loved is something, but to be loved and loved, that's everything.
Honourable member for Regina, Lumsden Lake Centre.
Reasons the NDP won't agree to the new memberships for standing committees. Number 10, they worked long hours this spring, so they're going to take it easy this fall and knock off on this extra committee work. Number 9, they think the chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee could be even nicer. Number 8, they just hate change. After 50 years, they still call themselves new. Number 7, they want to keep a committee seat open for Olivia Chow. Number 6, they just like messing with Katie O'Malley's head. Number 5, the whip is still trying to find an MP who understands finance to sit on the Finance Committee. Number 4, caucus members getting a new assignment just don't think it's a fair trade. Number 3, facing invoices to reimburse the House more than $1 million, the NDP MPs are now working to rule. Number 2, lack of interest from their members. If their whip won't let them travel, why sit on one? And number 1 reason the NDP won't agree to the new membership changes for the standing committees, their leader is really just an angry guy.
Honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, the day before yesterday, the Quebec National Assembly unanimously adopted a motion to ask the federal government to give work. Order, please. I think it's not very nice for the honourable member for Louis-Hébert to have all this noise. His colleagues continue to speak. Order. Mr. Speaker, the day before yesterday, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously adopted a motion asking the federal government to give work to the Davie Shipyard. As you know, this Quebec shipyard, located in the riding of the Minister of Public Safety, was abandoned by the Conservatives and has received no contracts from the $33 billion granted for shipbuilding. As early as 2011, we were saying it was not necessary to create a losing company. If the government claims to be listening to Quebecer, it cannot ignore a unanimous resolution by the government of Quebec. So we're asking the federal government, and particularly the member for Lévis and Minister for Public Safety, to take into account the motion by the National Assembly and tell us what they intend to do while the Davie Shipyard is ready today to execute contracts that will help Canada. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary North East.
Mr. Speaker, today terrorism is a frightening reality. That's why our Conservative government is taking strong measures, which include tools to strip citizenship from convicted terrorists.
Hear, hear.
Despite the fact that more than 83% of Canadians support this measure, including those who identify themselves as NDP or Liberal supporters, both the Liberals and NDP shamelessly oppose it.
Shame.
Furthermore, the leader of the Liberal Party has said that taking passports away from terrorists is an affront to Canadian values. This shocking, naive comment is from the same leader who said that Boston bombing was caused by feelings of exclusion. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are clear. Terrorism is an evil action that must be stopped. The Liberal Party is simply ignorant of the true threat that terrorism poses. They are clearly in over their heads.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. It's with great pride that today I underscored the contribution to protecting the environment by the Comité de la Zone d'Intervention Prioritaire du Lac-Saint-Pierre, which received an award from the National Assembly on September 18th, the Phoenix Prize, the highest environmental award in Quebec. Its project to protect and enhance the Saint-Eugène Marsh got them this award in the nonprofit organization and non-educational institution category. I want to warmly congratulate the ZIP committee for its excellent work. Protecting the environment is a crucial issue for the NDP and I. The Saint-Eugène Marsh represents a natural value in the urban landscape of Trois-Rivières. To revitalize this wetland, which was drying out, the ZIP committee coordinated the recreational and tourism facility and raised awareness among users.
Mr. Speaker, under the strong leadership of the Prime Minister and Jim Flaherty, our government introduced the Registered Disability Savings Plan in 2007. This is the first plan of its kind in the world that assists Canadians with disabilities and their families in saving for the long term. And of course, it's too bad that the opposition parties opposed creating this historic program to help families. Raising awareness about this important plan, along with many other savings vehicles available for families to save for their future, is absolutely crucial. That's why I would like to acknowledge the BC government's proclamation of October as RDSP Awareness Month, and I encourage all members to continue to highlight its importance with their constituents. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the smart, innovative, conservative initiatives like the RDSP, Canadians living with disabilities can be sure that our government will continue supporting them and Jim's legacy will live on.
Honourable Member for York West.
Today I rise to pay tribute to an inspiring Canadian who has helped to establish Canada as an innovative leader both here at home and well beyond our borders. 30 years ago this week, the member for Westmount Ville-Marie made all of us proud as he became the first Canadian to view his home from space.
Hear, hear.
Of course, this was just one of the many achievements for this Navy captain, former president of the Canadian Space Agency, and now elected member of this House. But it was an achievement that put Canadian technical expertise on the map. In the 3 decades since his first trip to space, the member for Westmount Ville-Marie has accomplished more than most, but perhaps most notably, he has worked to help Canada reach its full potential. Many theorize that the sky is the limit for those who aren't afraid to fly, but the member for Westmount Ville-Marie has proven this to all Canadians. I'm proud to sit as his colleague, and on behalf of all Canadians, I offer my thanks and congratulations for a lifetime of service and achievement. Congratulations.
Member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to recognize the hard work and contributions of Canada's huge retail sector. Canadian retail represents more than 2 million jobs in every community across this country and almost $500 billion in sales each year. The Retail Council of Canada, who is on the Hill today, represents 45,000 storefronts of all formats, from specialty to discount stores, from independent shops to online merchants. They are a critical support for retailers that benefit from their expertise in leading-edge issues facing the industry. This includes sharing with their members new programs that leverage sales through measuring store traffic and fostering best practices to protect stores and their customers. And let's not forget how many young Canadians get their start in retail. I worked at a department store when I was in my 20s, and it's there that I learned skills that stand me in good stead to this day. There's not a member in this House whose constituency is untouched by Canadian retail. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to recognize the importance of the retail industry and welcome its members to Parliament Hill.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Yesterday, the Minister of Veterans Affairs tabled a disappointing response to a unanimous report on the new Veterans Charter. We heard from 54 witnesses over 14 meetings, and our report had unanimous support of all committee members, including Conservatives. And yet the Minister is rejecting this report and is saying no to any recommendations that cost any money. Good example is recommendation number 5. All veterans with service-related disabilities and their families be entitled to the same benefits and support. And yet the Minister disagreed with this recommendation.
Shame.
This is the same department that has let over $1 billion in veterans funding lapse since they formed government. Mr. Speaker, with Conservatives poised to deploy Canadian forces into a war zone, it's time for the Conservatives to stop focusing on photo ops and PR and start focusing on giving veterans the support they need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have known for years that the NDP bows to the will of their big union bosses and their illegal political sponsorships. Earlier this month, however, some big union bosses announced they would be supporting the Liberal Party rather than their fellow travellers in the NDP. Well, Mr. Speaker, it didn't take the Liberal Party very long to start following their new union bosses' instructions. Earlier this week, the member for Saint Laurent Cartierville was advertised on the Public Service Alliance of Canada's Twitter account, gleefully holding the childish Bridget DePape stop sign. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberals, whose only idea is to legalize drugs, on this side of the House, we stand up for Canadian taxpayers' interests. This government lowers Canadians' taxes. We balance budgets. We put money back in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, and we will continue to stand up for them day in and day out.
Oral questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 7 weeks now since the Ebola vaccine produced in Canada was supposed to be delivered to Africa, but these thousands of doses are still here and not there. So can the government tell us why there is this delay in the delivery of medication here in Canada that could save lives, thousands of lives? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Speaker, the vaccines are actually available to go at a moment's notice. It's the World Health Organization which is coordinating the logistics for the vaccine, but we are ready to act as soon as they pull that trigger. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we're taking this seriously. We've invested $35 million in the response to the Ebola outbreak in West Africa. We're a global leader. We're providing funds, we're providing expertise, and we're providing equipment.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, according to the Journal of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, that might not be the only reason. They report that African trials of this Canadian vaccine have in fact been delayed, not because of logistical problems, but over an intellectual property dispute. The company that owns the commercial license for the drug is said to be dragging its feet. With thousands of lives at risk, can the Minister of Health explain what Canada is doing to ensure this vaccine gets to the people who need it immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada has been very generous in our response to this terrible outbreak of Ebola in Western Africa. We've donated 800 to 1,000 doses of this vaccine, and it is up to the World Health Organization to organize the logistics in dispensing these vaccines. but we're also contributing expertise on the ground when it comes to the mobile lab and the revolving scientists that are out there staffing it. We've funded $35 million to leading international partners like the Red Cross, Médecins Sans Frontières, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, when exactly did Canadian military personnel arrive in Iraq? On what date? According to CBC French language news, they did not arrive until Saturday. That is September 27th. Is that true? We want the exact date. Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The Prime Minister has indicated we've authorized up to 69 members of forces for this campaign. And, Mr. Speaker, we've indicated as well there are 26 on the ground, but they come and go according to the command structure on the ground, Mr. Speaker. But they are there for strategic advice, and then that's the role that they're playing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, what the Prime Minister indicated is that they were on the ground in Iraq on September 15th. Now, at the very least, this is duplicitous. Will the Prime Minister explain why he has been misleading Parliament?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Absolutely ridiculous. We've been forthcoming about this force, Mr. Speaker. We've indicated there are 69 to provide strategical and tactical advice, and again, this is a cooperation with our allies and with Iraq, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we have done for this last period of time.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
To understand that this is why Canadians don't trust them on this important question. There is nothing more important that this Parliament decides than whether or not we send our brave women and men to war, and we can't even get a straight answer. That's the problem with this government. When are they going to start giving clear answers to Canadians?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, what is duplicitous is the Leader of the Opposition suggesting or implying that he might ever support any of these missions, Mr. Speaker. We know that's not going to happen. That being said, Mr. Speaker, we have a role for the Canadian Armed Forces that have been deployed in that area. It's very specific to provide strategic and tactical advice, and that's exactly what they've done, and we should be proud of that, and they should be supportive of that effort.
Absolutely. The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, it is the Prime Minister's job to engage Parliament and Canadians and make the case for the use of the Canadian Armed Forces, and he has completely failed to do so. Canadians know virtually nothing about this initial 30-day deployment in Iraq, and even less about the Prime Minister's plans for a combat role. Does the Prime Minister actually expect the Canadians and this House to support a new mission if he continues his secrecy and evasiveness about the missions in which we are already involved?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, there has been a debate in this House. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and I have been before the Parliamentary Committee to talk about this mission, Mr. Speaker. We've answered questions here in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And again, I think that what the Honourable Member is referring to, not consultations, when her party was in office, they didn't bring these matters before Parliament, but we have been very specific on our role in this matter.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, this is the minister that just yesterday said that the military budget hadn't been cut, but in fact the record shows it was $413 million in cut in this year. So we are just hours away from the end of the 30-day deployment in Iraq. Beyond broad statements about training and advice, we have actually no idea what the troops are doing on the ground, and the only information we get is what the government leaks to the media or the Prime Minister announces in New York. So why does the government refuse to answer the most basic questions about our critical military role in Iraq? How can this government be trusted?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We have been clear that they are there to provide advice to the government of Iraq and the forces on the ground, and we have been very specific with this all the way through this. And we've indicated we have up to 69 members of the armed forces who can and will be available when and where they are needed. We've been very specific on that. But I have to point out to the honourable member that the decade of darkness under the Liberals, it's over. We have increased military spending from $13 billion when we took office to over $18 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's the difference between them and us.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour. Mr. Speaker, instead of speaking directly to Canadians on Iraq, the Prime Minister preferred to make speeches in New York and speak to the U.S. media. Instead of openly making the case for his arguments, the Prime Minister is treating this matter like he has treated all of them for the last 9 years, in a partisan and secretive manner. What criteria did the government use to determine that a series of airstrikes is the best contribution Canada can make to this conflict? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Very interested to exactly hear where the Liberal Party stands. They've had about 3 different positions on these over the last number of weeks, so it'll be fascinating to hear where they land on this. But we have been very clear. This is a 30-day mission in which we are providing advice. We have received a request from the United States for further involvement, Mr. Speaker, and we're considering that.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is ignoring the needs of the victims of ISIL. Allow me to quote from a UN report dated September 14th. The displaced persons, including thousands of women, children, people with disabilities, and elderly, traveled long distances, many on foot, and are in need of urgent humanitarian assistance, including water, food, shelter, and medicine. The Prime Minister is preparing his war plan. But where is the plan to help these Iraqi civilians now? Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the largest contributors to Iraq. It's one of the most active countries. We know that the Canadian contribution, Mr. Speaker, will allow those who are most in need to receive kitchen implements, things to cook with, food, medical aid, and other basic items. That is what they need, Mr. Speaker, and that is the needs we are responding to right now. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, ISIL has been violating human rights over and over, according to the UN. Their actions may amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. The Iraqi government immediately needs assistance to document these horrific crimes to ensure that those who are guilty are held accountable before international courts. And Canada has the expertise to do this. A month ago, at our request, the minister had promised to act to support the Iraqi government. What has been done since? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
ISIL is a terrorist group that brutalizes and murders innocent people, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're in this mission right now, Mr. Speaker, and this is why we're contemplating another mission in that part of the world, and they should support us on these missions.
In fact, this new United Nations report documents a horrific pattern of sexual violence against women and children, including the sale of abducted women in Mosul. These crimes are abhorrent, and Canada has the obligation and expertise to assist survivors. It's been nearly a month since I asked the minister to help address sexual violence in Iraq. He agreed then. So where is the plan to help provide help for these civilians right now? Where is that help, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The whole idea of the mission that we are involved with and the consideration of the request that we receive is to go after the perpetrators of these crimes. I don't know what it is about the NDP that they don't get that.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
It's very simple, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre now has the floor. Order. I have great confidence that the Minister of National Defence will be happy to answer the question. I think his colleagues should give him that opportunity and let the member for Ottawa Centre ask the question. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. A combat mission won't bring justice or aid to these civilians, but we can help do that right now. The United Nations has said that actions of ISIL amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. They have asked for countries to help ensure that perpetrators are held to account. Again, Canada has the expertise to do this. Again, the Minister agreed. Where is the action to help investigate and prosecute these horrific war crimes?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, the action is to stop the killing, and this is why we are on the ground now, Mr. Speaker, providing tactical advice to the Iraqis to make sure that they can have the ability to go after and stop this kind of activity, Mr. Speaker, and that is exactly why we are considering the request from our allies, because when it comes to standing up for people who are oppressed, people who are terrorized in this world, they know they can count on Canada.
Order. Order. We're losing a great deal of time on this. Order. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, as they prepare to launch into another war, Conservatives are still failing to care for veterans who have served our country. All parties unanimously backed recommendations to fix the Conservatives' deeply flawed Veterans Charter, but the Minister has refused to act on key recommendations. It seems that saving money is more important than fairness for disabled veterans or helping men and women struggling with post-traumatic stress. Will this Minister commit to the unanimous all-party recommendations to help our veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank the member and the opposition parties for working in a non-partisan fashion to produce a unanimous report. Let's not forget that all sides agreed the new Veterans Charter is a great foundation upon which we can support Canadian veterans. While benefits and investments in veterans' well-being have increased by more than $4.7 billion since 2006, our government agrees with the spirit and intent of the vast majority of the committee's recommendations, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. The Conservatives want to launch us into another war, even though they are failing to care for our military servicemen and women. It's completely irresponsible. The government has finally acknowledged that its charter does not meet the needs of our veterans, but it's refusing to act. Compensation is insufficient, and the problem of our military personnel who have been released while they're struggling with post-traumatic stress is still around. Why is the Minister trying once again to save money on the backs of our veterans? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the member opposite to put those political games aside. And as I just noted, the government agrees with the vast majority of the committee's recommendations. Because of the leadership of our Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to build upon our strong record of new investment to support Canada's veterans. $5 billion. Mr. Speaker, we have invested almost $5 billion in additional dollars since taking office, and it's the NDP and the Liberals that have voted against virtually every single initiative we brought forward.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, these are men and women who risk life and limb to serve our country. They deserve our respect and our support, and yet the Minister rejected virtually every recommendation that could cost any money. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government seems only too willing to allow our veterans to fend for themselves once they become injured. Will the Minister commit to spending the money needed to improve the lives of our veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government has a strong record when it comes to supporting Canada's veterans, our men and women in the uniform, unlike the Liberals, the decades of darkness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me read a quote from the Conference of Defence Association, which represents 51 associations across Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The association is very pleased that action will be taken in first stage to immediately address important issues affecting veterans who are seriously ill or critically injured and their families," Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport. Well, the Conservatives are back at it, fighting a federal court ruling that struck down what the court called cruel and unusual cuts to refugee health care. The court said these cuts jeopardize the lives of children in a manner, quote, that shocks the conscience and outrages Canadian standards of decency. This is a recurring theme for this government, Mr. Speaker. This is about saving kids' lives. This is about providing prenatal care for women. This is about our shared values. Mr. Speaker, will the government do the right thing and drop this court challenge?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the moment this flawed decision was announced, we announced our intention to appeal. That's exactly what we've done. We've filed our notice to appeal, and we will be aggressively defending the needs of genuine refugees, as well as the interests of Canadian taxpayers. What we won't be doing, Mr. Speaker, in the federal court is arguing, like the NDP, why they shouldn't have to pay back taxpayers for money that they stole.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. Although the federal court clearly ruled that restricting access to care for certain refugees is cruel and unusual, the government still decided to go forward with its appeal, an appeal that has no credible legal basis. The only thing that interests the Conservatives is saving money on the backs of refugees. Instead of waging legal warfare, why does the minister take his responsibilities to refugees and children who need health care? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the court's decision was announced, we announced our intention to appeal, and that's what we did. And we are going to continue to protect the interests of genuine refugees and the interests of Canadian taxpayers. What we are not going to do before the federal court is, like the NDP, try to defend our right to steal money from Canadian taxpayers.
Address that after question period. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, Canada's initial 30-day non-combat mission in Iraq in the struggle against the evil of ISIL will end. Tomorrow, the Prime Minister will announce that he's sending Canadians into combat. The lives of CF-18 fighter pilots will be on the line. They and their families and all Canadians need to understand the government's calculation. So to start with, what were the Prime Minister's objectives in that first 30-day non-combat mission? Were those objectives accomplished? And how?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, the government has been very clear about our objectives, which is to provide strategic advice to the Iraqi forces, Mr. Speaker, who are fighting ISIL. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, we take no lessons from the Liberal Party. They consulted no one on Iraq or Afghanistan, and we have committed to do exactly that if we move forward.
Honourable member for Wascana. Mr. Speaker, these are life and death issues. Canadians are going to war. It's not good enough for the government to say, just get on board. Consensus requires clear, honest, complete, and factual answers.
Order. 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 We've lost some time now that we'll have to make up. If members need to carry on conversations, I'd ask them to do so outside the chamber, but not while their colleagues are putting and answering questions. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, consensus requires clear, honest, complete, and factual answers. It would appear the Prime Ministers of the United Kingdom and Australia worked really hard at building trust and common ground in their countries. But that hasn't happened, at least not yet, in Canada. In making its case, why does the government think it's better to drive wedges of division and keep Canadians in the dark?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
these consultations and consensus that he's talking about were never undertaken by the Liberals when they were in office. Never, not at all, Mr. Speaker. But we have changed that. Whether it be Libya or Afghanistan, we have brought motions before Parliament, and the Prime Minister has indicated that in any future combat mission, that will be brought before Parliament for a vote.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Had enormous support. Canadians need to know where the government has thought through the combat mission.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Wascana now has the floor. I'll ask members to come to order.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to know whether the government has thought through the combat mission that they are launching. In rooting out the evil of ISIL, how have they calculated that the highest and best use of Canadian resources is a small fleet of CF-18s? What about those other alternatives? Strategic airlift, training, signals intelligence, reconnaissance, medical support, as well as the massive humanitarian relief that's required. The cost of the airstrikes will crowd out all those other things at which Canadians excel. So what is the rationale for the choice that's being made to the exclusion of everything else?
Right. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
He said there was unanimous support, or there was huge support under a Liberal government. I don't know how we would know that, since they never brought the matter before Parliament. That being said, Mr. Speaker, he wants to know what the objective is. The objective is to go against ISIL and stop the murderous activities that they have been involved with in that part of the world, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're doing on the ground now, giving advice to the Iraqis, Mr. Speaker, and those are the considerations that we'll take forward.
Honourable member for St. Albert. Mr. Speaker, PEI seafood producers are pointing out the inconsistencies in the minister's data on the temporary foreign workers. According to his statistics, there were 180 temporary foreign workers in the seafood sector in January. Well, a small problem, the plants are closed in January. If the minister's information is challenged systematically on the ground, how can the minister still claim that his reform is credible? The Honourable Minister of Employment. No, the Honourable Member is wrong. Temporary foreign workers receive permission to work throughout a season, and the facts revealed to my department are very clear and specific, and there are more people collecting EI in the seafood processing sector than there are temporary foreign workers in the industry. So that means that it's one of the reasons why we reformed the program. The Honourable Member for St. Albert. Mr. Speaker, the minister's bungling has irritated the provinces, but also employers. Jobs in the seafood processing sector are now vulnerable because of the minister's statistical errors. The truth is that the minister and his temporary foreign workers program reform are not at all credible. More than ever, an independent review of this boondoggle is needed. Will he set up an investigation? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, the inconsistency of the NDP in this regard is incredible. In the spring, they voted for a total moratorium on temporary foreign workers for jobs that required basic skills. But today, they're saying that temporary foreign workers have to be allowed to come in and work in the seafood processing sector, where there are already more people receiving EI benefits. So it makes no sense. Are the NDP in favor of a decrease or an increase in the program?
It appears the minister's ability to collect bad data is boundless. First, it was labour market statistics off of Kijiji. Then it was a list of employers that didn't correspond to reality. And now the PEI seafood processors are complaining about the minister's numbers. The minister claims 180 foreign workers were processing seafood in January, a month when seafood processing plants aren't even open. This confirms we need an independent review. When will the minister finally call one.
Mr. Speaker, regrettably, the member doesn't apparently have a clue what she is talking about. As the Minister of Fisheries confirms, who is an MP from the island, there are operations year-round. There are temporary foreign workers authorized to work there year-round. But let's be clear, the NDP wanted us to completely shut down all aspects of the low-skilled temporary foreign worker program. Instead, what we did was just make it a last and limited resort to ensure that Canadians come first. In that particular industry, though, we find that there are more people receiving EI who have done fish processing work in that place than there are temporary foreign workers, Mr. Speaker, which is counterindicative of a labour shortage. The NDP shouldn't be standing up to have foreign workers replace Canadians.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
If I remember rightly, it was the minister who called a moratorium when McDonald's was exposed. That's what happened. The seafood processors aren't alone in complaining about the minister's bad data, and we're talking about bad data. Siemens is asking the government to officially retract the list of employers it released because it miscalculated the number of foreign workers employed by Siemens by over 2,000. How can Canadians trust the Conservatives when all of its decisions are based on such bad numbers? Simply promising to count better in the future isn't enough. Will the minister finally call an independent review?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the data set to which she refers is based on numbers supplied by employers. But, Mr. Speaker, it was the NDP who brought forward a motion to this place in the spring for a complete ban on all low-skilled temporary foreign workers, including those in the fish processing industry, supported by the Liberals. And, Mr. Speaker, and now we have clear evidence brought forward by officials in my ministry that there are, in some industries, more people receiving employment insurance benefits in proximity to jobs that are being filled by temporary foreign workers. Only the NDP could think that makes any sense, to give people a benefit not to work and to bring people in from halfway across the world to do.
Honourable member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Mr. Speaker, the government's responsible resource development plan is creating jobs and growing the economy while ensuring Canada has a strong environmental protection. Today is a very exciting day in my home province of Saskatchewan, as Canada demonstrates to the world how we are leading on carbon capture and storage technology. Can the Parliamentary Secretary share with this House how the government's support has made the Boundary Dam project possible?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saskatoon-Humboldt for that question. Today is indeed an exciting day for Canada and Saskatchewan. Boundary Dam is the world's first post-combustion carbon capture project in a coal-fired plant that will significantly reduce emissions. In fact, representatives from nearly 20 countries have traveled to Saskatchewan for the announcement of this state-of-the-art technology. Our government is proud to support made-in-Canada solutions that create jobs and protect our environment.
The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pellan. 2 months after the government announcement, the 1,000 doses of vaccine promised to Africa are still in Winnipeg. Whereas the Ebola virus is spreading like wildfire, the Public Health Agency says the delay is due to logistical problems because the vaccine has to be refrigerated. So if I understand correctly, the Americans are sending planes to Liberia daily, but we're not able to send a cooler? You can't be serious. What is the explanation for the vaccine still being here in Canada?
Secretary, Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated, the vaccines are available. They've been made available to the World Health Organization, and it's the World Health Organization who takes the leadership role on organizing these logistics. And so as soon as the World Health Organization would like to pull the trigger, we are ready to ship the vaccines. But we're not stopping there. We're providing $35 million to help those most affected by Ebola, to curb the spread of Ebola, to provide basic nutrition to people that are suffering, to provide medical equipment in place. We are showing global leadership in the response to Ebola.
Absolutely. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, the parliamentary secretary has just confirmed again that this urgently needed vaccine is still sitting in the Winnipeg lab, despite the promises that were made weeks ago to get the vaccine to West Africa. In the meantime, the number of Ebola cases is doubling almost every 3 weeks. Rather than passing the buck and trying to blame someone else, we want to know, and can the minister tell us, what steps is she taking now to deliver on Canada's promise for this vaccine?
Exactly.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think everybody understands that the vaccines need to get to the people most affected, but there are logistical issues. In fact, the World Health Organization, in discussions with our Chief Medical Officer, has ascertained that consent needs to be provided. Obtaining this consent is an issue. Ensuring that the vaccines are refrigerated is an issue. What I can assure this House is that we have donated 800 to 1,000 doses of this vaccine. It is being made available. As soon as the World Health Organization can make use of it, we will ship it.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
I can tell you that Canadians expect their government to be proactive, not
Here, exactly.
Let's look at drug
People's
safety.
lives.
While the U.S. takes drug safety seriously, this minister has been improvising. 5 months ago, the U.S. banned imports from Apotex. Health Canada politely asked Apotex to stop and did nothing when they refused. This week, they finally imposed a ban, but then they got the product list wrong. Can the minister confirm that she was told about the problems with Apotex in April and did nothing, or is she suggesting that she's not responsible for her own department?
Here.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we will not tolerate drug safety risks. As soon as Health Canada was made aware of the issues at these plants in India, it acted immediately. A quarantine was put in place. All of the medications were reviewed, and now there is an import ban against these medications. Vanessa's law will allow Health Canada to enact tough new fines on companies that put any Canadian lives at risk. It will also allow Health Canada to not have to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies, but to simply ban them.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, that's completely false, because despite what has been said here, the Minister of Health did not act for the drugs that were distributed in Canada. So months of dithering, it's only after our questions that she put together this ban. When is she going to impose a mandatory recall on Apotex? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated, in fact, there is a full import ban on all drugs coming from these facilities. These drugs are not entering Canada. We will make considerations if there is some life-saving drug there and there is no other drug available in Canada, but at this point, there is no such need. Mr. Speaker, it's Vanessa's law, which is currently going through the Senate, that will provide Health Canada with the mandatory recall powers it needs. It will also allow Health Canada to insist on large, hefty fines against pharmaceutical firms. We prioritize Canadians' health safety.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have failed to live up to their commitment made weeks ago to send personal protective equipment to help fight the Ebola outbreak. Supplies have yet to leave this country. Since August, the number of Ebola cases and deaths in West Africa has tripled. What steps is Canada taking, including working with other countries, to ensure immediate delivery of the supplies to those in need in West Africa?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we are examining our options to deliver this equipment as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Mr. Speaker, we've been doing quite a bit, actually, and we're a global leader when it comes to the response on Ebola. As I've indicated, we're providing $35 million to the Red Cross, to the World Health Organization, to Médecins Sans Frontières. These folks have the capacity on the ground to assist. We're providing basic nutritional assistance. We're providing scientific assistance. Mr. Speaker, we're doing as much as we possibly can to help, and we're always looking to see what we can do.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Ebola virus continues to wreak havoc on West Africa. day after day. Canada is committed to sending medical material, but those supplies are still here. Moreover, now that the virus is on our doorstep, Canadians are concerned. Of the 5 laboratories designated to track Ebola virus, only the Quebec lab is in operation. How can the Conservatives justify the laxity in this issue when human lives are at risk? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As the Chief Medical Officer indicated yesterday, and the Public Health Agency has been saying now for some time, and this has been verified by the World Health Organization, the risk to Canadians on Ebola is very low. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that this is the issue that we want to fearmonger with. We are providing $35 million of assistance. We have generously donated $2.5 million of equipment. Mr. Speaker, we're showing international leadership on this file.
Honourable member for Dartmouth Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, for 15 years, a moratorium on mussel aquaculture in Malpeque Bay has protected local fisheries. But now the Conservatives are considering scrapping the protection, even though the concerns have not been addressed. Serious safety issues have not been resolved, and unregulated use of lime poses a risk to the ecosystem and to lobster stocks. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is, will she maintain the moratorium on mussel farms to protect the local ecosystem and local fisheries?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the expansion of mussel leases in Malpeque Bay, there's been no decision, but I can tell you that science will guide that decision along with consultations with stakeholders.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine. The situation is critical in the Gaspé Peninsula. There are fewer and fewer salmon runs, and this year there's been a 60% decrease in the salmon run, particularly in the York, Dartmouth, and St. John rivers. We've never seen this in 30 years. We have to understand what's happening. Does the government intend to investigate? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, certainly our officials are investigating. I do share the concerns of my colleague with regards to the exceptionally low runs of Atlantic salmon. But, Mr. Speaker, we are doing a lot of things, a lot of management measures, because conservation is the #1 priority for our government, along with things that have been identified, such as conservation and protection. And I can assure the honourable member that in 2013 alone, there was almost 65,000 hours that were dedicated to monitoring and enforcement of Atlantic salmon throughout Atlantic Canada.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Speaker, Canada is open to investment that creates jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. Since taking office, our government has reduced Canada's tax rate on new business investment, making us the lowest in the G7. In fact, a recent United Nations report showed that among developed countries, Canada is second only to the United States in attracting foreign investment. Can the Minister of Industry please update this House on what our government is doing to encourage foreign investment in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Canadian businesses to grow and create jobs here at home, of course, we have to attract investment into Canada. The World Economic Forum has reported that for 7 straight years now, we have the soundest banking system in all the world. KPMG has reported that we have the most tax-competitive economy in all the world. And on the tax side, we have a 13% lower corporate tax rate than there is in the United States. And on foreign investment, it was reported just yesterday, in fact, that we are attracting more money than ever before, $686 billion into the Canadian economy. And since we formed government in 2006, we have seen an increase of foreign investment into the Canadian economy of 57%, creating jobs in every region of Canada.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, our trading of fresh produce with the United States is worth $1.6 billion. It's critical for our farmers and our consumers alike. The Conservatives have already failed with the country of origin labelling with the United States, and it's costing our livestock industry billions. The U.S. has been warning Canada that it will lose special privileges with trading our fresh produce if Canada does not treat them equal. Today it's been revealed that we are no longer protected under the Perishable Commodities Act. Why did the Minister of Agriculture let this happen, and what is he going to do to fix it?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, it's in fact not the case. We've been doing consultations over the course of the summer. I've met with the fresh food producers out in British Columbia, here in Ottawa as well. And we're going to be reporting back to this House and my department. We are working on solutions to move forward to ensure that fresh producers in this country have the policies that they need to succeed and grow.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. The National Pollutant Release Inventory lists all of the pollution-emitting facilities in Canada. In Beauport-Limoilou, the facilities listed range from the Quebec City incinerator to the White Birch Papers Stadacona Mill. But curiously, there's only one notable absence, which is Arrimage Quebec, which is responsible for millions of tons of transshipment of nickel. Can the Minister of the Environment explain why Arrimage Quebec is not part of the National Pollutant Release Inventory?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'll take that question under advisement and get back to the member. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Îles. Several companies are contravening provincial labour codes in terms of unpaid interns. It's deplorable, but for the interns working under federal areas of jurisdiction, it's even worse. They have no protection, not even from sexual harassment. Will the Conservatives support my bill, my private member's bill, which will offer minimum protections to interns working under federal jurisdiction?
Mr. Speaker, our government believes in safe, productive workplaces. If anyone believes their rights have been violated, they need to follow that matter up. But what I would really like to ask is, we put forward paid internship programs. We put forward a number of paid internship programs, and the NDP voted against it.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Pierre Alma. Mr. Speaker, of the $33 billion granted to shipyards, nothing was given to the Davie shipyard. The Deaconbaker icebreaker promised to Vancouver will be more costly and come in slower than promised, whereas the Davie shipyard offered to build it on time and at cost. On Tuesday, the Quebec National Assembly adopted a unanimous motion asking Ottawa to reconsider the contract. Will the government face the facts and grant the contract to Davie shipyards and save jobs in the Quebec region?
Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The selection of the shipyards was done according to the Auditor General, following the procurement strategy, which was the most open and transparent in Canadian history. Mr. Speaker, Davie bid on the contract, and their bid was not selected.
Question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jeremy Harrison, Minister responsible for Immigration, Tourism, Innovation Trade for the province of Saskatchewan. It being Thursday, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Vokey Valley, the Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster, sorry about that, the Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster will ask the Thursday question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we had a sad latest chapter of this sad government's record on the vote that was held Tuesday night on what's not a very radical question, it's a very common sense question, that we actually have relevant answers to intelligent questions in question period, Mr. Speaker. Now, as you know, all members of the opposition, all opposition parties, all independents voted for that NDP motion, including 3 Conservatives. And we certainly congratulate the 3 Conservatives that stood up and voted for it. But 144 Conservative MPs voted against the proposition that answers should be relevant in question period, Mr. Speaker. It's like the Conservative caucus was being whipped to vote against the laws of gravity. It makes absolutely no sense, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about a common sense proposal that was voted against by the Conservative caucus. So these kinds of decisions by Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt, help to undermine public confidence in this government. And the government has only 23 sitting weeks to actually address that. So my question to the leader of the government in the House is very simple. What is this government going to do next week to try to repair a tattered, torn and ripped sense of lack of public confidence in this government.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have an opportunity to respond to my colleague. Of course, on the question of question period, as I have observed before, the tone of question period is overwhelmingly determined by the tenor of the questions asked. We're hoping to see that there was actually a very worthwhile letter to the editor in the Globe and Mail yesterday on exactly that subject from a gentleman from Halifax, which I was most appreciative of. And I'm sure that if the members of the opposition take heed of that, we will see very high-quality question periods in the future. In terms of the business of this House, for the balance of today, we will be continuing forward on the Nachi Cho Bill Park Bill, from which is Bill S5. Tomorrow, it is our intention to complete the last day of Bill C36. This is, of course, the bill to respond to the court's decision, which, of course, they have set a deadline for us for December, and we do want to respond to that. We will be proceeding with other matters on the order paper through the following week. I do intend to identify Tuesday as an additional allotted day. I believe that will be an opportunity for the NDP once again. And we, of course, have had some discussion in this House of the importance of a potential matter of the mission that is underway in combating the ISIL terrorist threat right now. There is the potential for the schedule that I have laid out for you to be interrupted at some point in time by the need for a motion of this House, should there be a decision by the government to proceed with a combat mission. I might also add, I believe I did not report to you exactly what we are going to be doing on Monday, and that will be, no, that's the wrong S4. I will get back to the House on the exact details of what we will deal with on, Monday, S4, the Digital Privacy Act, and C21, the Red Tape Reduction Bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We'll do something, Peter, at some point.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, during question period, the Minister of Immigration used words that, in our opinion, are disgraceful and should not be used here in this chamber. We would like you to address the problem immediately. Thank you.
Appreciate the Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer raising this. I will examine the blues and make a determination as to the language that was used. And, of course, it certainly did prompt a reaction, so I will go back and take a look at that and come back to the House. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills. Senate bills, Bill S5, an act to create the Nachicho National Park Reserve.
Mrs. Aglukak, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Nahatchikok National Park Reserve of Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today to express my unconditional support for Bill S5, the Natsicho National Park Reserve Act. Bill S5 proposes to protect a vast swath of land in Canada's north, nearly 5,000 square kilometres, an area almost the size of Prince Edward Island. In August 2012, Prime Minister Stephen Harper travelled to the Northwest Territories to join Aboriginal leaders in announcing the establishment of Natsicho National Park Reserve as Canada's 44th national park. This bill delivers on work started by this government in 2008 and on the commitment of the Prime Minister to protect this area for future generations. Natsicho National Park Reserve is a beautiful landscape located in the southwestern region of the Northwest Territories along the Yukon border. This is within the settlement area of the Satu Dene and Métis, who have traveled, hunted, and trapped there. Given its remote location, the land remains largely wild in nature. The park will protect habitat for a variety of species such as mountain woodland caribou, grizzly bears, Dall sheep, mountain goats, and trumpeter swans. During the short summers, the valleys are covered in wildflowers, and insects buzz over the thick carpet of moss, grasses, and shrubs. It's truly a sight to see. Given its timeless beauty, and more importantly, how the lands and waters and abundant wildlife have sustained Aboriginal people for generations. It's no wonder that our Aboriginal peoples have such a deep connection to these lands. An important spiritual place for local Dene people is the mountain that towers above the Moose Ponds on the upper South Nahanni River. The name of the proposed park reserve, Natsicho, celebrates this bond. The word means pointed like a porcupine quill, aptly describing the shape of the mountain. The mountain is of highly significant to the Satu Dene Métis for its spiritual endowment. Mr. Speaker, creating this national park reserve serves the national interest in several ways. It will preserve a breathtaking landscape for the beautiful and enjoyment of future generations. It will create land use certainty that can facilitate investment and economic development for Aboriginal and Northern Canadians. Establishing Natsicho National Park Reserve completes this government's work to significantly expand Nahanni National Park Reserve, which shares its northern border with Natsicho, thereby conserving a significant proportion of the South Nahanni River watershed. In short, Mr. Speaker, with the expansion of Nahanni and the creation of Natsicho, this government has created the third largest national park complex in this country. These actions build on Canada's strong tradition of international leadership in conservation. Bill S5 also supports Canada's National Conservation Plan that was recently announced by the Prime Minister. The plan contributes to Canada's long-term prosperity by taking concrete action to conserve our nation's lands and waters, restore ecosystems, and connect Canadians to nature. The creation of Natsicho also supports Canada's Northern Strategy, a plan to assign the North and Northerners a larger role in our country's democracy. To fully appreciate the importance of the proposed National Park Reserve, one must fully understand the significance of the Northern Strategy. For generations, Canadians considered the North the land of the future, and Mr. Speaker, that future is upon us now. And the time has come for Canadians to fully embrace the North and realize the tremendous potential and opportunity it offers. The Northern Strategy envisions healthy, sustainable lands and vibrant communities of people. The Northern Strategy prompts action in 4 areas, Mr. Speaker. 1, protecting our northern environmental heritage. 2, promoting economic and social development. 3, improving northern governance. And 4, exercising Canada's sovereignty over the North. Since the strategy was launched in 2007, significant progress has been made on each of these very important areas. The progress is shown through the conservation of environmentally sensitive waters and lands, such as we are doing with Natsicho. Additionally, employment and infrastructure in the community of Tulita will support the prosperity of the area with new housing, skill development, and training. This is partly because nearly every action taken under the strategy is designed to act as a catalyst. Improvements in governance, for instance, tends to spark economic and social development. Today, more northern lands are protected from development than at any point in our country's great history. With the creation of Natsicho, more than 10% of Canada's 3 northern territories is protected. And Mr. Speaker, this is important to note, an area about the size of Newfoundland and Labrador. This ensures the protection of some of our nation's most spectacular scenery, the presentation of unique cultural heritage areas, and the provision of unparalleled visitor opportunities to explore these lands and cultures. There are more job and training opportunities than ever before, creating more economic prosperity in our northern lands, and Northerners have a greater say in the decisions that affect them most. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, before us would further push this process along and inspire direct progress in 3 of the Northern Strategy's 4 policy areas. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of Natsicho National Park Reserve will contribute significantly to environmental protection. With the addition of Natsicho, more than 86% of the South Nahanni watershed would be protected. The combined Nahanni-Natsicho Park Complex includes a habitat that will protect up to 600 grizzly bears, which is 9 times greater than the number of grizzly bears protected within Banff, Canada's first national park. What a legacy for Canada's future generations. The establishment of Nazi Cho promotes social and economic development, another component of the Northern Strategy. Nature lovers and adventurers from across the country and around the world appreciate the remarkable beauty of Canada's north, and many can be expected to travel to Nazi Cho to experience its spectacular landscapes, flora, and fauna. The park headquarters and visitor centre will be established in the community of Tulita, generating job and training opportunities and the economic benefits of new infrastructure projects. Establishing the park reserve would also trigger direct infusions of resourcing. For example, during the first 5 years of the park's operation, Parks Canada will invest nearly $3 million to build offices, a visitor centre, and staff accommodation. It has an annual operating budget of $1.2 million. For a town of only a few hundred people, this is a significant investment and would open the door to a number of additional opportunities. Northerners also have an active role in managing the new park reserve, which will help build capacity and strengthen Northern governance. An impact and benefit plan negotiated by Parks Canada and the Satu Deni and Métis, who live near Nazi Cho, provides for the collaborative management of the National Park Reserve by a committee composed of representatives of Parks Canada and the Satu Deni and Métis, fulfilling requirements of the Satu Deni and Métis Land Claim Agreement. Mr. Speaker, as a result, Northerners have greater control over their lands, an essential component of sound governance. Parks Canada partners with Aboriginal peoples to establish, manage and protect lands and ensure that ancient traditions and harvesting customs such as hunting, trapping, and fishing continue. In fact, formal agreements with Aboriginal peoples contribute to the effective stewardship of nearly 70% of all Parks Canada's lands. Parks Canada maintains effective relationships with more than 130 Aboriginal groups across Canada through a broad spectrum of mechanisms and agreements. Establishing the Nazi Cho Park Reserve would further this modern, progressive, and inclusive vision of the North, particularly to Southern and international audiences. It would protect our culture and natural heritage and help sustain communities and develop leaders in our North. There can be absolutely no doubt that rapid change is underway in the North. The important question that we must ask ourselves is this: how can we influence the course of change to benefit Northerners and Canadians for both the present and future generations? Mr. Speaker, this bill is a concrete example of the action we are taking within the Northern Strategy, which proposes a responsible approach to development, one that balances environmental protection with social and economic development, one that empowers Northerners and exercises Canada's sovereignty in the North. Protecting large representative natural regions while encouraging a diverse economy in the North is a crucial part of the strategy and is the centerpiece of the creation of this new National Park Reserve. Doing so creates jobs and raises awareness of the spectacular yet fragile ecosystems and the age-old cultures that comprise the rich heritage of our North. In these places, there's a palpable sense of harmony. Everything around us is connected, and we are connected to everything around us. I encourage you to bear this connection in mind as we discuss the proposed legislation. There is enormous potential that can be achieved through this bill, such as protecting the environment, creating jobs, and ensuring that our North stays beautiful for future generations. Mr. Speaker, although thousands of kilometers separate us from Nazi Cho, we must recognize its considerable value and power as a National Park Reserve. And I urge everyone to join me in support of the legislation now before us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his presentation on the Nazi Cho the new Park Reserve in the Northwest Territories. I've stood here on a number of occasions talking about the Conservatives' plans for parks expansion. I think of the Nahanni Park expansion that we supported after having a written confirmation from the minister at the time, Mr. Prentice, that there would be investments made in the communities. This was in 2007. Investments made in the capital to promote the park, to visitor centers, things that would actually provide the kind of impetus to tourism and to the development of our communities. Well, 7 years has passed, Mr. Speaker, and there is nothing that has been built of those promises in the Decho region, in Fort Simpson, or Nahanni Butte. So, going forward with another National Park Reserve, of course, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, what guarantees do you have that we're not going to wait another 7 years to see a proper visitor center, the facilities that are required to actually operate a park, to make it a valuable economic opportunity for the people of the Sahtu region? What kind of guarantees, what kind of programs have you established within the department to ensure that this work goes ahead in a timely fashion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from the North for that very important question, because I think we both share a shared goal to develop the North and make sure that we bring employment and that we open up these parks for Canadians to participate in. As I said in my speech, we do have certain financial commitments that we are standing by. We, of course, in this area of the world, there are certain challenges when you are building certain infrastructures. But Parks Canada and our government is committed to following through on these agreements. When we build on these conversations, we take a group process. In other words, we bring in First Nations, we bring in parks officials, we bring in stakeholders to make sure that our investments are going to benefit the local community. Mr. Speaker, that's what it's all about. It's working with the community to conserve and restore, but also connect Canadians to this wonderful part of our country, a wonderful part of our heritage. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that the NDP and the Liberals will enthusiastically work with us to make this park a reality, this reserve a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Honourable Member for his speech. You know, Mr. Speaker, the words that Canadians fear most is that, hello, I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. Similarly, with members of the government, the words that they fear most is, hello, I'm from the opposition and I'm here to help you. Of course, we support the creation of this park, and we do look forward to working with the honourable member. I did want to take note that this is a reserve as opposed to a park. It's a reserve for a park, and it's a different order than just simply the creation of a park. That is largely dependent on the status of Aboriginal negotiations with various Aboriginal interests. So I'd be interested in the honourable member's comments with respect to the status of negotiations with the various Aboriginal communities affected.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that very important question, because certainly the status of negotiations with First Nations does take precedence over creation of the park. So that's why we're working very carefully with First Nations, the Sahtu Dene and Métis in the area, and everyone involved. Because if you look at the long-term goal, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said, and quite jokingly, what was the comment? People fear I'm from the government, I'm here to help, and I'm from the opposition, and I'm here to help. I'm actually looking forward to comments from my colleague from the Environment Committee, because I think this is something, Mr. Speaker, that all of us share in the long-term goal. I think the reality is, you know, as I said in my speech, the future is now. The North is our future. And it's important that we work with the communities in the areas to make sure that we do develop it, but also protect the heritage. I think one of the things that is extremely important is looking at the different species, some of the species at risk in the area that will be protected through this piece of legislation,
And I do look forward to continuing work with my colleagues all through the House, but to recognize, too, the importance of working with First Nations as we move forward in this progress. Thank you.
Comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the speech by the honourable member, but I'm a little bit puzzled by the response to the question from my colleague from Northwest Territories, where he had raised questions about undertakings to deliver on jobs and developments within the expanded Nahanni Park right into the watershed. My understanding is there actually was an agreement signed 2 years ago, an agreement between the government and the Sault Dene and Métis, and it was then that the undertaking was made to be building infrastructure in this part of the park, in the watershed, and to provide specific jobs to the First Nations and Métis people in the area. So I guess the question relates to yet another promise undertaken, not just a promise, an undertaking 2 years ago. What is in the budget now, or what is planned in the budget update for this fall to actually deliver on those promises?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question because it is a very specific question and it's very important that people know. Parks Canada is moving forward with plans for the Nazi Cho Park office, a visitor centre, warehouse, garage for the park, operations, and housing for park staff in Toledo. And I did mention this in my speech. The Toledo District Benefits Corporation was established by the Sault Dene and Métis to coordinate their economic opportunities and benefits of the new park. And I appreciate the opportunity to expand on my earlier comments. Mr. Speaker, local tradespeople will be employed in the construction and maintenance of this infrastructure in the community of Toledo. Capital funds to be committed to these construction projects will amount to $2.8 million. In exchange, Parks Canada will have a long-term lease as a tenant in the office complex. The organization chart for the park includes 9 staff positions, 6 full-time and 3.5 part-time, and 2 student positions. It is anticipated that the majority of these positions, including 2 trainee positions, will be filled by Sault Dene and Métis from the Toledo district. These employees, as agreed in the IBP, will be hired preferentially among the Sault Dene and Métis of the Toledo district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, this particular bill obviously is favoured by people in the Northwest Territories, especially people who live in the Nahanni Park area. I've heard many wonderful things about this particular area and the great work that's been done by many of the Aboriginal governments in that particular area as well. My question to the Minister, I think, is whenever we build reserves like this or expand reserves in different regions of the country, obviously we do it to protect our natural habitat and our natural environment. But in many cases, there's also an expectation by these Aboriginal groups to see some real social and economic development prosper as a result of it. So far, this has not happened in this particular region. And I'm wondering if the government is really serious about investing here to ensure that that happens for the people who live there.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, you have about a minute.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her question because that's exactly why we are moving this initiative forward the way that we're moving it forward. We are strongly committed to fulfilling on what we've discussed here this afternoon. My previous answer did discuss the details of what has been arranged. Of course, when you bring economic development, give people jobs, it certainly does help the social aspects of the community, helps in further development. And it's something that I think not only our government, but our opposition colleagues, all of us in this House are committed to moving forward. And I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that I can count on the support of members in this House to move this legislation forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to S5, a bill creating Nazi Cho National Park in the Satu region of the Northwest Territories, a region that is centered around the Mackenzie River but stretches towards the Yukon boundary with the incredible, beautiful mountain range with the magnificent wilderness that is the Northwest Territories throughout the whole North. I represent the Northwest Territories. I represent people who have some of the highest regard for the environment when polled among all those in Canada. We really have that respect. And the respect for the idea of national parks is strong in the Northwest Territories. We've seen the creation of many national parks over many years throughout our territory. We understand the inherent issues that surround the development of national parks. Our First Nations people have had experience in dealing with the parks bureaucracies, understand how the issues of national parks and their rules and regulations sometimes intervene with their traditional lifestyle. They have agreed, the Satu Deni have agreed to this park, and they have agreed to a comprehensive and cooperative management system that goes along with it. And we look forward to seeing more details of that in committee, where we can understand how their interests will be protected over the time forward. I'm very pleased to see this beautiful area protected. However, I'm not happy that the Conservatives chose the smallest size possible for the park. Through the process of developing this park, there were three options that were set out for the park. The option one, for the total area of 6,450 square kilometers, was developed to best protect conservation values while providing an open area around the existing mineral interests. Option two, with a total area of 5,770 square kilometers, diminished the achievement of conservation goals and allowed more mineral potential to be available. Option three, and this is the one chosen by the Conservatives, was the smallest proposal with a total area of 4,840 square kilometers. It took advantage of the mineral potential within the proposed park reserve while providing some protection to key values. They made this choice despite option one, 6,450 square kilometers, getting the overwhelming support, 92.3% of those who indicated a preference during public consultations on the proposed park. So the people of the North said, look, we're fine with the park. We want to make sure that the park works for the resources and the values that are being included within it. This has not been done completely with this park. This is not surprising, Mr. Speaker, because the many on that side of the House who see national parks as a waste of land and resources. For example, the member for Markham Oak Ridges has publicly stated that Parks Canada staff are not the best stewards of Canada's lands. When a national park was proposed for part of his riding, he responded, "We're going to have to do whatever we can to prevent it." He quickly changed his tune, however, when his bosses here in Ottawa told him he should be in favor of the Rouge National Urban Park. Well, that's a small park. I mean, that's a park that absolutely has some value within any person's purview for the urban residents of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the belief that parks are a waste of land and resources is just plain wrong. National parks create long-term sustainable jobs and opportunities in tourism and support industries. These jobs and economic opportunities last forever, unlike those in the resource sector, extraction, which only last a few years. And we're very familiar with those. Sometimes they leave a legacy of destruction, like the giant mines, that lasts for eternity. So we have to be very careful with how we deal with land. We know that in the Northwest Territories. We understand what goes on with development, and we understand why we have to preserve land and why it's important that that land is put aside. Recently I had the opportunity to travel to Yukon's Kluane National Park and Reserve. There, Parks Canada has worked with the Champagne and Asiatic First Nations to create a visitor centre at the Daku Cultural Centre in Haines Junction. This centre and the numerous businesses in Haines Junction all exist because of Kluane National Park and Reserve. Like other national parks, Kluane has created jobs and economic opportunities that are long-lasting and environmentally sound. However, it seems to me that to these Conservatives, many times tourism jobs and economic opportunities that surround that type of activity are of little value because they put the money not in the hands of big corporations, but in the hands of little people, local people, workers, and those that actually want to see a future for preservation of our natural beauty and such like. Is this the reason why the Conservatives chose the smallest size against the recommendations of all the people that chose to make those recommendations in the public consultations? Mr. Speaker, the tourist industry, now I want to talk about the tourism industry because this is what really will give the economic opportunities to the Satu region from putting aside 4,850 square kilometers of land. The tourism opportunities are one of the great potentials for our future. Provide local jobs, they provide local businesses, as with Kluane, and Kluane has been done in a very good fashion. It took years to get there. It took many difficult negotiations with First Nations so they actually achieved benefits, but now they are. So we don't want to make those mistakes with any new national park. We want to move to the good side as quickly as possible. The tourist industry in Canada, though, creates more than $84 billion in economic activity, more than $17 billion in export revenue, nearly $10 billion in federal revenue, and employs more than 600,000 Canadians. Tourism contribution to the GDP is worth more than agriculture, fisheries, and forestry combined. Despite these figures, the Conservatives have turned their backs on Canadian tourist operators. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce has ranked the lack of support for our tourism industry as one of the top 10 barriers to the competitiveness of the Canadian economy. Canada, during the reign of the Conservatives, has cut its tourism marketing budget by 20% over the last 9 years. So instead of expanding the budget, as should be, inflation and all the rest, we've seen a cutback of 20%. It's forced the Canadian Tourism Commission to abandon advertising initiatives in lucrative markets like the United States. The Canadian Tourism Commission's core funding has declined from nearly $100 million in 2001. The Conservative government's continued lack of leadership in promoting tourism at home and abroad is needlessly damaging what was once a good news story for the Canadian economy. A quick look at other countries shows just how little the Conservatives support the tourism industry. And those results are showing in the incredible drop that we've seen in tourism, international tourism visitations to Canada. In countries where they have put the money in Ireland spends $211 million a year in promoting its tourism. That's a 14% increase in the same time. Mexico, $153 million, 4% increase. Australia, $147 million, 30% increase. France, Canada, $72 million. That's down 10% over that same period. So in the time when you factor in inflation, you've seen a massive decrease in the support for tourism industry. Well, you know, there's an old saying, and this is one that the neoliberals like, the rising tide raises all the boats. Well, what we see in the tourism industry is a falling tide has becalmed the industry and left a lot of tourism boats stranded on the shore. So when we talk about increasing national parks, we want to talk about expanding tourism. What operator is going to go in and create a new market in Canada for a new product when the Conservative government has decimated our tourism market in this country, where the Conservative government has refused to put the dollars into it that can return and promote and increase this very important market. They're very content to see the tide go out and the boats sit on the sandy floor of the bay.
They lose interest.
They lose. So, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives changed the tourism tax rebate, so only those on package tours can apply for a tax refund, rather than the old system where any visitor to Canada could get their GST refunded. This change has really hit small tourism businesses, but provided an unfair advantage to large tourism operators. So what's going to happen in the Northwest Territories? We have small tourist operators. Everybody in the tourist industry starts out small. The average time to make a tourist business profitable is between 10 and 14 years. Someone has to invest. They have to create the market. They have to create the product. They have to create the market. They have to make it work. That's what's going to have to happen in HoC. That's where we're going to have to put the investment in order to get the tourism industry to work there. So we need the support of the federal government on the federal programs that increase the volume of tourists to Canada. That's a fundamental. And I have included this in my speech because we want to see benefits from taking 4,850 square kilometers of land and creating a national park, which is a great idea for the people of Canada and can be a great idea for the people of the North, but we need to promote tourism. But you know, there's another story about tourism with this government and how little it supports it, and that's their treatment of Parks Canada. In Budget 2012, Parks Canada saw eliminated 638 positions. Many of the positions in national parks and in the Northwest Territories, in Nunavut and Yukon, were lost as well during that time. So when we're trying to build a tourism industry based on natural beauty, national parks, we see that the cutbacks affect that throughout the system. Budget 2012 cut Parks Canada budget by almost 7.1%. The cuts hit parks and historic sites nationwide. Nova Scotia's Fortress of Louisbourg, touted by the Canadian Tourism Association as a signature destination, is facing the loss of 120 jobs. Banff National Park, another prime tourist destination, is losing 40 jobs. Winter services have been eliminated, and visitors are left to guide themselves at historic sites. We've even cut out cross-country ski trail building. One activity that could be guaranteed in national parks throughout northern Canada was that we could have cross-country ski events. No more. Budget 2014 included $391 million allocated over 5 years, allowing the agency to improve roads, bridges, and dams located in Canada's national parks and historic canals. However, 2014 budget specifies that only $1 million is allocated for this fiscal year and $4 million for 2015-16, with the rest to be handed out in 2016 and onward after the next election. It is estimated by Parks Canada reports the cost could be as much as $2.7 billion to complete all deferred infrastructure programs. So, Mr. Speaker, we're happy that we see an agreement between the Sault Dene and Métis and this government to create a national park reserve, HoC. This is a good thing, but it can't stand by itself. Efforts have to be made to create a situation where what the parliamentary secretary talked about, the economic opportunities, the jobs, the local economy that can come out of a national park can actually flourish. and that is linked to tourism. And without the effort put into that, without the effort put into Parks Canada to provide it with the resources to promote tourism, without the effort put in by Canadian Tourism Commission, without the resources to advertise, to promote Canada worldwide, we won't see an increase in our tourism. We will continue this downward trend. This beautiful country, with so much to offer to so many people around the world, is not getting its due right now. We're spending all kinds of money promoting oil and gas industry throughout trying to do the work for multinational corporations that should do their own work because they're making massive profits from these resources.
Yep.
What do we do for the tourism people? What do we do for those little people that are trying so hard to set up small businesses, to set up the opportunities for people to work in this field? What are we doing? We're cutting back on the resources that are available to promote this very, very important sector. As I pointed out, agriculture, forestry, and fishing combined don't match up to the impact that tourism has on our economy. We want to be successful in the Northwest Territories. We want our people to have an opportunity to take advantage of the natural beauty of our country and the land. We want our First Nations who have gone into agreements to be able to invest in business and opportunities in the tourism sector. That is the real growth potential for the national parks in the Northwest Territories. But this government has shown that it's not interested in that. Perhaps after the next election we'll have another government. It looks likely. At that time, we perhaps can see that the true potential of the Canadian National Park System, including all those in the Northwest Territories, will have an opportunity to grow for the people in that region that have given up so much to provide these beautiful national parks to Canada for eternity, will have their opportunity to achieve a prosperous lifestyle from doing that. It will be hard. There's nothing easy about the tourism industry. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes resources. But it also takes the active participation of the Government of Canada in promoting Canada as a destination. We can't back off from that. We can't say, oh, that's not so important. Well, let's just leave that to the private sector. That doesn't work. This is our country. We have to make the best opportunities for it. We can't simply continue to cut the opportunities that exist there to show the world what we have here. So, well, we're getting, and I appreciate this. I really hope that the Conservatives this time follow up on their and have an active plan to get the facilities in place. I mean, we saw in 7 years with the Nahanni Park expansion. We were promised 7 years ago that these facilities would be built. A proper visitor center in Fort Simpson. The Nahanni National Park is a World Heritage Site. It is famous around the world. Yet you go to Fort Simpson and there's absolutely nothing there to sell somebody on getting in a plane and flying all the way out there to take a look at it. There's nothing there. There's nothing that's been put in place yet after 7 years. That's a shocking record. That's a record of ineffective behavior. That's a record of not understanding how to get along with First Nations to accomplish that. That's where that sits in the Nahanni National Park expansion plans. And so I trust that there's someone on the other side that might be listening to this and understanding that there's work to be done here. This is not all just clapping our hands at the wonderful things that the government has created. The government hasn't created anything. They've taken land and put it aside We need now the work to go in to make it into something. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to disagree with my colleague about saying the government has not created something. We have actually worked very closely with the Satu, Dene, and Métis in the Northwest Territories, and they're going to benefit from lasting economic, cultural, and social benefits thanks to the agreement that our government signed in 2012. And if you take a look at it, Mr. Speaker, the Nazi-Cho National Park Reserve translates into a six-fold expansion of the protected area in the Nahanni region by our government. So this creation has been years in the making, involving consultations with communities, Aboriginal groups, industry, and the government of the Northwest Territories. And I'd like to point my colleague, he talks about tourism. This is extremely important. Parks Canada will be working with our Satu partners in the development of Aboriginal-operated visitor experience opportunities. And I'll point him towards sections 19.4 and 19.5 of the Impact and Benefit Plan, which commits Parks Canada to explore opportunities such as river guiding, ecotourism service, and the in-park accommodation with the Satu businesses. And I'll remind him in my speech, it was over $2.8 million we're going to be investing in this. So my question for him is, in the context of this bill, and since I did point out those different sections, would the honourable member not agree that expansion of the Nahanni and the establishment of Nazi-Cho and the agreement with the Satu, this will help promote tourism in this region? Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
For the Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my speech, developing tourism is a difficult and expensive business. I've been involved with tourism development in the Northwest Territories. I've chaired a tourism advisory board for 10 years. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to the need to develop these kinds. It takes time. This is not something that you do overnight. And so if you want an operator to start working on this, you need to show that there's going to be a market. You need to develop first a product. Then you have to find the market for the product. You have to promote that. That all takes time and resources. So when we say, oh, these are going to develop overnight, no, they're not. It needs to be shown that there's a commitment on the part of the federal government and Parks Canada to work with any operator in the future to make this happen. And that's the reality of the situation. I truly hope that Nazi-Cho becomes a focal point for tourism, but there's going to be many years of investment and effort required to make that happen.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member has a significant advantage over me in this debate, and I had a significant advantage over him in the debate earlier this morning because I live close to the Rouge Park and he lives in some proximity to Nazi-Cho. So he has more familiarity with the park than do I. He made some reference to the drawing of the boundaries, which, and I note that the drawing of the boundaries seems to exclude a couple of mines. And within the bill itself, and I don't know whether this is a usual thing in a park bill or not, but the minister may enter into leases or licenses for mining access roads, and the minister may issue, amend, or renew, suspend, or cancel licenses for the use of water for the purposes of mining access roads. I'd be interested in whether that at all is usual within his experience, whether any public consultation occurred around that, given his proximity to the park itself.
Member for the Northwest Territories.
Well, certainly the issue of the access road was one that raised a number of flags at the time. I think that more than that, it's been the big issue has been the reduction in size of the park. I mean, the larger size of the park, 6,450 square kilometers, was one where most was developed to best protect conservation values. So the conservation values, the range of the animals that would be home to the park, the types of situations that would be involved with watersheds was best served by the 6,450 square kilometer size. The 4,840 square kilometer size has opened up opportunities for other things to happen. Whether they happen or not, they have not given the surety to the park that the 6,450 square kilometer size would have done.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague, member for Western Arctic. It's certainly, I concur entirely with his concern about tourism in this country. Having seen Canada drop from 7th most visited country in 2002 to 18th in 2011, one can draw some lines. One of the concerning things is that the largest market for tourists to Canada is visitors from the United States. But under this administration, all tourism advertising in the U.S. market has been canceled. So the only product we're advertising in the United States is bitumen. But I would like to ask him about the Nazi Cho, and he hinted at his concern about the smaller boundaries. We do know that the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society and many other conservationists on the ground believe these smaller boundaries will not be adequate to protect the South Nahanni. And I want to ask if he shares those concerns.
Member for the Northwest Territories.
Well, certainly those concerns were shared among 92% of the people that had opinions on it in the public process. So that, as a citizen of and representative of the people of the Northwest Territories, I would say that I too have those concerns. When we set up a park, we set a park up to provide protection for certain values, whether those values are wildlife, whether those values are the watershed. Those are things that we do. I live next to Wood Buffalo National Park, an area that is considerably larger than this park. It's the largest park in Canada. It is the largest area in North America with no seismic lines. It's the largest area where there is a complete biosphere. It is an amazing area. We've paid the price for that. And in my community, I would love to see more tourism related to it because, of course, that's a big part of the structure around of the landscape of the northern Alberta and southern NWT. And we need to, when you do this type of thing, when you take out land, you must provide other answers for people. So it's a two-way street. And the choices have been made. This is what the Conservative government's put forward. We can live with this, but is it the best solution? That's, according to the people that looked at it in detail, they said no.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member who gave an excellent speech. Mr. Speaker, if the leader were in the House, he would be talking about how this speech indicates the values that we all share, the values of protecting our national areas. And national parks are areas for that. For example, in the Côte-Nord in Quebec, we have a national park. It's a place where tourists go, but not in great numbers, so the flora and fauna are protected. And it's protecting an area that's existed since the last ice age. So these parks protect areas, and they ensure the development is done in a good way. I know that my colleague has talked a lot about the tourism aspect, but to what extent is this park important from a point of view of economic development?
Well, it really remains to be seen. There will be, as the parliamentary secretary pointed out, there's agreements that have been made about certain staffing and certain things that are going to go in place in Toledo, a town of 400 people, and that will certainly help that small community with those parks personnel. But what have I seen in the years that I've lived next to a national park? The number of personnel in the park has gone down under the Liberals, it's gone down under the Conservatives. We've seen that hasn't been the panacea that has been laid out for us, because they just consistent cutbacks over the years have changed that relationship.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to debate another park bill. This seems to be Park Day on the Hill. I'm hopefully seeking from colleagues and from you, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to split my time with the member from Labrador in the event that she does arrive. But in the meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, I do want to indicate our preliminary support for this bill. As you know, this is in effect an extension of the Nahanni Park.
Because we're done in 10 minutes.
In the first round.
Because we're at second reading, in the second rotation of this debate, we require unanimous consent for the member if he is going to split his time with another member. Does the member have unanimous consent to split his time with the member from Labrador? There is unanimous consent.
Thank you, colleagues. And I did phrase it in terms of both you and colleagues. It's not because of any great love for the particular member from Scarborough-Guildwood, but I'm sure that you'll be much more enlightened and informed by the comments that the member from Labrador will actually give to this particular debate. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this bill, this is an extension of the Nahanni Park, and of course, the original Nahanni Park was created by then Prime Minister Trudeau. And of course, we in the Liberal Party could hardly be against any park that originates with a Prime Minister named Trudeau. We are concerned about a couple of things. Well, we're actually hoping, Mr. Speaker, that there will be a second Prime Minister named Trudeau, but we don't actually know that because that's up to the will of the people. Mr. Speaker, the park is good in its conception. We do have some concerns about the way in which the boundaries were determined. And unlike the Rouge Park, where we were debating this morning, we actually have boundaries this time. The Rouge Park that we were debating this morning has no boundaries except 3 small parcels of land in Markham. And so that's one significant difference. And the second significant difference is that this park actually commits itself to the provisions of the Parks Act, which is a high level of ecological integrity, where the debate this morning had to do with what the new commitment for an urban park was in terms of ecological integrity. So I make those 2 notes. But I take note of the fact that when there was a canvassing as to whether this should be a park or whether it shouldn't be a park, whether it should be a reserve, the government did in 2010 enter into some consultations. And over 70% of the 1,600 people that they consulted with wanted the entire South Nahanni watershed protected as a park. And that was a clearly expressed will. Of the when that was not going to occur, then there were 65 people who commented on options 1, 2, and 3. And option 1 was, of course, the largest parcel, and of that, 60 of the 65 people supported the largest option. Only 3 people supported the second option, which was significantly smaller, and only 2 people supported the option that is in front of us today. So of the 1,600 residents, stakeholders, Aboriginal folks, who knows, were consulted, only 2 people thought that this was the best configuration possible for this particular park. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is a strange situation to be in, to have only 2 people who were consulted actually agree that this is the best possible option. So there's 4 options put through, the entire watershed, option 1, which was a larger concept, option 2, which is a smaller concept, and option 3, which is quite clearly the smallest concept. And, Mr. Speaker, if you saw the actual configuration of the park, it's actually divided into 2 pieces, and you actually, on the smaller piece, you have to leave the one piece, go south into the larger, the original part of the park, and then go back into the other part. There's no connection between the 2 parcels that are being put forward in this particular bill. And it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that this is a fundamental issue. Now, when you learn, actually, that between the 2 parcels, the smaller parcel and the larger parcel, is a tungsten mine, or a couple of tungsten mines, and maybe it may well be that the government decided to write the mines out of the park in order to facilitate these mines. I don't know, but it wasn't mentioned in the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's speech as to why the government chose, if you will, the least palatable option to the people that are the most affected. So I think, Mr. Speaker, that I hope will be explained better at question period. Sorry, not question period. I don't expect explanation. I don't expect anything from question period, Mr. Speaker. I have very low expectations of question period, and they seem to be met each and every day. But no, in the committee, that there might be some explanation forthcoming as to why this is a very small piece relative to what the actual concern was. Now, it may have to do, as I say, with the tungsten mine, Mr. Speaker, mines, I guess. And there's no question but the tungsten is a strategic asset, and it's an asset that is largely controlled by countries outside of Canada, other than Canada. But nevertheless, it is an issue. As I raised in a question earlier, there is a mining road that runs through the smaller portion of the park, and interestingly, the minister reserves for herself the right to license that road and to assign that license. She also reserves the right over taking, in effect, water from the park and making it available to the mines. Again, these are questions to which I don't have answers, but it is in the legislation, and it does create a certain element of questioning that does come up. It also raises kind of the interesting question about consultation. If you have a consultation, if you seek the consent, if you will, the social license of the stakeholders, why would you actually go against the wishes of the 1,600 people that were consulted? It does seem to be, Mr. Speaker, a somewhat superficial level of consultation, and it's a concern that again needs to be raised when we put this before committee. But as a general proposition, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a concept that we in the Liberal Party can support, and it's an idea that we think needs a bit more examination. There are questions that do need to be asked, but we look forward to asking those questions in committee. So I thank you for your time and attention, Mr. Speaker, and look forward to any questions from colleagues.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour of working with my colleague who just finished his speech, as well as the colleague from the NDP who spoke earlier. And Mr. Speaker, you will recognize that I did try to get a question in earlier, but there wasn't time. So I would just like to just comment that had it not been for the lack of cooperation from our NDP partners, we probably could have been in committee already doing some work on some of these important initiatives to protect our environment, and maybe my colleague from the NDP could explain at some future date as to why we're still not in committee, but that's another matter. But to my colleague in the Liberal Party, who just simply acknowledged his support for this bill, which I am thankful for, and I think it's important that we continue to support efforts to protect our natural areas. In response to a comment that my NDP colleague made earlier, he gave the impression that we on this side don't want to protect our natural areas. Well, I would just like to point out that since 2006, our government has made a six-fold expansion of the Nahanni National Park Reserve in the Northwest Territories, and it's considered to be one of the most significant conservation achievements of a generation. We have secured almost 4,000 square kilometres of ecologically sensitive private lands. We've added an area nearly twice the size of Vancouver Island to the network of federally protected areas. So I wonder if my colleague from the Liberal Party would disagree with my colleague from the NDP, who just moments ago made some disparaging remarks about the effort on this side of the House to protect our environment and to protect our protected areas through national parks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
It always amazes me, Mr. Speaker, the sensitivity of the government members. If we're not patting them on the back, they feel insulted. So I'm going to let the NDP defend the NDP. I have enough troubles defending Liberals. But Mr. Speaker, you know, the honourable member talks about the concept of we put this land aside, more land aside, more land aside. Well, you know, the Library of Parliament did a pretty good analysis, and they said you didn't take the South Nahanni piece, which is what everybody wanted, the whole watershed to the south. You didn't take the let's see here the 6,450 square kilometre piece. You didn't take the 5,770 square kilometre piece. You opted for the 4,840 square kilometre piece. You know, and basically the government leaves you in the position, I guess, is something is better than nothing. So I'm, you know, I appreciate my my honourable member's sensitivity to any criticism whatsoever, but I just point out that maybe they wouldn't be quite so criticized if, in fact, they funded the Department of the Environment properly, if they funded the Parks Department properly, and if they actually created some trust among folks.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, this whole question of putting aside land for the future for Canadians. I mean, this is not something that started with the Conservative government. Many of the plans for some of these areas have been ongoing for many, many years. We've been working on parks like the park on the north shore of Great Slave Lake for about 25 years. And if it happens to come to fruition under any particular government, that's great. So what we have in Canada is we have a program where we continue through successive governments, and I hope this continues, and will continue, I'm sure, under new Democratic government coming very soon to your screens. This is the reality of what we do in Canada. But what we need to do is make sure that when we take land out of circulation, that we provide the proper resources the effort needs to go into them to ensure that they are useful and significant parts of the local economies of the area that they come from. This is what this is all about. We could put aside much land, and remember, this is a national park reserve at this point in time. Does my colleague not agree that fundamentally this program of protection of natural areas is something that is going to be valuable to Canada in the future? There are still many other areas, perhaps in Ontario.
Order. Order. We're out of time for the question. Order. The member for Scarborough-Guildwood will have 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Speaker. I do hope that whoever is the next government continues this creation. I do anticipate, though, that these creation of these new parks. I do anticipate, however, that it may be a while before NDP governments actually create anything. Amen.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat, the honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly pleased to rise and speak to this debate, and I thank my colleague, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood for Gilbert for sharing his time with me today. And Mr. Speaker, he's very generous, seems I can't get the name of his title of his riding out properly. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, Bill S5, it's really about expanding lands in the Arctic regions of our country. And it continues to process a process, I guess, that was started more than 10 years ago in this country by the Liberal government, and that is protecting different parts of Canada's north, either through designation of national park areas or national park reserves. And we've had a long history in this party of supporting the creation and expansion of our national park system from every part of the country. And we've had a diverse geological environmental landscape, as we know, and we also are very proud of that. It's one of the things that we continue to market as a country. And in doing so, we also know that the animal species need to be protected and maintained in those areas, along with all of our agricultural species as well. The Nahanni National Park Reserve, I think it was created in 1976, and I was reading in one of the notes that it was actually created by the Trudeau government. And certainly that would be a very proud legacy for the people in that particular area, as would have been for many of the other parks that were created. But, Mr. Speaker, our party has always been committed to the principles of habitat conservation, and we must have regions in the Arctic of Canada that is dedicated to protecting and preserving our many species of flora and fauna, along with our animal habitat. This particular reserve area, as was noted by others who spoke today, will certainly preserve and the grizzly bear population, which is what has always been a national attraction in this particular country. It is also important that we recognize the traditional lands and to work in consultation with First Nations groups before moving towards any of these particular designations. This is one of the ones in which the Aboriginal people in the Northwest Territories, those self-governments that are in that particular area, has asked for. They have, Mr. Speaker, saw already the vision and the need to protect large reserves within their land claim areas and adjacent to their land claim areas to ensure that these particular lands are there for future generations to be able to promote and provide for those that live around it. Mr. Speaker, the Nahanni National Park is a great example of where we have seen Aboriginal governments play a big role in the development of social and economic activity. And we can only hope that the reserve that is now being looked at, the Nat-Chicho Reserve, will also someday be able to have those same opportunities. I'm sure there are very few national parks in this country that actually have mining developments. Well, the Nahanni National Park is one of those, where we have tungsten mining, and all of that really being done in partnership with Aboriginal governments. All of the jobs in these particular mines are taken by Aboriginal people, and they have a large control over what is happening there, which I'm very proud to say, Mr. Speaker, is a model that we can be using in a lot of other operations in Aboriginal lands that we don't see today. I'm very fortunate to have a riding where I'm actually seeing right now the development of the Torngat Mountains National Park in Labrador. It was a process that started a very long time ago, as far back as 1969. So it's been going on as long as I have been in the world. And it took until 2005 for the park reserve itself to be established. And now, Mr. Speaker, we're finally coming to a part where we're seeing the agreement and the consent of the Labrador Inuit people. We're seeing the vision of what the Labrador Inuit people has for this reserve land and how they want to see this national park emerge. So when their land claim agreement was finalized, and soon after, in 2008, the Torngat transitioned into a full national park status. And that transition has taken them in large steps from that day to this, in where they're seeing 10,000 square kilometers being developed. In fact, it is the largest national park in Atlantic Canada. And as Labradorians, we are so proud of this. We're so proud of the unique area of this country that is being preserved in our homeland and being protected. This year, Mr. Speaker, I know in the Torngat National Park, there was a lot of Inuit people who made the trek back to their original ancestral roots. There was a lot of school children who got to visit that park and learn about the environmental habitat of that particular park area, to learn the history of their ancestors. And I can only hope that what we're doing today with the Nate-Chicho Park or reserve area, that one day it will become a park, and that one day we will actually see those kinds of activities occurring in that region of the country as well. I've had the opportunity to visit the Northwest Territories with my colleague in the NDP, who's the Member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories, when we worked on the committee that was finalizing the land devolution agreement for that area. I know, Mr. Speaker, he's very passionate about what's happening in the Northwest Territories, and I also know that he's very concerned that we don't have large enough areas of reserve in that area being protected. And I understand certainly his view and his perspective, but I'm sure as well he shares the tremendous excitement that exists there right now over the fact that they're able to create this reserve and they're able to protect this entire area for future developments. But whenever you have those kind of national park reserves and then they revert into national parks themselves, there's also an expectation, and an expectation from people in the local area that it just is not an area of land that is protected, but it's also enhanced. It's an area of land in which becomes a learning environment for all of us in Canada. It becomes a place where we can attract tourism, where we can attract development and infrastructure that will not damage the natural habitat and landscape, but in fact enhance it and enhance the lives of people who live there, allowing them to have good jobs, to have good programs and services in their area. And oftentimes when these types of developments are done, they're accompanied with commitments from the federal government, commitments to provide for that learning environment, to provide for that infrastructure. And I can only hope that it will happen in this case, that people in this area will not just have a reserve area that can only be accessed or only be used by people who have deep pockets to be able to get there, but in fact it will be a place of cultural learning and experience. It will be a place where we can really promote this country and allow the people, the Aboriginal people in particular, who have ownership in these regions, to have real prosperity and growth. So, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude there, but I just wanted to say that I'm very pleased to support the creation of this National Park Reserve, and I hope that we can find new ways, great ways to protect and preserve vital parts of this country for future generations.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for her remarks and also for having taken the time to visit the North. So I'd like to thank the member for taking the time to visit the North and for her speech. She visited that region of Canada, as she said in her remarks. It's very beautiful. There's great natural beauty there. And also the fact that she met with people there. Based on her remarks, I'd like to ask her a question. What does she think is perhaps lacking in this bill? Now, for example, with respect to the size of the park, does she think that the bill contains strong enough rules or guidelines so that it will be a park, so that the ecosystems are protected, so that the ecosystem will be protected, so that this park will focus on preservation of the natural habitats that currently exist there for the flora and fauna of the region.
Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I've had an opportunity to actually travel across all of Canada's Arctic regions, including the Northwest Territories. I have not been into every community there, but I've had an opportunity to visit some of the towns and to meet with many different groups and organizations. I know, Mr. Speaker, from living in the North myself, living in an area that is very much dependent upon the natural environment around us to be able to survive both socially and economically, but also to contribute to the rest of the country. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that protecting the lands is a sacred thing, because that's the kind of environment that I live in today, and I know that others in the Arctic share that as well. For us, without the protection of lands, without the protection of habitat and our natural environment, we all know that we jeopardize the future of generations of our own people, not just the rest of the people around us. So we always make a very conscious effort. When I look at things like, and I'll speak to the Nahanni Butte Park, for example, the boundaries there have been expanded for probably 6 times since the park was created, leaving us to believe that there wasn't appropriate land reservation for the protection of the ecosystem in that particular area. So I would say to the government, you know, pay attention to the Aboriginal people and the advice that you're being given, because when they're talking about expanding the lot of land to protect a certain portion of the ecosystem, I can guarantee you in 9 chances out of 10, they're the experts and they know what they're talking about.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to ask my colleague a question. I know that she's a very caring person and very compassionate in regards to northern Canada, and she made reference to, I guess it was back in the 70s when Pierre Elliott Trudeau had played a role in terms of up north and wanting and expressing a desire that we should be building upon national parks. And I just wonder maybe if she could provide some comment. Is what I find is that over the last decade plus, we have seen a much keener interest from the public as a whole that we need to do more to preserve and promote and encourage our national park system. And if she might just want to provide some comment in terms of just the perception of Canadians in terms of the need to do and develop parks.
The member for Labrador, you have 45 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll talk very quickly. But yeah, it was former Prime Minister Trudeau who established this particular original park boundaries in Nahanni Butte. And, Mr. Speaker, it was done to support the creation and the expansion of a national park system right across Canada. If I had time, I could tell you a little story about the importance of protecting ecosystems like this, because there are so many examples of where we did not have appropriate protection, where we've seen the decline in animal habitat, and in my area we have very terrible examples of how those things have happened. But I want to say that there's also room to have good economic and resource development along with good ecosystem protection and preservation. And it's key to governments to strike the balance, and key to all of us to ensure we do it in an appropriate and proper way. Thank you.
Order. À l'ordre. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of
Environment. Resuming debate, the prise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great pleasure that I rise to speak to this particular bill. I have had the privilege of living and working in Canada's north, and I think that this provides yet another opportunity for other Canadians to travel to the north and learn about the richness, not just of the beauty of the land, the wildlife, the rushing rivers, but also to meet with and get to know the First Nation and Métis communities of our north. So I am pleased that the government is finally moving forward with the establishment of this park reserve. I'm hopeful that it will soon be an actual national park and just not a park reserve, but we shall see. Mr. Speaker, definitely I'm rising in support of Bill S5, the creation of the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve. I understand it will be going to committee. I am hopeful that the government members of the committee will allow for as many people as possible to come forward who would like to speak to the matter, and certainly that would include the First Nation and Métis peoples and other residents of the Northwest Territories, potentially those who think that they might benefit from the tourism development, those who are concerned about the fate of grizzly and other threatened species, and what might be necessary for the government to commit to actually make this happen. This park reserve, Mr. Speaker, like many, have been a long time in coming. My previous experience with the designation of parks in the north was during my tenure as the Assistant Deputy of Natural Resources in Yukon. And during that tenure, I had the privilege of working with First Nations and Métis peoples in the negotiation of the First Nation final agreements, a huge part of which always was the rights and interests of the Aboriginal peoples of the north and how they could benefit from the settlement of those claims. I sat in, Mr. Speaker, in many of those negotiations, which included the potential for designation of park boundaries. And among the more contentious issues was what happens when you establish a national park. Yes, there can be a lot of benefits that come with the creation of a national park reserve, but it also means that some people might lose out. In the case of this situation, as the member for Northwest Territories spoke to very clearly, there has been some contention about the boundaries for this park and how much land would actually be set aside. And typical to a lot of these discussions, particularly in the north, where resource extraction is only just beginning, there is always the contention about whether or not there are pre-existing rights and interests that have been filed, or whether or not they might be filed in the future. And clearly that was also part of the discussion about setting the actual boundaries for the setting aside of the Nazi Cho Park Reserve. There's also the issue of, and it is always at the table when the First Nations may have rights or have previous rights. The Saulteaux people had already finalized the First Nation final agreement. So a lot of the decisions had already been made about the lands that were allotted to them and what might occur. But it's my understanding that all along, during the courses of those negotiations, and then also as negotiations continued on the establishment of this park reserve, they wanted to make sure that they might have rights and opportunities continued in this park. And to the credit of past governments, there have been some exceptions made. Certainly there were in Kluane National Park Reserve, and in that agreement they made some exceptions to what had happened normally in national parks. If you recall in our history, when Banff National Park and Jasper National Park were created, we basically booted the Métis and First Nation peoples out of that park. In fact, they've become the forgotten peoples. All we have is the heritage photos of when they used to have powwows after the park was created. So now, to the credit of the government, there have been arrangements made so that the First Nation peoples can actually continue some activities and benefit from the establishment and the development of this park.
Good.
Now, as has been mentioned, this park, which is to be situated on the northern 1/6 of the South Nahanni River watershed, will cover almost 5,000 square kilometers. Has been mentioned previously, there was a lot of support for a slightly larger park, but I'll speak to that later about why it was a matter of contention. Most significantly, this park is situated by and large within the Tulita district of the Saulteaux settlement area. And this area has, I mentioned, long been recommended for protection by the Saulteaux during the course of the negotiation process. The creation of this National Park Reserve, as I said, has long been supported not only by the Saulteaux but also by the Dene and the Métis peoples of the Northwest Territories. Now, in 1912, an impact benefits agreement was actually entered into between the Government of Canada and the Saulteaux, Dene, and the Métis. And I'm advised that discussions were also held with the Tulita Renewable Resource Council, which it's my understanding was established under that First Nation final agreement. Now, it's important to understand what that agreement signed onto in 2012 provided for. It acknowledged the right to continue the Aboriginal harvest. So clearly, that was recognizing the prior existing rights of the Aboriginal peoples in that area. Secondly, it provides for cooperative management. So the agreement was already made pre-existing the creation of this National Park Reserve, that whatever would be created would provide for cooperative management between Parks Canada and the First Nation and Métis peoples. Thirdly, under that agreement, the government guaranteed economic opportunities to the signatory communities, including contract work. Secondly, there was an undertaking in 2012 to build in the Tulita community a national park office and a tourist reception center. Now, as we heard when the member for Northwest Territories spoke in this place, similar kinds of promises were made when there was the expansion of the Nahanni National Park. That was 2008, first year I was elected. As I recall, I was NDP environment critic and was in committee when we discussed that agreement. I'm very disappointed to hear, Mr. Speaker, that still those undertakings to build those facilities has not occurred. We can only hope that this time around the government will move more expeditiously on delivering on these undertakings. Finally, under that impact and benefits agreement, there was an undertaking to build housing for the parks workers, and that those would be built by the local tradespeople, and that they would ensure at least 8 local full-time jobs. So here's some very specific undertakings, and we look forward to those being delivered for the benefit of the northern peoples. When I asked Mr. Speaker during the questioning to the Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment I asked him if any of these undertakings had been delivered on 2 years later. He replied that it is under discussion, or they will, or in other words, in the future. And so I repeat here again my concern. We're not simply talking about undertakings that might be in accordance with this bill that is before us. In other words, at a future point in time, if this bill passes through committee and through this place and is agreed to, the point is, in 2012, the government already committed to take these actions, and we haven't seen any action yet. So it's clear that we don't have to await the final passage and proclamation of this bill. The government has already committed to those activities. It's clear that on the government side of the House, they're very committed to the creation of this park, to their credit. But are they also committed to living up to the commitments that they made in 2012? We hope so. Also, apparently, under this 2012 agreement, the government committed to $1.2 million annually for an operational budget for the park, and $50,000 per year capital investments in Toledo. So I guess the question will be to the government to respond. I look forward to them asking me this question or informing me following my speech of whether or not they have already begun to deliver some of these dollars. Clearly, if the creation of the park may be imminent, if any of the members in this place have ever spent time or lived and worked in the north, they know that there's a very short construction period. And it would be great if we move more expeditiously on creating those jobs in the north. Now, one thing that is not clear to me, and it may well be under the 2012 agreement, one of the reasons that the government members have given for why it's important to create this particular park reserve is because this government is committed to the protection of threatened species, one of which in this area apparently are the grizzlies. And so, Mr. Speaker, I guess we will all be looking towards future budgets. We know that there has been ongoing cuts to the Environment Department, and so there is less federal money there to actually act on and protect threatened species. I look forward to looking to the budget update and the budget next year to see if, in fact, there is going to be additional money, and particularly to create jobs in the north, where First Nation and Métis people, many of whom are technically trained, can work side by side with Canadian wildlife scientists on actually tracking the grizzly and making sure, verifying what are the populations now, what needs to be done in the future to make sure that we protect this population within the park. We certainly know from experience with parks that already exist in Canada. Certainly I know this from the parks in Alberta, particularly in Jasper and Banff, where we are losing our grizzlies because of trains and because of traffic. I myself personally so many times have witnessed to my chagrin trucks and cars racing 20, 30 kilometers above the speed where there are wildlife in the roads. Plus we have the problem where wildlife will interact with people who are visiting the park. So it will be really important that Parks Canada also work very closely with the people of the north on what is the strategy to be making sure that we can attract tourism and at the same time protect these threatened species. So as my colleague for the Northwest Territories has pointed out very clearly, very cogently in this place, creation of parks is not a waste of resources. It actually helps to generate wealth for the country. Well, it creates wealth for us because it actually can create tourism jobs. But in order to do that, we actually need to invest and support those who want to enter into that trade. And many of those include tour operators. It's not easy to set up those operations. I know from my experience in Yukon that in many cases, while there was an absolute right for the First Nations to participate in some of those outfitting jobs, taking tourists out, they simply didn't step up because they didn't have the training and they need encouragement. So I think that it's a really, really important point. I'm very concerned that the government is cutting back in tourism dollars. But frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm even more concerned with the cutbacks to Parks Canada. And so we are hearing this over and over again from Canadians and Canadian organizations who watchdog what's going on in national parks, and the fact that we cut the budget in 2012 to Parks Canada by $29 million, over 7% of the budget, eliminating 638 positions, is very serious. So if we are creating yet more parks where we can say, oh, I'm the government of Canada, I created 3 new parks, we also have to make sure that, in fact, what they're doing is making sure that they're continuing to manage properly and protect the parks that we already have and the parks of the future. How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker? 6.5. Very good. Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak on that issue again, and that goes to the choices that were put before the government and the options of what they set forward. And as the member for the Northwest Territories clarified for us, there were 3 options presented. And as I understand, these were the options presented to the committee considering the part, but also to the public. What do you think should occur? And as I understand, more than 92% of Canadians who took the time to respond in this consultation process, that number, over almost 93%, said, let's go with the larger size of the park. Now, why is that? Because the information that were provided was, we need that amount of acreage, hectares, whatever generation you're in order to actually deliver on the intent of this park. And I presume that also includes sufficient habitat for grizzly, who actually travel long distances and need that for harvesting and so forth. My understanding, and I've worked a lot in the area of protection of watersheds, it's very, very important that we not just set aside the Nahanni Park, we have to also set aside and protect the watershed that serves the Nahanni River so that it can continue into the future. So I too share with my colleague from the Northwest Territories and the Canadians who responded the deep disappointment at the decision of the government, presumably for the protection of mining extraction reasons, is to narrow the scope of this park. Now, it's not a sizable difference, but still there obviously was some kind of a rational reason for setting that size originally. I think that that's probably all that I wanted to share. I did, though, want to add that I share with those who said in the House that the tourism industry is very, very important to this country. We suffer in my own province when tourists start coming here, when the rest of the world was severely suffering in the recession in Europe, in the United States, in Asia, less people were coming to the national parks. And I think it's very, very important that the federal government, in partnership with the territorial government, and frankly with bordering provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, to put in dollars to help to promote the northern parks and to encourage people to come to visit Canada. I think that our national parks are probably, and the people who look after them, the best emissaries that we have for Canadian reputation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. Honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened very closely to what my colleague was saying. She did some excellent research in preparing her speech. It's clear that she has a very clear understanding of this file and that she believes very firmly in protecting our environment, and I'd like to congratulate her for that.
On the following question, though, that there's been so many cuts at Environment Canada and Parks Canada in particular, that one has to wonder what possible future can these parks have. We keep hearing from the government side that the creation of this reserve is economic opportunity, but it sounds like it's more of an economic opportunity for the mining sector than it is for people who are trying to protect the environment. With all of the cuts at Parks Canada, how does she feel that Parks Canada has enough resources to be able to develop this park properly?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his very excellent question. That is a question all Canadians should be asking the government. We need to make sure that the national parks that we have in place and the other wilderness protected areas are resourced sufficiently so that they can deliver on what their incorporated intent is. We already have a serious problem in the national parks that exist, where we have cut back on the number of wardens, the jobs that they fill. We always have this pressure of the increasing commercialization of our national parks. And so, given the cuts that I mentioned previously in my speech, I'm deeply concerned at our capability to be actually financing the protection of this park, particularly given that it is in a northern location.
Questions and comments? Question come on tide. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, earlier this afternoon, my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood raised the issue in terms of the options that the government actually had. And the option that they ultimately chose seemed to be the least of those that were being least supported in terms of those that were being provided to the government. And when the government is afforded an opportunity to look at improving our national park system, one could question why it is that they would have chosen that particular option as opposed to going for an option that would have seen more square mileage added to our national park, other areas of our great nation that no doubt would have benefited tremendously by it, not to mention from an environmental point of view, but also from an economic point of view, if we in fact would have looked at other options. Ask the member, does she agree that maybe the government was a bit premature? Yes, we support the bill, but a bit premature in terms of the option that it had chosen.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the issue is premature, because we've been dragging our heels and setting aside this park already, and I'm glad that we're finally bringing it forward. My concern is this, and I have sat through negotiations on setting aside parks. As a member of parliamentary committees, I've sat there where we've talked about, including for offshore parks. And what this government does not seem to be recognizing is the need for a buffer zone. And it's my understanding that one of the clear reasons for it, the larger size, was to create a buffer zone between mining activity and the national park.
Questions and comments? Question come on tide. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to, I've been listening to the comments in the House, but I wanted to put a couple facts on the table or reiterate them. Protecting 4,895 kilometres square, Nazi Cho National Park is larger than 29 of Parks Canada's 43 other national parks, Mr. Speaker. Only 14 parks are actually larger. It protects 70% of the South Nahanni River watershed that lies within the Satu settlement area, as well as important wildlife habitat for mountain woodland caribou, grizzly bears, Dall sheep, mountain goats, and trumpeter swans. I've been hearing, too, that some concern, and it's legitimate, the concern that the money has not been budgeted for, but I wanted to let the member know, I do thank her for her speech, but that in budget 2010, there was money put aside in the budget for this park, and knowing that it's fully funded, I was wondering if she would fully support the park.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little bit puzzled by the update here, so I'm not sure if in 2010 they budgeted for the agreement that they were negotiating that was signed in 2012. That would make sense. Yes, there is more land that is set aside for wildlife, but there are clear criteria for when you decide to set aside protection of a natural area and for wildlife. And scientists know this. They need what size of a range they need and so forth. So yes, it's good. Some more habitat is set aside. But I think it's regrettable that Canada not only didn't listen clearly to the scientists, they didn't listen to the Canadian people.
Question come on tide. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. She brings a lot of expertise to the House of Commons when she speaks, specifically when she speaks about the environment and about the best way to bring up and discuss this subject. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment said that this covers 75% of a watershed, but when we know that a watershed must be fully protected, and particularly, as my colleague mentioned, that there must be protection zones, I'd like to ask my colleague to elaborate a little bit on what value could be added to this bill to better protect the environment when we create our parks. And we have to recognize that our parks are national treasures. So what would my colleague like to see in this bill that could improve it?
In Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I actually am going to defer to my colleagues in what additionally should be in the bill at committee. I certainly will confer with them about how it could be changed. Frankly, given the fact that there were direct negotiations and discussions with the First Nation peoples, because of my experience in that area, I would be reluctant to in any way suggest that something be opened up that they had not agreed to. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I had encouraged that the government, when this bill goes to committee, that there be open conversation. In fact, probably what they should be doing is traveling to the Sahtu and directly talking to the community about whether or not this satisfies their needs.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a second chance for me to ask a question. We know that there were 3 options for the size of this park, and we chose the smallest possible size, which is unfortunate. I'd like to make a couple of comments on the consultation process that accompanied the creation of this park, and I'd like to ask my colleague to think if the size of this park represents what people wanted to see, or is it smaller than that? Well, I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks.
Edmonton Strathcona, you have a little better than a minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In answering this question, I would like to actually suggest an alternative, Mr. Speaker. Given that the majority of Canadians called for the larger size, perhaps it would be a reasonable compromise that the government actually commit to increasing the Parks Canada budget and specifically allot dollars to expedite the creation of this park and to market the development of its tourism to make up for the fact that they shortchanged the size of the park.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and indicate to you I'll be sharing my time with the member from Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine, and I'm pleased to stand here and speak for a few minutes about this important bill, Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian National Parks Act, creating the Nazi Cho National Park. It's a process. It's recommends, or we recognize the terms and conditions of the constitutionally protected Sahtu land claim agreement have been met, including the creation of an impact benefit plan and a management committee. We do have some concerns around the government's commitment to the park, but I'll talk a bit about that. I want to say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, that the establishment of these parks on land and marine park areas in the ocean it's all about meeting conservation targets, preserving biodiversity, and in this case, helping communities realize economic and tourism potential that our national parks can provide. And some of my colleagues have raised concerns about the government's commitment, about whether, in fact, they are carving up parts of Canada in such a way as to facilitate achieving 2 objectives. One is to meet these constitutionally required negotiations with First Nations, but also to continue to allow resource development to go forward unabated. It was suggested by someone involved in this process, Mr. Speaker, that the boundaries of this park were carved out in such a way as to ensure that a mine almost in the middle of this territory was kept out of the park, and therefore will be allowed to continue to produce. So those things are again of concern. But as was mentioned again by my colleagues, the Satu Dene Nation were involved in these negotiations. While there were 3 options put on the table, and one of those options that was agreed to, we haven't heard a lot of complaint out of that area. There is the question being asked: why is it the smallest piece? Why is it the option, in this case, option number 3, that was chosen, Mr. Speaker? And as my colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona, said just a few minutes ago, why does the government not come forward and attach an additional commitment to this project? And that is that in a particular, after a particular period of time, whether maybe that's 5 years or such, that they will in fact participate in discussions around expanding these boundaries. That would certainly give some of us some comfort as it relates to where the government is going in this. But the Parks Canada budget has been cut to a significant degree over the past few years, Mr. Speaker. Budget cuts have led to a 33% staffing cut in science, just as one example. In Parks Canada, 60 out of 179 positions eliminated. Again, talk about hampering their ability to carry out their responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure is in a desperate state. Has been reported constantly that infrastructure in Parks Canada is in serious need of investment to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. This government has not shown a willingness to invest in these important parts of Canadian infrastructure. In fact, they've been cutting back, Mr. Speaker, and the Commissioner for the Environment has been reported as saying there is a wide and persistent gap between what the government commits to and what, in fact, it is achieving. So when we go into a situation like this, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note what is the government bringing in behind it. But this is a critical piece of territory. It contributes. It's a large portion of the South Nahanni River watershed. My understanding is that option 1, the bigger piece, would have ensured greater protection of that watershed and to make sure that the health and the well-being of the Nahanni River, in fact, would be adequately maintained, as well as caribou. Mr. Speaker, there's some concern that option 3 did not cut the mustard in terms of being able to guarantee that, in fact, that watershed was going to be protected, and, in fact, very much left out the caribou, an important breeding ground of the caribou in this particular area. So my colleague from the Western Arctic knows this area well. He talked a lot in his intervention about the whole issue of tourism, and that one of the commitments that the government makes in negotiating these agreements with the First Nations community is about economic benefits, about economic development, and other ways to compensate for the change in the land use in an area like this. And part of it is tourism. And as he so clearly stated, given his vast experience working in this area, that Canada has done a terrible job at promoting our country, about promoting areas like this, parks across the country. The amount of advertising has basically dried up into the United States for tourism opportunities in Canada, Mr. Speaker. So the concern, of course, is, what will the government do to ensure that those opportunities materialize for the First Nations that are part of this agreement? It was indicated that there had been an earlier park that had been formed upwards of 7 years ago, and the government still has not followed up with the investments and with the infrastructure that is required. That having been said, as I indicated earlier, we have not heard a great deal of concern expressed by people involved in this particular undertaking, but we are looking forward to more extensive discussion, the hearing of witnesses, of experts at committee, so that there may be a fuller discussion to be able to examine what else can be done. My colleague from Edmonton Strathcona said it well when she said that we, in terms of making suggestions about what we can do to make this bill better, it's better left to the committee, to our representatives on that committee, to the witnesses that will be called before that committee, to make sure that sound recommendations, in fact, come forward, and you can bet that our members of that committee from the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, will certainly be in a position to offer helpful advice based on consultation that they will have with the First Nations communities involved in this particular endeavour. So I see you indicate my time has come to an end. I'm going to say that I will, as my colleagues have also indicated, be supporting moving Bill S5 forward from second reading to committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We started off the day by talking about a national park in suburban Toronto, and now we're looking at winding up the day talking about yet another national park in rural northern territories. And it just goes to show, it doesn't matter where people live in our vast land, that we assign a great deal of value to our national parks. There is a growing expectation that the government look at ways in which not only can it continue to see our national parks grow, but there also needs to be financial assistance in terms of the development and promotion of the parks. There needs to be a plan put into place to take a look at the environment, the economics, and so forth. And I'm wondering if my colleague within the Democratic Party would provide his thoughts in terms of just how important it is that not only does the national government say, look, here we go, here's a great piece of legislation for a national park, and we pass the park, that it goes a lot more than that. We have to make sure that we do the follow-through to ensure that these parks mean more than just a piece of legislation, as Canadians expect the government of Canada to materialize once it declares something a national treasure.
Honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that question, and the member from Winnipeg North is absolutely correct that increasingly Canadians are interested in issues of conservation and the need for biodiversity across our country, and they are looking very much to the government to take steps to ensure that the ecosystem is protected. This government, frankly, has failed in many respects in that regard, but just give you an example, the whole issue of marine protected areas. The government signed on to a UN agreement a couple of years ago, committing itself to achieve the UN goal of 10% of its coastal area protected by a marine protected area by 2020, 10% by 2020. Well, we're still, at this stage, 6 years away. We're under 1%, Mr. Speaker. So, unfortunately, this government has not proven itself up to the task to making sure it follows up on the commitments, whether it be this park, the Rouge River Park, or whatever it is. More has to be done.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, and I think that it's quite appropriate that we actually have this conversation. And, over and over again, what we have been seeing from the members on the other side is that they only listen, they only pick and choose what they want to hear in order to put the least amount on the table. So, to my colleague, thank you very much. And as you can see, Mr. Speaker, based on the speeches that are had in this House here today, when it comes to the environment and the parks piece, we have a lot of people here on this side of the House that has a lot of experience in it, whether it's the member from Halifax, whether it's the member from Edmonton Strathcona or the Northwest Territories, and our leader, the leader of the opposition, who has the experience and proven leadership on environmental issues, because he's actually served in Quebec as a Quebec Minister of the Environment for a long period of time, and we know that he actually resigned from cabinet because of transfer of parklands. So to my colleague here, maybe he could just explain how it is that it's so important when committee meets that they consider the vital caribou breeding grounds as well as the protection of the Nahahi River.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, you have 4 questions.
I appreciate, my colleague talked about the experience and the commitment to the environment and to conservation and biodiversity and the ecosystem that exists within our caucus, and she's absolutely right. I know that my colleagues will bring that experience and that knowledge to their work on committee to make sure that those issues with respect to the caribou, with respect to the Nahanni River, and protection of the watershed, that will very much be part of their deliberations and some of the questions and the research that they will bring to their work as committee members. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. I have the honour today to present my perspective on Bill S5, which is an act to amend the National Parks Act to create the Natsicho National Park Reserve. Obviously, parks have fundamental, deep value for Canadians. There have been 2 debates today on national parks. This morning, we dealt with a bill to create an urban park in the Toronto region, and now we are debating this bill. This shows that there is a clear and strong interest on the part of Canadians for Canadian national parks and national park reserves. On this side of the House, the New Democratic Party feels strongly about this issue. Our leader was the Environment Minister for Quebec, and he stepped down over the protection of Mount Orford Park because the government that he was serving in had decided to turn it over in part to private interests. He did the right thing and insisted on protection for the park, even at risk of damaging his own career. And we would hope that this Prime Minister, or rather when he comes Prime Minister, then in fact we know he will continue in this direction. In this bill, we are dealing with the creation of a park in Northwest Territories, and the member for Northwest Territories presented his comments very clearly and gave us his point of view. He said that we needed to support the bill, but there are some flaws in it. This bill will not really create one park, but rather two parts of a park. There is an area in the very center that will still be devoted to mining. This is quite a unique situation. We find it unfortunate. We need to make sure that agreements that have been signed and negotiated over a number of years are upheld. And luckily, we do have this legislation, but it is unfortunate that the government did not go further. Why create a reserve? Why not create a park if the idea is to protect plants and animals? The government seems to give priority to the development of natural resources over protection of flora and fauna. We have caribou and various other species in that area, and we know that the state of our biodiversity is of concern around the world. So we need to take steps today to make sure that Canada does the right thing, because Canada is recognized as a country that protects its natural environment. But this bill betrays that principle. The government seems to think that Parks Canada has a mandate to develop natural resources rather than protecting biodiversity. That said, we will have some natural environment protection here and also some commercial development. But we think that that development is being done to the detriment of tourism. The Parks Canada has seen many cuts to its budget. The government has imposed drastic cuts on Parks Canada, and therefore economic growth can't really be promoted. In our area, we have Florion Park that is closed all winter now. Unfortunately, though this is a good driver of economic activity, the government is not using it that way. We know, too, that transportation is compromised. We're losing our buses. We have very poor air service, and our train is endangered as well. In fact, it's going to close. Now, the government has taken steps that will have a permanent impact. At Parks Canada, 638 jobs were cut in 2012, and 7.1% of its budget was reduced. And this is a huge cut. According to the Toronto Star, there are plans at Parks Canada to defer its maintenance by almost $3 billion. So, in other words, the infrastructure is just falling apart. I can give you the example once again of Florion Park, and I hope that people in the Northwest Territories will really take note of what is happening in the south. There is no support from this Conservative government for parks, for example, in Foyon Park. It has been practically abandoned by the Conservative government. The buildings are falling apart. There were all these houses that were expropriated, and they are falling apart. The park was created 40 years ago under the Liberal government, and it took the unique step when it created the park. It worked with the province so that the province owns the land, but the federal government manages it, and it has abandoned its management responsibilities.
Now, through regulations, etc., they still don't have authority to spend money in the park to improve it. Now, they need to support the park to spend money, but this is what we're seeing from the Conservative government. So the fact that today what we're looking at is a park that's going to be created in the Northwest Territories, and I hope the people in that region will understand that the government needs to provide support for that park. Now, I'd like to identify some of the shortcomings and problems identified by experts on this issue.
The Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society.
I'd like to quote what she said with respect to the creation of this park.
We propose in Bill S5 will not achieve this conservation goal because it leaves out much of the important habitat for woodland caribou, including critical calving and breeding grounds, as well as for grizzly bears and Dall sheep. It leaves out a significant part of the Little Nahanni River, which is a major tributary of the South Nahanni River and includes some of the most important habitat in the area. And this is the part that I find particularly interesting, Mr. Speaker. Bill S5 falls short of being a significant conservation achievement. Again, from CPAWS, an organization known for its proper management of parks, they have helped the government establish parks and sustain parks in the past, and in this particular case, they've made it clear that this the project that we have in front of us simply doesn't measure up. We need more and more stringent commitments on the part of this government to make sure that this park is going to fulfill the needs and the obligations that the government had negotiated through the various treaties and through its very court obligations that were imposed upon it. Unfortunately, I don't think this government quite understands that when they have an obligation, they're expected to fulfill it with all due support, with all due monies, and with all due resources that should come to bear on the project. This is not one of those cases. It's the beginning. It's simply a beginning. But we're going to have to go an awful lot further to make sure that this project is going to have a long-term success. Fortunately, the best outcome I think that could come out of this project, out of this bill, is that we do adopt it. At least we bring it to committee, try to improve upon it. But if we adopt it as is, certainly the most beneficial thing is that when the NDP does form a government, we're going to be able to improve it so that it actually is a real park that we can really be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are two neighbouring ridings. I'd like to acknowledge the remarks made by my eminent colleague. We can see that he takes his riding to heart. He referred to a number of incidents, issues in his riding. I see the same thing back in my riding. There are a number of parks and reserves. Year after year, they face problems, funding problems. Charlevoix is a UNESCO site. It has faced significant cuts, and they're about to lose their UNESCO recognition because one of the main parts of it is cooperation at the community level, and the Conservative, or the government rather, of Canada is an important partner, but there's a problem there. So this bill might well be interesting, but what point is there to creating parks if they're not being protected, if they're not being maintained after the fact? And if there's nothing that it will enable these parks to protect their territory. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question because he's raised some very important issues. Parks Canada will be facing significant challenges in order to fulfill their mandate. I'd like to quote some figures from the Toronto Star, published quite recently, and it's a quote in English.
In the budgets from 2012-2013 will be in the order of $6 million. 2013-14, close to $20 million. 2014-15, almost $30 million. And these are permanent cuts to Parks Canada, Mr. Speaker, and they're a cut to the services that Parks Canada offers. They're direct services offered to the public that are forever eliminated by the Conservative budgets. So we need to make sure that the Parks Canada is able to fulfill its mandate effectively, and with the cuts that it's being imposed upon it, we're simply not going to be able to do that. This park needs more support than this bill is going to offer. It's a good first step, but we need to go an awful lot further.
The Honourable Government House Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say I'm somewhat familiar with Nazi Cho, having been on site when we made the announcement some time ago, and listening to the debate, I recognize that there's a complete misunderstanding about the level of community support and the things that are required in order to ensure that this park is the jewel that it very much is. And there was obviously a balance that had to be achieved. There was serious negotiations that involved First Nations as well as the government of the territory. And so I guess my question is, these comments are made in a vacuum in this place, but is there an understanding based on actually being there, because I don't recognize any of these comments as being valid. Thank you very much.
The Honourable
Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine. You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I thank the Chief Government Whip for the comments. I certainly don't agree with them. And to bring context back to the Northwest Territories, let's quote the former Premier of the Northwest Territories, Stephen Cockfrey, who says, I quote him, "He's taken the heart right out of it. The middle of it is carved out so that mining can happen dead center in the middle of the proposed national park." So let's put a little bit of concrete in our discussions here. I think the Government Whip should have a little bit more respect for the former Premier of the Northwest Territories. He certainly has a lot of problems with the bill that we have in front of us, and I think that the Chief Government Whip would have interest in making sure that he takes heed of these comments and offers some amendments to this bill to improve it.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Chambly-Bordua.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. I'd like to advise the Honourable Member that he will have just 3 minutes. Well, I'd like to take the 3 minutes to say very quickly, Mr. Speaker, that of course we will be supporting this bill because it's a step in the right direction. But as all of my colleagues have stated this afternoon, there are several shortcomings in the bill, and we hope that we will be able to resolve them at committee. In order to illustrate the problems with this bill, like other colleagues have said, I'd like to give some examples of problems in my riding to show the problems that exist with respect to budget allocations for Parks Canada. The easiest example to raise is the Chambly bridge and a dam in the area that I've been working on to see whether the government has any plans to deal with it. Both of these sites belong to Parks Canada. Fort Chambly, the fortress, was part of 1812, the war, etc., but it was completely eliminated from the War of 18 coverage. De Salaberry went from there to Châteauguay
He was the only Francophone commander in the War of 1812. Despite all of that, we received absolutely nothing in order to improve the infrastructure. It belongs to Parks Canada. So that's one example. Another example is the dam that I mentioned. It is not actually called a dam. It's something that the Parks Canada corrects me on my terminology, but Phil Edmonston, way back when he was in the NDP and represented the riding, raised the issue. The officials at the municipal level were involved. They've been talking to Quebec and to the federal government. The municipal and provincial officials want to work on the issue. And I know I've only got 1 minute left. That's why I'm speaking so quickly on this issue. But everyone wants to improve the infrastructure surrounding this wharf. Now, finally, we need to talk about the Mont-Saint-Hilaire biosphere. It's also been recognized by UNESCO. It was in the 1970s. With the University of McGill, with the excellent work being done by the Galt Center and public support, they've put in place a green belt around it. It's good for the environment. It's also good for the economy, for people who visit the area. But if it weren't for the university public support and the volunteers, we wouldn't be in a position, because of the cuts made to, as my colleague said earlier, we'd be facing other difficulties. So these are bad examples of what the government's doing in terms to protect the environment and to help us with tourism in our regions. Thanks to Parks Canada, we're supposed to be celebrating our heritage, but unfortunately the reality on the ground, especially in Quebec, is very different. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Time for government orders today has expired. The honourable member will have time remaining when this matter returns before the House the next time. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-247, Service Canada Mandate Expansion Act, in the name of Mr. Valeriat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of my constituents to Bill C-247. I'd like to acknowledge this initiative in the name of the member for Guelph, who introduced the bill, Bill C-247. I salute him for this. This bill will establish a single point of contact for the Government of Canada in respect of all matters relating to the death of a Canadian citizen or a Canadian resident. So it creates a single point of contact for people representing their loved ones who have passed on in their dealings with the federal government. So this single point of contact would come under Service Canada, and it would be a place where, instead of having to contact several departments when a loved one dies, a person would have a single point of contact. This will make it more effective and easier to deal with this type of difficult situation. Because oftentimes as well, the departments, the communication between the departments is somewhat lacking, and so this is a good idea to have an effective single point of contact. And I think that that is really an important time for having good quality service from the government. This is a federal government responsibility. And people who are grieving the loss of a loved one are facing very difficult times. They're grieving, they're upset. It's even more important to have this kind of service available to them. The main purpose of a government is to serve the citizens of the country. We all pay taxes every year. We need to have reliable services in exchange, good quality service, especially when someone is in a very difficult situation like this one where they've lost a loved one. Now, if they need to sort out a federal pension, for example, or in the case of a veteran, for example, there are various departments that need to be involved, Veterans Affairs, etc. So the loved ones, the survivors, have all of that work to do following the death of their loved ones. So to my mind, it's very important to have the single point of contact. And again, I salute the member for this initiative. So it's of the utmost importance to make this whole process much simpler. Now, the government needs to emphasize services. I do need to remind the House, however, that lately services haven't been a priority for the government. I am, however, happy to see the willingness of this House to follow up on this initiative in the name of my Liberal colleague to provide a better service, government services. Now, over the past 3 years, I've seen cuts to services in my region, in Sherbrooke. The Canada Revenue Agency, for example, closed its office, the only one it had there. There are many cuts have been made. It's closed to the public. You can no longer go there to speak to anyone in person. If you go to the office, you just knock on a door. It's not answered. All they have is a phone and a number, and they tell you to dial the number and to speak to someone at the other end of the line. It's a 1-800 number. You're just told to make do. There is no face-to-face contact or service provided by the Canada Revenue Agency in Sherbrooke. The same is true for CIC, Citizenship and Immigration Canada. It closed its office completely. There are no representatives of CIC there anymore. That causes problems, difficulties for newcomers who need service from the federal government. From Citizenship and Immigration Canada, they have to travel to Montreal, which is an hour and a half, an hour 45 minutes on the highway. So they have to go to Montreal to get to do their exam or for their swearing-in ceremony as well as a new citizen. So those are the cuts to the services we've seen in Sherbrooke, and that's why I agree that it's important to have better service for Canadians. And I think that in this case we're dealing with here today, we will see that. Now, there are a couple of details we'll need to review at committee on this bill. I'm sure that we'll have good collaboration among all of the parties, good cooperation when we get to committee and to focus on this bill. Because I know that since it was introduced, the number of departments, or in fact the department in charge of all of this changed names. So that's one detail that needs to be dealt with, but I'm sure the committee will have perhaps some other suggestions to improve this bill, which is based on a very noble objective to help people who've lost a loved one obtain more effective services from the government. Now, as I said at the outset, it's a very well-known fact by people in Sherbrooke that when people face change in their families, for example, oftentimes there isn't a lot of communication between the various departments, federal departments that are involved. So if something changes, people have to call several different departments because there isn't communication among the departments at the federal level in many cases. And that is a problem for all people and a problem as well for people who've lost a loved one. So it is a good idea to have this kind of a single point of contact. It would perhaps be a good idea for it to apply across the bureaucracy in its entirety, so that when someone has a change to notify the government of, the change can be made and it can be updated in all of the government systems. Now, I'd also like to continue by saying that we do need to be cautious with this single point of contact. It can't just be something that's accessible online. We know that many older people, because as you know, not all seniors or older people are comfortable with the internet. Now, if this bill is adopted and if it's implemented, in my view, we need to ensure that it's not exclusively an online internet service, because there are people who aren't comfortable or aren't at ease using the internet. They're not comfortable with new technology, so we need to think about them, because the federal government has already begun moving in a direction where they're trying to put everything online, and that creates a problem for some people. People who don't have the resources or simply don't know how to use the internet to settle issues like this. So it's important to think about that aspect as well when we implement this bill, if that is the case one day.
And so, I'll say again, I know I'm almost out of time, that I applaud the initiative from the member for Guelph, and I'd like to thank him for this bill. I believe that it's good that we look at the service we offer to citizens, because at the end of the day, service to citizens is the main goal of a government, and it should always be a government's priority, offering good quality service to citizens who pay their taxes, who expect good service from their federal government, and that's the least we can do, is to offer good and ever-improving service. And certainly a single contact point could be helpful for that. My time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-247, a truly practical piece of legislation brought forward by the eminently pragmatic Member of Parliament from Guelph. Now, Mr. Speaker, before putting my name on the ballot, I had the good fortune of a couple of careers, one in the management of a regional law firm and the other a family business. And through my working life, one of the lessons that I took with me to Parliament Hill was a good employer always hires employees that are smarter than himself. Now, in my case, that leaves a lot of options. But I say that just to draw light to the very capable employees I have in my constituency office, and the steady stream of people that come into the constituency office with a wide variety of problems that need to be dealt with. But for the people that come into the constituency office, there are a couple of things that are consistent. Number one is their emotional state. They're generally frustrated with having to try to navigate the bureaucracy. And the other, with the exception of passports, is the level of importance that they fix on the problem that they've come to your office to talk to you about. It's generally the most important thing that's happening in their life at that time. So they're stuck in this situation. They've generally tried other avenues to solve their problem. Their first recourse wasn't to the Member of Parliament's office. So they come into an MP's office, in my case, a constituency office, and I'm very fortunate to have a very capable staff there. But I say this, Mr. Speaker, because the case for Bill C-247 is strong. It would require the Minister of Employment and Social Development to implement all measures necessary to establish employment and Social Development Canada as the single point of contact for the Government of Canada in respect of all matters relating to the death of a Canadian citizen or Canadian resident. And in my opinion, this bill is a perfect example of how federal representation works in Canada. We're here in Ottawa representing a diverse collection of voices, bringing forward the concerns or issues identified within our constituencies and translating those concerns and issues into federally legislated solutions. It's not always easy to identify how to fix what seems like an individual problem with federal legislation, but I believe that the member from Guelph has done just that with Bill C-247. And Mr. Speaker, the death of a loved one is never easy. If we in this House can do our part to lessen the burden of responsibility that falls to someone who is grieving, then we should absolutely do just that. And it was reassuring to read the previous speeches on this bill from back in June of this year and to see that most, not all, but most members had only constructive and valuable things to add to this debate in a sincere effort to strengthen the bill. And with this in mind, I hope to see the entire House support sending this bill to committee. Mr. Speaker, it's evident that the research for this bill is thorough and sound. The evidence that the member from Guelph is relying on comes from various well-known, reliable sources, including the 2013 fall report from the Auditor General's Office. In that report from the Auditor General, the notification of death is specifically mentioned on page 12, and I quote, "When a death occurs, someone must contact each department separately and follow different processes. As this information is generally not shared, and departments do not offer the ability to do this online. This makes it difficult for users who may be trying to stop the payment of certain benefits to prevent overpayments while trying to apply for others." Close quote. Perhaps the only situation worse than not receiving full benefits from a federal program is receiving too much due to administrative errors and then being told, sorry, you got to pay that money back. This is an extremely difficult circumstance to be found in when you're also dealing with the emotional loss of someone you love. Other members who have spoken to the bill have made reference to the various federal departments that would need to be contacted about the death of a Canadian citizen or a Canadian resident. There were a few that stood out to me, namely Veterans Affairs and Citizenship and Immigration Canada. As we know, cuts to Service Canada have drastically altered the level of service across the country, and certainly my province has not been spared. When the government decided to cut the civil service by about 5%, the level of the cuts was double that in my province. We no longer have a district Veterans Affairs office. We no longer have a Citizenship and Immigration office. We no longer have an in-person counter service at the Canada Revenue Agency, and we've never had a passport office. Today, I'm not bringing this up in an attempt to slight the Conservative government, but I have in the past, and I reserve the right to do so in the future at every opportunity, but rather as an alternative argument to the potential value of C-247 and the positive impacts it may have if it were enacted. With fewer staff available to assist Canadians through an already painful process of grieving a loved one, it makes sense to streamline the process and simplify the administrative burden, both for those grieving and for the Service Canada employees. Due to the cuts to frontline personnel and the closure of federal offices in Prince Edward Island, my office tends to receive much of the overflow from Service Canada. And I can say with confidence that the effects of the administrative burden can be absolutely devastating, particularly when it involves the repayment of funds that I just mentioned. Sending this bill to committee will allow members to hear from public servants themselves as to what the actual implementation looks like, whether or not the proposed timelines are realistic and attainable. My colleague, the member from Guelph, has already indicated that he is open to reasonable amendments that would strengthen the bill. Realistically, I think we can all agree that the bill is sound. In fact, much of it was drafted with the current government's plans and priorities in mind. Allow me to quote from the 2014-15 reports on plans and priorities for Employment and Social Development, as well as that of the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat. In the Minister of Employment and Social Development's message, he stated, ESDC will focus on achieving service excellence for Canadians by further modernizing service delivery, focusing on its core business priorities, and increasing the use of technology. Through Service Canada, the government will ensure that Canadians quickly receive the benefits to which they are entitled and access to a wide range of programs and services. And further, at page 61 of that report, Service Canada will continue to work with other departments so that Canadians can better access more Government of Canada services through Service Canada. The report on planning and priorities for the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat in the President's message states, Canadians need and deserve a public service that is equipped to deliver modern, cost-effective, and responsive programs and services. We will continue to streamline government operations. And for the period 2014 to 2017, the report states that the Secretariat will promote client-centered service efficiency through a whole-of-government approach to service delivery. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a fine day when we, as members of the opposition parties, can stand in this House and say we share a priority of the government. In this case, it's a good priority, and so we can absolutely support them in that with Bill C-247. In addition to aligning with the current priorities of those respective government departments, the impact of Bill C-247 could potentially save the government millions of dollars. The savings in this case would be in the form of costs to the federal government for overpayments due to improper death notifications, as well as the cost to the federal government in retrieving benefit overpayments. The member from Guelph, as well as a few other members of this House, referenced the success of this kind of initiative elsewhere in the world, specifically in France with their online service portal Mon Service Public, and the United Kingdom's Tell Me Once. In the United Kingdom, the savings are estimated to be an incredible $300 million over 10 years. Of course, I want to reiterate that the savings are not just financial, but also administrative in nature. As my colleague stated in his June speech, this is also good consumer legislation. Mr. Speaker, some of the members who have spoken to this bill previously mentioned that they have some concerns with respect to privacy. And well, they should. So I say, send it to committee, let the Privacy Commissioner appear as a witness, and let's see how the privacy concerns can be addressed. Mr. Speaker, I will close with this. This bill is nonpartisan, evidence-based, financially responsible, and immensely practical. It deserves our support and further study at committee. In Canada, 80% of the care provided to ailing seniors is given by their loved ones. A citizen of this country should not be required to jump through administrative hoops in order to settle the accounts of someone they are still grieving. I hope we will do our part to alleviate the stress of our constituents by voting in support of Bill C-247. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to participate in this debate concerning the private member's bill C-247, presented by my honourable colleague, the member from Guelph. Now, first, let me say how much I appreciate the time and effort that honourable member has put into drafting this bill. I'd like to thank the member for his willingness to collaborate with us on potential changes that we can work together on to continue to strengthen this piece of legislation. Now, currently the bill is somewhat technical, a proposal that would make Service Canada the single point of contact for the Government of Canada for reporting the death of a Canadian citizen or a Canadian resident. Service Canada would then, in the words of the bill, have responsibility in all matters relating to the death of that person. At first glance, the proposal seems very straightforward. The intent of making things simpler for the relatives of the deceased person is a laudable goal and one we fully support. Cutting red tape for grieving families is something I believe that all parties should get behind and all parties should support strongly. As we examine the bill, as it's written, there are some costs and practical consequences that are not necessarily straightforward and will need to be considered during the committee hearings. Currently, Bill C-247 would require that any federal program that wants to be notified of a death become the authorized user of the social insurance number. since the number would be required to ensure a complete and accurate matching of client information. Without this, errors and incorrect stoppage of benefits or services could occur, and we all want to avoid that. Although the bill's intent is to enable citizens and residents to communicate only with Service Canada to resolve any outstanding issues related to a death, it would also expand the mandate of Service Canada to include the responsibility for notifying a host of other departments and other programs. This would happen as soon as the estate of the deceased person informed Service Canada of this death. Now, since the social insurance number is an important piece of information linked to the individual's identity, expanding the process to include other programs that do not currently have the authority to collect and receive information linked to the social insurance number is something that we need to resolve, and can give careful consideration before we make any changes in that. As well, to implement the bill as proposed, processes would need to be established to ensure that we are receiving the information from the right person, the representative of the estate. This would require verifying both the person's identity and their authority to represent the estate of the deceased. The individual would need to bring the proper identification and documentation. This would create a cumbersome process for individuals dealing with the death of a loved one. We want to avoid that at all costs, Mr. Speaker. We think it's best if we work to improve the system that is currently in place to improve that as well. This will ensure that the privacy of Canadians is protected while providing a streamlined approach for death notification. That's why we intend to introduce friendly amendments to the bill in committee, which will address the problems I mentioned to make this a stronger piece of legislation. The amendments we are proposing will ensure the key Government of Canada programs that require death information are authorized to use the social insurance number. We do have some concerns that a hard deadline might drive up costs and at times would not be realistic, but to ensure that the progress is tracked, we will be proposing that the annual reporting to Parliament be included as part of this bill. In addition, we are advancing an incremental approach to improve notification of death services in a client-focused procedure. What this bill has shown is that Service Canada has a long way to go in communicating with Canadians on the processes that are currently in place. I won't go into detail on the current processes as they were discussed during the first hour of debate, but what I can say is that in the short term we will be improving the communications and develop a strategy to give Canadians easier access to the relevant information they need when they have the death of a loved one take place. Service Canada will update its website and clarify the messaging regarding the steps to follow in the event of the death of a Canadian resident or a Canadian citizen. This will include the listing of federal programs and departments currently informed of the passing of an individual and what steps should be taken, including informing other programs and other departments, such as, for example, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for fishing licenses, the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development for Indian status cards. At the same time, Service Canada will work with key stakeholders, including the Funeral Service Association of Canada, to explore ways that the estate of survivors can be better informed. The Department will develop an outreach strategy to tell survivors which federal programs and departments are automatically informed and which ones they need to inform. The Department will set out what benefits the survivor may be eligible for and for which they also need to apply. Over the longer term, we intend to work with the programs and departments to gradually eliminate the need for separate notification procedures and to continue working to develop a government-wide approach that will be more efficient to eliminate any duplication. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to the highest level of efficiency in service delivery. The government is constantly looking for ways to improve service delivery and make the best use of taxpayer dollars. I'm very pleased that the colleague who brought this bill forward across the way is open to constructive amendments. We're going to work together constructively and collaboratively to deliver the best piece of legislation on behalf of all Canadians. I hope that my colleagues will find these amendments to be acceptable and join us in voting in favour of the bill at second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to support this bill put forward by my colleague from Guelph. And I don't usually use the word brilliant, but in some sense, I do think this is a brilliant bill. brilliant in its simplicity. And I think simplicity is not a bad thing. I think often the best things in life are simple. And sometimes when somebody proposes a new idea that is simple, people say, well, that's obvious. Or people say, well, why didn't we do that before? And I think this bill has those two characteristics. Why have we not had one-stop shopping of this kind for many years? Why didn't we think of that before? Maybe someone has thought of it before, but it was new to me, and I think it would be an excellent addition to Canadian law. Because the points have been made that the person whose loved one has just died is not in a happy state, to put it mildly, and the prospect of having to make a substantial number of calls to government bureaucracies to answer different questions about the death of one's wife or husband or whoever is not a happy prospect. And given the cutbacks, the prospect of being on a 1-800 line forever and having to wait forever to even get any answer at all is not a happy thought. And so the possibility of just going to one place and having experts there who know exactly how to do it would relieve a huge amount of stress and anxiety from those who are least well able to be in such positions of stress. Et donc, à mon avis, c'est vrai.
So in my opinion, this is really a very good piece of legislation. If a family has just lost a loved one, then it's hard to make all these phone calls to various bureaucrats and various offices to report the death of the family member. So if that could be done once, that would be good.
Subsidiary benefits, I think they are definitely secondary to the primary one of helping individual Canadians, but it could save the government money, it could save lawyers and estates money in going down the wrong paths, it could make it less likely that there would be issues of overpayment and so on. And I was pleased with the government response. I think if we could work in such a collegial way on other things that we work on this bill, this would be a better place. That would be perhaps hoping too much. But I do think the parliamentary secretary's response in tone was excellent and cooperative and collegial. The devil is in the details, and I will certainly defer to my colleague from Guelph as to whether precisely what he is proposing is precisely right. But I think, as far as I know, everybody in this House is on the same page and in favor, and we should all work together to make this happen in the most efficient, effective manner. Now, having blossomed forth on how collegial we are, let me turn to a slightly different issue, which is perhaps a little bit less collegial, to say that ideally, in an ideal world, we should have one-stop shopping to both federal and provincial government agencies, because no doubt when an individual dies, the successor has to contact provincial governments, even municipal governments, as well as federal government. And so if we could have one-stop shopping for all three levels of government, what a wonderful world this would be. And I do remember back in the late days of the Liberal government, I had some involvement with Service Canada, which we were promoting as a new agency. And our idea at the time was to begin at the federal level, but then to work with provincial governments and try to do what I just described. That is to say, one-stop shopping across levels of government. And maybe if a Liberal government was still in power today, we would be there today. And were that the case, my colleague might have been able to introduce a bill that would go to all the levels of government. I'm not sure we would have reached municipalities even 8 years later, but we might have at least incorporated provinces, and then it would be even easier for the loved ones of someone who died. But unfortunately, Service Canada has gone in the wrong direction. We hear all the time about people being stuck forever on 1-800 numbers, wanting employment insurance and things of that nature. So the service has not blossomed forth to include at least 2 levels of government, but rather it seems to have become more and more difficult to administer for just this one level of government. So I suppose that is a problem for the future, a challenge for the future. But I do think in the longer term, maybe the honourable member in a few years' time, perhaps after there's a government of a different stripe which has put this thing in order, will be able to provide amendments to his bill that would extend it to include not just the federal government, but provincial governments as well. But that is a longer-term proposition, Mr. Speaker. I think for the moment, we of all parties should be pleased at this very important and major first step towards one-stop shopping for the benefit of loved ones of those who have died. And, Mr. Speaker, I think there is so much consensus on this, I need not take up my full 10 minutes. I think my colleague from Charlottetown as well has explained it extremely clearly as to what the benefits are, so I would not want to belabor the point. So I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. With his 5, is the honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap rising on debate? No. With his 5-minute right to reply, the honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I gave a great amount of thought to what bill I would put forward when my time came. Members could sit in this House for quite some time and never have an opportunity to introduce a private member's bill, debate it, and hopefully see it pass. I wanted to ensure that the bill I put forward would have an impact on the lives of Canadians and also be something that members from all parties could come together and support.
I apologize to the honourable member for Guelph. There may have been a misunderstanding. When I was calling resuming debate, was the honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap rising to debate? There is a slot. Pardon me. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap, and then we'll return to the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to first say that I thank my colleague, the honourable member from Guelph, for tabling private member's bill C-247. And I'm also pleased to have the opportunity to participate in this debate, Mr. Speaker. The time and the effort that the honourable member has put into drafting this bill is certainly commendable. And I think that our parliamentary secretary, my colleague, has put forward an argument that Service Canada has been working to provide online service, to update our systems, to make sure that Canadians are served better, quicker in the country. And but changes take time. But this bill is just another step that is just going to improve that service and make it more timely for Canadians. Bill C-247, an act to expand the mandate of Service Canada in respect of the death of a Canadian citizen or a Canadian resident, if adopted, would basically make Service Canada the single point of contact to report the death of a loved one to the federal government. Now, if I were to take a quick look at Bill C-247, it would seem to be a straightforward proposal, and I have no doubt it has been developed with the best intentions. At first glance, Bill C-247 looks like a good idea, and it seems to make things easier for people who need to notify the federal government of the death of a relative. But when we examine Bill C-247 more closely, we quickly realize that this legislation, as it is written, could be improved. And we look forward to working with the member from Guelph to make some common sense changes in committee. When we look at this bill, I would like to remind my colleagues that the information on births and deaths in Canada falls under the jurisdiction of the provinces and the territories. Current provincial and territorial governments maintain birth and death registries, and they are administered by vital statistics agencies. All provinces but one, Saskatchewan, which is expected to join the system within the next 2 years, send Service Canada daily death information through secure electronic channels under the Vital Events Linkages Agreements. Then, Service Canada relies on this information to relays all this information to federal departments and agencies that are duly authorized to receive it. This two-step information sharing process is demonstrably reliable and has proven to be secure to protect the private information of all Canadians. In fact, it's a great example of a partnership that works, Mr. Speaker. Of course, as with any system, there is always room for improvement. That is why Service Canada will continue to work with the provinces and territories, as well as other various partners and stakeholders, to improve the vital events linkages and accelerate the processes involved in disclosing information. As a House, we have the responsibility to consider all the possible repercussions of the privacy of Canadians. We cannot treat this lightly. Canadians' privacy is too important to be played with. And this is exactly what we are doing by recommending amendments to Bill C-247, Mr. Speaker. We are looking at how we can improve the bill and make it a better piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, as the member from Cumberland, Colchester, Muscogee Valley, close enough, we stated, we intend to introduce several amendments in committee study in order to make this bill stronger. And I might say the member that is submitted the bill recognizes the cooperation of the government and is very willing to participate. In the meantime, this bill has shown that Service Canada needs to do better at communicating with Canadians. Currently, there is work ongoing to update the Service Canada website. It will soon provide clear messages on the steps to follow to notify the federal government on the death of a loved one. Service Canada's website will soon highlight which federal programs and departments are automatically informed of the passing of an individual and which departments and programs might be needed to be informed directly. Service Canada will also work with consultation with funeral directors and other stakeholders to develop an outreach strategy so that Canadians are even better informed on this matter. Service Canada will continue working with departments and programs to progressively move towards the simplification of the death notification process. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see and support an initiative that cuts red tape for grieving families. So basically, Mr. Speaker, we agree with the intent of the honourable member's bill, and we need to do this the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, and now with his 5-minute right of reply, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, and my colleagues have encouraged me to repeat, that I did give it a great deal of thought before I put forward this bill. I did want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the bill I would put forward would have an impact on the lives of Canadians and also be something that members from all parties could indeed come together and support. For those reasons, it was my great pleasure to introduce this bill that will establish Service Canada as the single point of contact relating to the death of a Canadian citizen or resident. The death of a loved one is not an easy time for any of us, so I am certainly glad to put forward a nonpartisan bill that would create a practical, compassionate approach to helping Canadians through a very difficult time. And I am grateful to all MPs who've contributed so constructively to this debate, especially the Minister of State for Social Development, whose genuine interest and collaboration were essential. Also, I thank the members for Kamloops, Thompson-Caribou, St. Lambert, Cape Breton-Canso, Brant, Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, Don Valley East, Sherbrooke, Charlottetown, Markham-Unionville, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of State for Social Development, and the member from Okanagan-Suswa. And with reference to the remarks made by the member from Markham-Unionville, indeed, this idea, with all humility, was not my own. It was, in fact, the idea of Brian Wilford, who first brought the idea before Parliament but didn't have the opportunity to navigate it through this House. What I've heard from Canadians, industry stakeholders and members alike is clear. The existing system for notifying the federal government of the death of a Canadian citizen or permanent resident can and must be improved. The program must be made more efficient for the grieving family on the one end, who should only have to tell government once of a death, and in the interests of the government on the other. The process of notifying all the necessary government authorities when a loved one passes away can be tedious, confusing, and sometimes overwhelming. But it is also an often painful process at a very sensitive time. It is a disservice to everyone when Canadians are unaware of what processes currently exist, preventing them from receiving adequate service and assistance while bereaved. What this bill accomplishes by establishing a single point of contact at Service Canada is the removal of uncertainty and confusion for family members and estate administrators. Similarly, as a public policy gain, I believe that it would modernize service delivery, reduce duplication, and thereby reduce costs. As was said by the member from Charlottetown, a similar system in the United Kingdom, Tell Us Once, has saved $300 million over 10 years. What I've heard from my colleagues and their comments here in the House and elsewhere is that these are common sense changes, and this is a common sense piece of legislation that they would like to see succeed regardless of political stripe. That doesn't mean there cannot be changes made. Some speakers highlighted areas of the bill which could use some modification, and I'm pleased to say that I've begun work with the government on ways we can strengthen this bill to ensure all parties can support it. If passed at second reading, I look forward to a fulsome discussion on this bill at committee and remain open to amendments to ensure this bill remains consistent with existing legislation while ensuring that the government continues to move forward in implementing a secure process by which government departments are promptly informed and these departments promptly respond when a Canadian passes away. I've said before that I would like MPs to hear public servants on how they would implement this bill and whether they feel that 1 year, as stipulated in this legislation, is a reasonable time to implement the required changes, or if more time is needed. In closing, we have before us an opportunity to make a real difference for Canadians. It may not be glamorous, but it is truly important and practical. It is my sincere hope that all members of Parliament support sending this bill to committee for further review and the discussion of any necessary changes. I thank everyone for their participation in the debate of this issue, stakeholders like the Funeral Service Association of Canada for their information and intervention, and for each of my constituents and Canadians across the country who contacted me with their questions and support of this bill. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Valeriote, seconded by Mr. Andrews, move that Bill C-247, an act to expand the mandate of Service Canada in respect to the death of a Canadian citizen or Canadian resident, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 8, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Et à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, the House is now deemed adjourned by motion. The question is as follows. Therefore, the House do now adjourn.
And in the islands regarding the environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a duty to be a good father and to protect my daughters, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I have to care about climate change. And I must say that I condemn this Conservative government for its intentional negligence on climate change. My question in question period was about the urgency with which this government treats climate change. We know that the oil and gas sector in Canada accounts for about 1/4 of the emissions of greenhouse gases in Canada. It is the fastest growing sector of our greenhouse gas emissions in Canada, and this government has promised some sort of regulation on that sector since 2008, 6 years ago. However, at this time, our minister still refuses to give a timeline for regulation of the oil and gas sector. And we learned a couple of weeks ago from science reporter Mike D'Souza that Environment Canada appears to have even stopped meeting with oil and gas companies. The Conservative government likes to talk about Canada shutting down coal plants and achieving progress in reducing emissions from the electrical power generation sector. And today we heard a piece of good news that the Boundary Dam coal-fired plant in Canada is now going to be built in about a year or so, and that this carbon and capture facility will be operational and will attempt to sequester about 90% of the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, coming out of one of the units of the Boundary Dam generation facility. And I do sincerely hope that this attempt turns out to be the breakthrough in feasibility for carbon capture and sequestration. It's a very difficult technology. In the past projects have been abandoned because the feasibility could not be demonstrated. It was too expensive. But we have to keep trying, and I do sincerely hope that this Canadian project will succeed in feasibility. And if anybody can do it, I know that Canada can do it. But the big decrease in the amount of emissions from coal plants, Mr. Speaker, cannot be accredited to this government. It is the government of the province of Ontario that deserves that credit. Earlier in this year, the very last kilowatt hour of electricity generated in Ontario from coal was put out. And now Ontario electricity is free from coal, free from the greenhouse gas emissions of coal-fired generation, free from the mercury emissions and all the other emissions that come from burning coal and the impurities that we find in coal, Mr. Speaker. It is the first North American jurisdiction to phase out coal-fired power. Mr. Speaker, this government in the transportation sector pretty much has followed the lead of California. It is taking credit in the electrical power generation sector for the hard work that the Ontario government has done. And in the oil and gas sector, it is simply delayed and delayed and delayed. There is no leadership, Mr. Speaker, from this government. There is no urgency. This government is not protecting our children. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government's record is clear. We have taken decisive action on the environment while protecting our environment. Everyone internationally has to do their fair share, and Canada is doing its part as we emit only 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Our government is implementing a sector-by-sector regulatory approach to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that protects the environment and supports economic prosperity. We have already taken action on some of Canada's largest sources of emissions, such as the transportation sector and the coal-fired electricity sector. As a result of this action, Mr. Speaker, Canada became the first major coal user to ban the construction of traditional coal-fired electricity generation units. Canada already has one of the cleanest systems in the world, with more than 3/4 of electricity in Canada being generated from non-greenhouse gas emitting sources such as hydro, nuclear, and renewables. Canada's stringent regulations are expected to cut emissions in the electricity sector by 46% by 2030 compared to levels in 2005. La semaine dernière, nous avons annoncé que notre
Last week, we announced that our government would be going ahead with 3 initiatives to reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions from cars and trucks. This will help us to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to offer Canadians purer air. Thanks to the provisions of this regulation, passenger vehicles and small trucks from 2025 will be reducing
emissions over 2008 models, and greenhouse gas emissions for heavy vehicles by 2018 will be reduced by 23%.
Le climat tenu à New York, nous venons aussi d'annoncer.
At the climate summit held in New York, we announced that Canada would regulate hydrofluorocarbons, which are greenhouse gas emissions, which, if they are not regulated, will rise quickly over the next 10 to 15 years. Canada will harmonize its regulations with the regulations recently proposed in the United States, and will take preventative measures with a view to reducing and limiting the harmful emissions of hydrofluorocarbons
And the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston, the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to address one of the points that my honourable colleague made, and that is a common argument that one hears that Canada's emissions are only 2% of the world's emissions, and so it's not that critical that Canada deals with its emissions. Mr. Speaker, on this anniversary of the beginning of the First World War, Canadians should be reminded that Canada only contributed about 2% of the combatants on the Allied effort in the First World War, and that was not insignificant. This summer, Mr. Speaker, I gave a medallion to a D-Day veteran, a Canadian D-Day veteran. We cannot tell that veteran that because he was only one person landing on the beach on D-Day, that his effort was insignificant. This government is shameful when it uses that argument, Mr. Speaker, when it says that Canada's emissions are only 2% of the world's emissions. If Canada wants to be a leader, and I believe that Canada has a duty to be a leader in this world, we cannot make that argument. This government has no sense of the importance of climate change, and it deserves to be kicked out of office next year, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what's shameful is the Liberal record on the environment. Canadians need to be reminded. Let's look at the Liberal record, Mr. Speaker. What they did is they signed on to the Kyoto deal with no plan to reduce greenhouse gases. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, they did worse than nothing. Greenhouse gases went up 130 megatons under their watch. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, their approach to decreasing greenhouse gases, well, I think it's like their leader said, it just happens by itself. It's like budgets balance themselves, I guess. But our approach, Mr. Speaker, our sector-by-sector regulatory approach is working. It's getting results. As a result of the collective action by governments, consumers and businesses, Canada's 2020 greenhouse gas emissions are projected to be 128 megatons lower relative to the scenario that would have been under the Liberals with no action in 2005. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, more work is required, and upcoming federal policies, along with further provincial measures, will contribute additional emission reductions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.